Chapter 1 Traveling Through the World of One Piece. Brain Storage. Brain-crushing place. In the world of One Piece, in the cabin of a warship, a man wearing a navy uniform who was lying on the bed with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. It can be seen that this man's eyes are full of confusion and confusion. Where is this? Am I not dead? Lin Fan was a little surprised that he was not dead. After all, he was hit by such a big truck. At this moment, Lin Fan reached out his hands to cover his brain in pain. Strange memories came over me like a tide, and they lasted for several minutes before stopping. Lin Fan also let go of his hand and stopped covering his head. I traveled through time. I traveled through time into the world of One Piece and became an ordinary soldier escorting the heavenly gold to Marijoya. No, although he is said to be an ordinary soldier, he is actually just a handyman. The memory shows that the original owner's body has always been relatively weak, and the high fever caused by the high-intensity chores immediately cooled down. As for his life experience, he is an orphan and has no relatives. The memory shows that my hometown was invaded by pirates and then burned down. Lin Fan sat up, holding his aching head, and shook his head to wake himself up. System, are you there? The first thing Lin Fan did was shout to the system in his mind. As a time traveler, it makes sense to have a system, right? After waiting for a few seconds, he didn't hear the imaginary mechanical sound in his mind, and Lin Fan's expression suddenly dropped. Without a system, no cheats, and no plug-ins, could he really live to old age just by relying on his status as an ordinary sailor? Safety is guaranteed, after all, the warship he is on is escorting Tian Shangjin, and no one will keep an eye on him. Throughout the entire One Piece world, the robbery of heavenly gold only happened once, and that was at the hands of Shishibukai Doflamingo. Don't think that Doflamingo can negotiate with the five elders and become Shishibukai just because he grabbed the heavenly gold, others can. If you look deeper into the hierarchy, who is Doflamingo? He is a former celestial dragon. Without this identity, the world government will directly give you a buster call. Forget it, without cheat, at most I'll just be content and live to be old. Lin Fan quickly comforted and convinced himself that one day he might be lucky enough to pick up a devil fruit quilt. Speaking of devil fruits, there is one right now. But Lin Fan didn't dare to be greedy for that devil fruit. This time, in addition to some gold, barley, and some specialties, the heavenly gold also has a devil fruit. I don't know what kind of devil fruit it is. As a marine, Lin Fan only heard from others that this time the sky gold has a devil fruit. In addition, he was accompanied by a Tianlong man and his bodyguards. At this moment, Lin Fan was startled, his eyes widened, and then he showed joy in the next second, and a smile appeared on his face. Because, in his mind, a mechanical voice sounded. Ding! A suitable host has been detected. Is the host bound? Bind, I want to bind. Lin Fan got excited, nodded wildly and then shouted directly. Without him, I was so excited. I originally thought that without the system, I would have to live an ordinary life in this One Piece world. But I didn't expect that the system would come to another village. It's coming. Ding, binding, please wait, 1%, 10%, 30%, 0.55%, 80%, 99%, the non-intelligent system of destined person number 9527 was successfully bound. Ding, host gets a binding gift package. System, open the binding gift package. Lin Fan also couldn't wait to issue instructions to the system to open the gift package. There's no way, it's too insecure. You must have force on your body, otherwise you will feel too insecure. After Lin Fan issued the command, the mechanical voice of the system immediately sounded in his mind. Ding, host opens the upgrade gift package and gets a crazy blood constitution, no side effects version, a first level witness color domineering card, a first level armed color domineering card, a first level conqueror's domineering card, and a Devil Fruit Awakening 1 card, 1 Paramecia Shockwave Fruit. Crazy Blood Physique, no side effects version after use. The Crazy Blood Physique will be perfectly inherited. Physical strength will skyrocket, speed will skyrocket, power will skyrocket, and recovery power will skyrocket. In the activated state, the overall attributes of the body will skyrocket again, and the more you fight, the braver you will become, and there is a 1% chance of causing an irreversible laceration to the target for a month, and after the laceration stops, the wound will leave a dark wound that cannot be healed. Since it is a side effect-free version, it will not lose its sanity. The first level hegemony card of knowledge and knowledge. After using it, you will awaken and master the first level hegemony of knowledge and knowledge. Effect: you can capture targets that are hostile to you within a certain range, and you can also proactively find targets within a certain range. When fighting, able to detect the opponent's attack trajectory. First level Armed Color Haki card. After use, you will awaken and master the first level Armed Color Haki. Effect: you can attach Armed Color Haki to any part of the body, increase attack power and defense, and can also be attached to weapons. First level Conqueror's Haki card. After use, you will awaken and master the first level Conqueror's Haki. Effect: release a powerful King's Aura, which can stun weak targets. Devil Fruit Awakening card. After using it, you can choose one of the devil fruits you own to enter the awakening state. Paramecia Shockwave Fruit. After taking it, you will initially master the fruit's abilities and can develop your own moves. Note: strong physical fitness is required as support. After seeing all the items, Lin Fan was overjoyed and the smile on his face never stopped. Awesome, so awesome. The system is indeed a system, very generous. A gift pack comes with these heaven-defying things. If nothing else, let's just talk about the crazy blood constitution. This thing is heaven-defying. With this thing, he is basically the Xiaoqiang of immune to death. Lin Fan also used it directly as a thought. The next second, Lin Fan, who was sitting on the bed, felt a fever all over his body, but he did not feel uncomfortable. Then, my whole body was full of strength. Is this the crazy blood constitution? Awesome! Feeling the changes in his body, Lin Fan exclaimed in his heart that the system was awesome. Then, Lin Fan also had an idea and used 3 domineering cards. The memory of how to use 3 kinds of domineering energy appeared in my head out of thin air. Everything was so natural. Again, the system is awesome. Chapter 2: Eating Devil Fruit, 3 options. Without thinking too much, Lin Fan stretched out his right hand. With a thought, a strange-looking fruit appeared out of thin air. It is the Paramecia Shockwave Fruit. Devil fruits do look really different. After muttering something, Lin Fan also frowned and got to the point. That is whether to eat it or not. As we all know, each person can only eat 1 devil fruit. Wrong. Lin Fan shook his head and denied that one person could only eat 1 devil fruit. He thought of one person. Blackbeard Marshall D. Teach. This guy became the biggest winner during the war and got Whitebeard's shock fruit ability. When reading forums, someone said that the reason why Blackbeard can eat 2 devil fruits is because his body structure is different from that of normal people. It is also said to be the ability of the dark fruit. Finally, it is said that Blackbeard has 3 souls in his body, so he can eat the second devil fruit. Ma Dan, even the natives can have 2 devil fruit abilities. Lao Zi is a man with a system. Have eaten. Lin Fan made a decision and started eating. A native can have both abilities. There is no reason why Lin Fan, a time traveler with a system, can't do it in the future. After taking 1 bite, Lin Fan's expression immediately put on a mask of pain. The taste is so hard to describe, it's like the aged taste of that and that. Resisting the urge to spit it out, Lin Fan forcefully swallowed the mouthful of fruit in his mouth. After swallowing it, Lin Fan had the memory of initially using the shockwave fruit. As expected of something produced by the system, you can get started directly. If it were anyone else, they would still have to figure it out on their own. Then, he threw the remaining fruit directly into the trash can. You only need to swallow the first bite of a devil fruit to gain abilities, and the rest can be thrown away. Even if others pick it up and continue to eat it, they will not have the ability. Lin Fan also knew a lot about the ability of the shockwave devil fruit. Very good, any attack can be accompanied by shock waves. The more powerful it is developed, the greater its power. If paired with the top Sakura and Ba Matu, it would be even more heaven-defying. At the same time, Lin Fan also understood why the shockwave devil fruit system requires a strong physique. This is because every time a shockwave is released, oneself will also be affected by the rebound. Only a strong physique can ignore the rebound damage. Hehe, I have a crazy blood constitution, so I can completely ignore this problem. Sure enough, System Dad loves himself. Lin Fan clenched his fists and thought with a smile on his face, a bright future was waving to him. Naturally, it is impossible for the Marine Corps to continue doing this, it is too boring. In addition to escorting the heavenly gold, he is always on call to protect the Tianlong people. He is as tired as a dog, his salary is still low, and there is no room for advancement. At this moment, the system's voice also sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Host trigger option. Option 1, escort Tian Shangjin to marry Joa safely, reward, animal vegetable dog fruit. Option 2, betray Marine and find a chance to leave. Reward, Paramecia bubble fruit. Option 3, betray Marine, steal the heavenly gold, kill the celestial dragons, reward, 1 Kikiao exquisite heart, improved version. Looking at the 3 options and rewards, Lin Fan frowned slightly. Just when he was considering what choice to make, there was a bang and the room door was violently broken open. I saw a guy in a navy uniform with a sinister face who could tell at first glance that he was not a good guy, took his foot back. As soon as he saw Lin Fan, he immediately yelled, "Wilk Lin Fan, how dare you let Lao Zi's pigeons go? I'll kill you!" The big man walked towards Lin Fan as he spoke, his eyes full of anger and his fists clenched. Obviously, he was preparing to beat up Lin Fan. As for Lin Fan, the moment he saw the person coming, he immediately knew what was going on. Bullying. That's right, it's bullying. My predecessor was bullied all the time because I was easier to bully. Especially being bullied the most by the guy in front of me. Today was originally Lin Fan's hard-earned rest day for a month, but the big man threatened the original Lin Fan last night that he would have to work for him today. But by coincidence, the original Lin Fan had a fever that night, and then it got cold during the day, and his body was occupied by Lin Fan who had traveled through time. Looking at the tall man with a ferocious face, Lin Fan stood up and made his choice. Just when the big sailor was about to hit Lin Fan's handsome face with a punch, Lin Fan finally moved. He raised his hand and firmly grasped the opponent's fist. The big man is just a low-level marine, he is just stronger, there is nothing special about him. Lin Fan is no longer the rookie Lin Fan he was before. With a crazy-blooded physique, Lin Fan's physical fitness has improved dramatically. What? How is this possible? The big man's fist was firmly held by Lin Fan, and his eyes suddenly widened with an expression of disbelief on his face. Nothing is impossible. Lin Fan raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile, and at the same time his eyes flashed red. Before the big man made any move, Lin Fan had already punched out, hitting the big man in the chest. The shockwave devil fruit ability was activated, and the big man died suddenly, with blood flowing from his mouth. When he died, the big man's expression was still one of wide-eyed disbelief. Lin Fan let go of his hand, and the big man's body hit the wooden board. Looking at the big man's body, Lin Fan's breathing was very rapid, his heart was beating fast, and his whole mood was high. I killed someone. But why didn't I feel scared or anything, instead I felt happy. Could it be, I am essentially a murderer? Just when Lin Fan suspected that he was a murderer in his heart, he suddenly felt a sudden clarity in his body, and the inexplicable feelings he had before disappeared. Is it the resentment from the previous life? Lin Fan also immediately made a guess. This guess was derived from reading thousands of novels. Without thinking too much, Lin Fan clenched his fists and exhaled. Time to get down to business. Lin Fan walked past the corpse and walked towards the door without looking back. Goal, gold in the sky, the fate of the celestial dragon. That's right, he chose the third option. The rewards for options 1 and 2 are too abstract. Just by looking at the names, you can tell they are junk devil fruits. There is another reason, that is, as a time traveler who has watched the One Piece anime, who doesn't want to kill a celestial dragon? These guys, the Tianlongs, are so annoying and deserve to be killed. Of course, if it is a beautiful female celestial dragon, it is okay not to kill her. It would be great to catch her as a maid and give her a high sense of accomplishment. What's more, the reward for this option, Kikiao Exquisite Heart, is a good thing as soon as you hear the name. Chapter 3 Obtaining the Animal Type Bird Fruit Phantom Beast Species Immortal Phoenix Form Devil Fruit. Actually, the most important thing is to know it from memory. The lack of strength of the team escorting Tian Shangjin was the reason why Lin Fan decided to take action. There were a total of 3 warships escorting Tian Shangjin this time. The highest commander's rank was Major General, and the highest commanders of the other 2 warships were colonels. Also, this Major General is not an elite Major General like the Marine headquarters. He is just an ordinary Major General. His strength is not great, and he is not a devil fruit user. No one dares to rob Tianjin. Brother Ming ignored it that time, so the configuration of the escort is always low. If it's too high, it's a complete waste. This is the confidence of the world government, and it also represents their arrogance. They just don't believe that anyone dares to rob the heavenly gold. The reason why there are Tianlong people on board this time is completely accidental. Just when I was going to collect the gold from the sky, this Tianlong man was playing in that country, and then the boat happened to break down. After walking out of the room, Lin Fan also walked directly towards the warehouse containing heavenly gold. That's right, the warship he was on was a ship containing gold from the sky. At the same time, it is also the ship where the Tianlong people are. After a smooth journey, Lin Fan arrived at the entrance of the warehouse. There were 2 Marines standing guard at the entrance of the warehouse, and they discovered Lin Fan immediately. The 2 were just about to prepare for the gate of opening when Lin Fan glared at them and used Conqueror's Haki. The 2 sailors rolled their eyes and fainted on the spot. Lin Fan didn't kill him, it was because he still had a conscience. I reached out and turned the door handle, but it didn't open. It's locked, which is normal. No matter how generous you are, it is still necessary to lock the door. The shockwave ability was activated and the lock was easily broken. Lin Fan opened the warehouse door and saw gold in the sky. There are many boxes, large and small. At this moment, Lin Fan saw the danger and sensed the danger. He also immediately launched a shock wave under his feet to crack the wooden board, and the whole person dodged into the warehouse. The second Lin Fan entered the warehouse, there was a bang and the door of the warehouse was kicked open. The person who came was wearing a white suit, a white robe, and a mask. He was the famous CP0 member. Although this CP0 is wearing a mask, his expression under the mask is a bit surprised and confused at this moment. The other party was obviously just an ordinary sailor, but he managed to escape his aggressive lock. The members of CP0 are all Grandmaster Marine Form 6, and most of them are dual Haki Masters. Lin Fan also saw his attacker and immediately recognized him, CP0. Lin Fan was not surprised by this. Although CP0 is said to be an intelligence agency, it has another name, the Guardian of the Celestial Dragons. Just from the name, you can tell that he is a senior bodyguard of the Tianlong people hiding in the dark. Who are you? How dare you steal gold from the sky? Send your name, I won't kill unknown people. Of course, this member of CP0 would not think that Lin Fan was an ordinary sailor, but a madman who got on the ship and dared to steal gold from the sky. Possessing 2 colors of domineering power and the 6th form of Grand Master Marine, this CP0 was very conceited. In his opinion, Lin Fan was already the soul of his subordinate. Lin Fan, on the other hand, did not immediately pay attention to this CP0. With a wave of Lin Fan's hand, all the large and small boxes in the warehouse disappeared immediately, but they were already stored in the system space. Everything happened so fast, CP0 was stunned and blurted out, "Nanny! What kind of cover-up is this? Villains die from talking too much, don't you know?" At this time, Lin Fan finally spoke. Lin Fan's eyes immediately turned blood red, and his whole body exuded a crazy aura. This is Lin Fan activating his crazy blood constitution. Now that there was a ready-made opponent, Lin Fan naturally wanted to test the extent of his abilities. The crazy blood constitution not only increases physical attributes, but also comes with unique combat skills. There was a crackling sound and Lin Fan appeared in front of CP0. The speed is very fast. Under the mask, CP0's eyes widened, with an expression of disbelief on his face. How is this possible? Why can't I catch the other party's traces with my knowledge? So fast. Lin Fan had no intention of explaining CP0's doubts, so he punched directly. The black fist wrapped with armed domineering energy immediately hit the opponent's chest, and the shockwave devil fruit's ability directly shattered his internal organs. CP0 didn't resist at all and was punched away. He broke through several layers of wooden boards and fell directly into the sea, and then sank into the sea. The whole person rolled his eyes and fainted. The reason why he didn't die directly was because the CP0 took the animal-type hippopotamus fruit. As we all know, those with animal devil fruit abilities have relatively strong vitality. When the noise was made just now, most people were already running towards the warehouse. The Tianlong people ran at the front, bodyguards followed closely, Major General Marine also followed, and another CP0 also followed secretly. Just when they arrived, they saw a black shadow flying backwards from the warehouse door, smashing through the wooden board and falling directly into the sea. The speed was too fast, and it was impossible to see clearly what it was or who it was. After Lin Fan punched CP0 away, he also checked the devil fruit in the system space. As a result, when he saw it, his eyes widened instantly and he said FK. Items: Animal type bird fruit phantom beast species immortal phoenix form. Just by looking at the name, you can tell that it is a very awesome devil fruit. You're so lucky, right? Lin Fan quickly came to his senses, and then exerted force on his feet, activating the shockwave devil fruit ability, coupled with the speed of the activated crazy blood state. There was another loud sound, and Lin Fan's figure disappeared on the spot, and then appeared in front of the Tianlong people. Lin Fan, whose eyes exuded a scarlet murderous aura, suddenly appeared, immediately frightening everyone. Among them, Hell's Saint, the celestial dragon who was facing Lin Fan, couldn't help but tremble all over. His lower body couldn't hold it in, and a light yellow liquid that exuded a disgusting smell flowed out. He sensed a death threat. The red-eyed man who suddenly appeared was really trying to kill him. He didn't take his identity as a Hell's Holy Dragon into consideration at all. Die. Lin Fan didn't feel any guilt at all for attacking the Tianlong people. What's more, he has already made the choice given by the system, so the Tianlong people must die. Come on, Shockwave Fist. With one punch, the Black Fist comes with a devastating shockwave ability. Shave. Iron. Another CP0 in the dark flashed in front of the Tianlong people, crossed his hands, activated his armament haki and used iron blocks at the same time to superimpose the defense. It can be seen that he is the owner of the tiger fruit, the king of animal beasts. Chapter 4: Killing the Celestial Dragon and Eating 2 Devil Fruits Again. Boom! Lin Fan's fist hit CP0's arm. As soon as they made contact, CP0's expression immediately changed drastically, and blood flowed from his mouth. He couldn't block Lin Fan's punch. Behind him, Hell's Saint, the celestial dragon, had been hit in the brain by the shock wave and died on the spot. At the same time that the Tianlong people were stunned, the voice of the system also sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Host kills Tianlong for the first time and gets a kill gift package. Ding! Host achieved the optional goal and received a Kikiao Exquisite Heart, improved version. The next second, CP0 met the same fate as his colleague, and flew backwards. It hit the Tianlongren directly, and his body flew backwards. Then it hit a few unlucky bodyguards again, and the sailors flew backwards and fell into the sea. This sudden scene left everyone present unable to react. Ahole! How dare you attack the Tianlong people? Major General Marine was the first to react. His expression was shocked, angry, and frightened, and his eyes were about to burst. He pulled out a knife and slashed at Lin Fan. As a result, Lin Fan easily clamped the chopped long knife with 2 fingers with armed domineering aura. The other sailors also came to their senses and raised their guns or drew their swords. The bodyguards of the Tianlong people immediately ran towards the big hole. As the bodyguards of the celestial dragons, if anything happens to the celestial dragon Her's Saint, they will not be able to survive. Lin Fan also directly released Conqueror's domineering energy, which instantly stunned everyone present, rolled their eyes, and fell to the ground. Including Major General Marine, whose sword was caught by Lin Fan, was also stunned by Conqueror's domineering force. Throwing away the long knife in his hand, Lin Fan directly opened the kill gift package. This was an unexpected surprise. He didn't know that there would be a big gift package for killing a Tianlong for the first time. Ding! Host opens the kill spree and gets a 3-color domineering upgrade card, a Superman telekinesis power fruit, a heavenly sword, an infinite food-making machine, and a celestial dragon identity plate. 3-color Haki upgrade card, after use, the Haki of knowledge, the Haki of weapons, and the Conqueror's Haki will each be upgraded to the next stage. Superman telekinesis fruit, after taking it, you will initially master the fruit's abilities and can develop your own moves. Yishan sword, a sword made of meteorite iron from the sky. It can cut iron like mud and won't stain even a drop of blood. Unlimited food making machine, just invest 100 Baileys to exchange for 1 kilogram of any food, including liquid drinks. The identity plate of the Tianlong people, after using it, you will become a member of the Tianlong people, and any previous past will be cancelled. After reading the contents of the big gift package, Lin Fan also checked the Kikiao Exquisite Heart. 7 Orifices Exquisite Heart, improved version after use. The 7 Orifices Exquisite Heart will engulf the host's original heart. Effect: can take 7 devil fruits, and remove side effects, strengthen vitality recovery, increase strength, and enhance physical fitness. After reading it, Lin Fan smiled. The system is awesome. Impatiently, Lin Fan was also ready to fuse the 7 Apertures Exquisite Heart immediately. Just when he was about to think of something, Lin Fan suddenly remembered his current situation. Although everyone on this warship was stunned by Conqueror's Haki, there were 2 other warships nearby. There was such a big movement here, the other 2 warships must be approaching. And if I just fuse the 7 Apertures Exquisite Heart so hastily, wouldn't I be a living target? Ding! Host's concerns are detected. Ding! Host, please don't worry, it only takes 1 second to fuse the Kikiao Exquisite Heart, and there will be no discomfort in the process. Hearing the words of the system in his mind, Lin Fan also raised his eyebrows slightly. Is this system intelligent? The next second, Lin Fan's brows widened. He figured it out: if there is wisdom, then there is wisdom. Anyway, I am making money while living now, so why do I think so much? The current situation is to enjoy and live every day well. So what if it's a conspiracy theory? If so, I can't resist. If not, then it goes without saying. The system integrates the 7 orifices and exquisite heart. The next second, Lin Fan felt a chill in his heart, and then returned to normal. No, it cannot be said that it has returned to normal. It should be said that it has become stronger after a new heart. After changing the heart and feeling it, Lin Fan directly used the 3-color domineering upgrade card. He also clearly sensed that there were people approaching from both sides. Immediately, Lin Fan saw a devil fruit appear in each of his hands. After showing a disgusted expression, Lin Fan also put the fruit in his hand to his mouth. After taking one bite, his eyes suddenly widened. Sweet. After swallowing the fruit in his mouth, Lin Fan took another bite of another devil fruit. Still sweet. Exquisite heart with 7 orifices. Lin Fan's whole body was seen burning with black and purple flames, and then a pair of black and purple wings appeared out of thin air behind him. This is the devil fruit ability that was snatched. Flying high into the sky, Lin Fan swept away his domineering look. After finding the nearest land, he flapped his wings and turned into a ball of black and purple meteors heading towards the land. Lin Fan had no intention of destroying 3 warships and killing all marines. No need, just some workers. Of course, the premise is that these people are not blocking the way. Otherwise, no matter who it is, they will die. Report to the Colonel, Tian. Tianlong is dead, dead. What? After hearing what his subordinate said, a strong man about 2.5 meters tall wearing a marine officer's uniform turned pale as a sheet of paper, and then his legs went weak and he became unsteady. At the same time, Marine General Poro Salino, codenamed Kizaru, received orders from the Sengoku Fleet Admiral and was quickly approaching the location of the Draconian Hers Santos. Not long after, a yellow flash appeared on the plywood of the warship, and it quickly formed the appearance of Kizaru. Looking at the big hole that had been penetrated, Kizaru put his hands in his pockets and said, "Oops, I'm late. It's really terrifying." Soon, Kizaru also knew what happened. He took out a phone bug from his clothes and contacted the Warring States Fleet Admiral in Marine Land. Boom 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 boom. I am Sengoku. Pora Salino. How is the matter handled? Who is the attacker? Also, is the celestial dragon her saint okay? As soon as the call was connected, the Warring States Fleet Admiral, who was far away in Marine Land, couldn't wait to ask. Chapter 5 Bounty of 980 million belly. Mr. Sengoku, when I arrived, the attacker had already run away. There were all unconscious people on the warship, who were stunned by Conqueror's haki. It turns out to be an attacker with Conqueror's haki. It's really scary. After a moment of silence, the phone rang again with the voice of Sengoku Fleet Admiral, Pora Salino. Where is the Dragon Man her saint? Is he okay? This time it was Kizaru's turn to be silent. Sengoku Fleet Admiral on the other end of the phone suddenly felt his heart sinking when he heard that Kizaru had become silent, and he had a very bad thought: could something have happened to Hell's Saint? Kizaru on the other side of the phone did not remain silent for too long. He spoke again after a second. Mr. Sengoku, the celestial dragon named Hell's Saint is dead. His death was terrible. The 2 CP0s responsible for protecting the celestial dragons were seriously injured and fell into a coma and fell into the sea. The animal devil fruit users were seriously injured and fell into a coma. The current enemies are really scary. Later, Kizaru also reported the attacker's situation one by one. Although Kizaru loves fishing, he is still very reliable when dealing with things. He reported to Warring States everything he knew about Lin Fan's situation from the marine soldiers who woke up. Of course, Lin Fan did not forget that Tianjin was kidnapped. The call ended, the phone was hung up, Kizaru put away the phone bug, and then the figure turned into a ray of light and disappeared. It's time to have afternoon tea. The killing of the Tianlong people was none of his business. What he was responsible for was catching the attackers. Now the attacker is running. Oh, that'll be fine. Keep fishing when you have to, and keep on doing what you have to do. Marine Headquarters, Marine Vendor, Fleet Admiral Office. Warring States punched the table directly, and he was in a very bad mood. The Tianlong people died, the attackers escaped without being caught, and the gold in the sky was gone. Damn it, Wilk Lin Fan, you really will find something for me to do. Just take the heavenly gold. Why do you want to kill the Tianlong people? Damn thing. The celestial dragon was killed, and as Marine Fleet Admiral, he had to take care of it. Warring States also reviewed what he heard. First of all, 3 years ago, the village where Lin Fan was born was massacred by pirates, and all his relatives died. Lin Fan was not in the village at that time, and then Lin Fan chose to join Marine for revenge. 3 years have passed like this, and Lin Fan still has not succeeded in taking revenge. There was a devil fruit among the heavenly gold escorted this time, and Lin Fan knew about it from some unknown source. What do devil fruits represent? Power. And if Lin Fan wants to take revenge, what he lacks is strength. Therefore, Lin Fan made a decision. You have to get this devil fruit in the gold in the sky, so that you can have the strength to take revenge. Then he took action. Then, he successfully obtained the devil fruit, and gained the ability of the devil fruit. But because he was too tight, he accidentally made a big noise. Then it was noticed by CP0. CP0 possesses the domineering spirit of seeing and hearing, so it is not surprising to find Lin Fan. After obtaining the devil fruit, Lin Fan's strength greatly increased. As a result, 2 CP0s were seriously injured. As for the death of the celestial dragon, it must have been the celestial dragon named Hell's Saint who had a head cramp and ran to the front to watch the show, and was accidentally killed by Lin Fan. Most Tianlong people have the habit of joining in the fun and standing at the front. During the fight with CP0, Lin Fan awakened Conqueror's Haki, thus stunning everyone else on the warship. Then Lin Fan ran away. I don't know what kind of devil fruit the devil fruit was. I just said I saw something black rising into the sky and then disappeared. Damn you kid, you just robbed the heavenly gold. Why do you want to kill the Tianlong people? A hole. Bang. Senguo was so angry that he slammed the table again. It was such a coincidence that there shouldn't have been any celestial dragons on the ship. Originally, the draconian Her Saint did not deserve to die. Originally, Lin Fan would quietly leave the warship to take revenge after getting the devil fruit. But the fact is that it was such a FG coincidence that the Tianlong people's ship broke down, and the warship happened to be collecting the gold from the sky, and then the Tianlong people changed their usual attitude and were willing to board the warship. Boom 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 boom. Just then, the phone on the table rang. Looking at the phone bug, Senguo answered the call with a not very good expression. The person who made the call was one of the 5 elders currently in Pangu City, the supreme palace of Mary Joa. As soon as the call was connected, the voice of one of the 5 elders rang from the phone bug. Sengoku, is the matter settled? Is that boy Hell's okay? After a moment of silence, Warring States finally responded, I sent Pora Salino over immediately after receiving the notice. When Polo Salino arrived at his destination, the attacker had already run away without a trace. Tianlongren Her's Saint was killed, 2 CP0s were seriously injured and fell into the sea, and all the soldiers on the ship were stunned by Conqueror's Haki. What? That boy Hells was killed. Damn it, someone in this world dares to kill a Draco. Damn it. Bang. Warring States Fleet Admiral clearly heard the sound of things falling to the ground from the other side of the phone. He could completely imagine the current mood of the 5 elders in Marie Joya. At the end of the matter, the 5 elders ordered the Warring States Fleet Admiral to send people to patrol the East Daxia Sea. Once Lin Fan was discovered, he would immediately kill him. At the same time, a wanted notice for Lin Fan was printed, with a reward of 980 million belly. After the 5 elders hung up the phone, they immediately contacted the king of the underground world, Big News Mogos, and then threatened the other party not to expose the robbery of Tianjin. After some back and forth, big news mogos agreed. The robbery of Tianjin would not be reported, but the killing of Tianlong would definitely be reported around the world. The matter of Tianjin being robbed is too special, and the 5 elders will definitely not allow it to be exposed. Subsequently, the 5 elders ordered that the people who silenced the 3 warships, including the 2 seriously injured CP0s, were also silenced. After the arrangements were made, the 5 elders issued an order again, sending a total of 5 CP0 groups in groups of 2 to the East Daxia Sea to search for traces of Lin Fan. Once Lin Fan's traces were found, they immediately informed via phone bug that Marine Headquarters generals would be sent forward to solve. Lin Fan, the guy who dared to kill the celestial dragons, must be dealt with within a short period of time to let the entire world know that world government has zero tolerance. The East Daxia Sea is the weakest sea area, and the pirates there are very weak. The world government has not built an organization in the East Daxia Sea. Even the Marine Headquarters only sends some people to garrison some large islands. In short, there is basically no news about the East Daxia Sea, world government, and Marine Headquarters. Chapter 6 Nami the Thief Cat. On the other side, Lin Fan had arrived at the nearest land. This is a small town with a fairly dense population. The first thing Lin Fan did was change his clothes. It is worth mentioning that Lin Fan used the Devil Fruit Awakening card to use Superman's telekinesis power. If Lin Fan wanted to, he could take this small piece of continent directly into the sky and take it away. The power of the telekinesis devil fruit is similar to that of the Piao Piao fruit, but it is more powerful. Telekinesis can forcibly control the body of the weak. This technique is similar to Doflamingo's use of silk thread to forcibly control others, but Lin Fan only needs a thought to do it. After changing his clothes, Lin Fan left Bailey behind and walked around on the street. Residents walking on the street are in a hurry. It can be seen that the expressions on these people's faces are full of sadness. This is true for everyone. After walking around, Lin Fan didn't see a single smile. Lin Fan also frowned slightly. Is this the current situation of ordinary people in the One Piece world? As he walked, Lin Fan unknowingly came to the door of a bar. Standing outside, you can clearly hear the yelling coming from inside. Lin Fan was about to enter, but the door opened from the inside first. Lin Fan recognized the person who came out at a glance. It was Nami, the thief cat. Nami was in disguise at the moment, wearing a small Karami outfit and a headscarf on her head. Nami didn't notice Lin Fan's presence at all. She was staring at the bar and walking towards the door. Obviously, Nami got into the bar and got the location of the warehouse from a guy, and he must have gotten the key. Nami, the thief cat, was born in the kingdom of Wakot. The war made her an orphan, and she was later brought back to Kokosia village by her adoptive mother Belmir. Later, the dragon pirates enslaved Kokosia village and made an agreement with Nami to buy back the village for 100 million. Nami therefore went crazy and stole things everywhere, just to collect 100 million belly. But every time when the collection is almost done, the marine scum Colonel Mouse, who is in cahoots with the evil dragon, will confiscate Bailey and have to start over. It can be said that he was a very miserable person in the early stage. Looking back, Nami ran away. The result was that he bumped into Lin Fan, who was immediately shocked and fell to the ground. Stolen wallets fell off one after another, including the keys to the ship's warehouse that belonged to this group of drinking pirates. A golden key is very conspicuous. Even the camouflage scarf on Nami's head fell to the ground, and her orange hair completely appeared. Nami didn't even care about the pain in her butt and the problem of her turban falling off, but subconsciously turned her head to look inside the tavern. Then he looked at the pirates who were drinking in the tavern. The scene was very quiet for a moment, and the scene seemed to be frozen. Nami's forehead instantly broke out in cold sweat, and her back was also slightly wet. To suffer. This was the only thought in her mind at the moment. Nami just wants to cry now, and at the same time, she hates the guy blocking the road. If it weren't for the guy blocking her way, she would have slipped out of the tavern and been on her way to the pirate ship warehouse. Thinking of this, Nami turned her head and glared at Lin Fan with anger. From this look, Nami naturally saw Lin Fan's appearance. So handsome. Nami is 18 years old this year. After all, she is a girl who has just grown up. A girl will get pregnant. The setting of this book, regardless of age and figure, the setting of Nami-chan in this book is that she has long hair and an E-cup. Ba ba ba. Nami, it's already this time, why are you so crazy? As expected of Nami, Nami quickly broke away from Lin Fan's beauty, and then, quickly picked up the wallet and keys on the ground. The whole process took less than a second, and her hands the speed is ridiculously fast, as if it has been activated. Nami ran away immediately after picking up the things. She was confident that she could escape the capture of the pirates in the tavern. This is the confidence she gained from being a cat thief for so many years. She doesn't want the headscarf anymore, she can just buy another one or wear one. As for Lin Fan, who was blocking the road, Nami did not let go. When passing by Lin Fan, she reached out and touched Lin Fan. The result was that it was all empty. Lin Fan and Bailey's gold were all placed in the system space. It would be weird if Nami had touched them. Poor guy. Nami didn't find Lin Fan's wallet, so she couldn't help but label Lin Fan as a poor man in her heart. Just as Nami ran out of the tavern door, one of the pirates in the tavern shouted, "Captain, that key just now looks like the golden key to the warehouse on our ship." "Captain, I know that woman, she is the thief cat Nami." "Yes, I know her too, she is Nami the thief cat." The reputation of the thief cat is still very loud in the East Daxia Sea. There is no way, Nami is really too crazy. She has stolen too many things from pirates and was put on a bounty of 10 million belly. Nami was completely immune to the foul language spoken in the tavern. She had heard so many of them over the years. At the same time, I felt happy that she had run out. It's like a fish in the ocean. It's impossible for those pirate scum to catch her thief cat Nami. What Nami didn't notice was that she was actually running in place. Lin Fan activated his thought, and his telekinesis ability was directly applied to Nami. As one of the beauties in the world of One Piece, she naturally has to be included in her ER ship. "Thief cat, don't run away, don't get caught by Lao Zi. If caught, Lao Zi will train you to be an RBQ, and after you've had enough fun, he'll take your head and get a reward of 10 million belly. Come on, brothers, catch the thief cat. You can wait for the boss to finish playing and come up second. Come on." All the pirates in the tavern stood up from their seats with their weapons in hand and chased Nami while shouting obscene words. As soon as Lin Fan thought, Nami immediately entered the tavern from outside the tavern, and she still kept running. As soon as Nami saw Lin Fan in front of her, she was immediately stunned, but she still didn't stop running. I have to say that Nami kept this habit really well. At this time, Nami finally found himself running in place. Nami suddenly felt scared. Is it haunted? Before Nami could get too scared, Lin Fan showed a handsome smile and said, "Nami, the thief cat, you hit me and ran away without apologizing. It's really rude. Also, there is a bounty of 10 million Baileys on your head. If you run away, won't I lose 10 million? As soon as Lin Fan said these words, Nami also stopped running, with a look of fear and despair on her face. Tears also flowed from her eyes, and she fell to the ground with empty eyes. Lin Fan's handsome face, in Nami's eyes at this moment, was like a devil. Chapter 7 Nami is worthy of being Nami. It's over, I can't escape this time. Nami naturally knew that the pirates had offered a bounty of 10 million berries on her. She was originally very proud of this, because she thought no one could catch her. But now, she's been caught. Nami also knew that Lin Fan was a devil fruit user, and the reason why she was running in the same place and not running far was because she was affected by his ability. Regarding the devil fruit user, Nami had only heard one thing, that they were very powerful. After seeing Nami's expression, Lin Fan felt a little embarrassed, as if he had gone too far with the joke. Nami-chan was actually scared and cried. "Ha ha ha, you little thief Nami, where are you going? Here you go." Although he saw Nami run out of the tavern and then saw Nami inexplicably return to the tavern, the pirate captain who had drunk too much and had a bounty of 12 million did not think much about it. He just wanted to catch Nami. He will steal the cat, and then ravage it and treat it as a thief. When he has had enough fun, he will take it to the person who offered the reward and exchange it for a reward of 10 million Baileys. Seeing that the unknown pirate captain, who was 2.8 meters tall, was about to grab the neck of Nami-chan, who was sitting on the ground with empty eyes, Lin Fan refused to stand it. "Damn it, Nami-chan is the first queen Laozi has reserved, the first crew member, what are you trying to do with your hands, you ugly guy? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Laozi hasn't even started yet, you big fool actually want to get ahead." As Conqueror's domineering aura was released, all the pirates in the tavern, including the unknown captain, widened their eyes and fell to the ground and died. The Conqueror's power has been upgraded to a higher level, and it is enough to shock and kill some weak rookies. In addition, the upgraded level of observation haki assisted in accurately locking onto the target, thus preventing no innocent person from dying. The pub owner and his employees standing behind the bar were trembling with fear. They were really scared. It was already scary to entertain a group of pirates, and now there's another person who looks very powerful. Who knows if he will be killed suddenly? After dealing with the small fish, Lin Fan looked at Nami again. Where are the people? How could Nami, such a big person, disappear? Subconsciously, Lin Fan used his observation haki and immediately locked onto Nami's position. Well, just slipped out of the pub. So, Nami-chan was acting just now. How naughty! Woman, you have caught my attention even more. Now that he possesses absolute strength and has a system to rely on, Lin Fan is more relaxed than ever before. Even when facing Marine General, Lin Fan did not panic. The mythical beast Immortal Phoenix is not just a boast. Also, the telekinetic devil fruit is not just for show. Even if we can't beat him, Laozi will run to the sky or dive into the sea, who can do anything. If you don't agree, you can also fly one and try it or go into the sea to chase it. There is also the shockwave devil fruit, which, combined with the armed color domineering, can cause damage to your internal organs even without Ryu Sakura. Without rushing to find Nami, Lin Fan found a seat and sat down, then asked the boss to serve some special dishes and beer. Although he has an infinite food maker, it is better not to reveal the secrets of space easily. Soon, the dishes came up and the beer was not left behind. Lin Fan started eating right away, then drank beer in big gulps. The taste is okay. The reason why he could eat and drink so confidently was naturally because he used his observation haki to monitor the entire process to ensure that the food was not poisoned. When traveling in the world, it is better to be cautious. Although it seems difficult to get poisoned with my current physique, this habit is a good habit. Nami on the other side ran wildly after running out of the tavern. When he found that he was not blocked by the devil fruit's ability, a smile finally appeared on his beautiful face. After a while, he turned into an alley and disappeared. Nami is rushing to the coast. She wants to quickly get the treasure from the pirate's warehouse and run away. Beyond the coast, her boat was hidden nearby. It was very easy for Nami to sneak onto the pirate ship, use her beauty to attack two pirates who were looking at the warehouse door, then use the key to open the warehouse, and move away the half box of gold and half box of Bailey. This half box of gold is worth about 5 million Belly. Afterwards, Nami rowed a boat and returned to Kakozia village with Bailey carrying the stolen gold. She has long been familiar with these sea routes. Without a pointer, she can also identify the direction by other means. So, why Nami is a natural navigator? This is not the talent. Rowing the boat beautifully, Nami couldn't help but think of Lin Fan again. Although he looks handsome, his words are so cold. Hey, luckily I can run fast. You still want to trade me for 10 million Baileys? That's a beautiful idea for you. Nami stopped rowing, and the boat automatically moved along with the wind and waves. I saw Nami starting to count the Baileys that had been stolen in recent times. Nami usually only steals from pirates, nobles, and some rich people. She has no interest in common people. It's not that Nami has principles or anything, it's just pirates and nobles, the rich are rich, and the common people are dying of poverty, with no money or money at all. She was too lazy to take action. Looking at the 10,000 yuan bills, Nami's eyes immediately became the symbol of money. 10,000 Baileys, 20,000 Baileys, a total of 3,635,401 Baileys. Bailey is divided into denominations of 10,000, 5,000, 1,000, 500, 100, 50, 10, 5, and 1. The first three are banknotes, and the following are coins. With more than 3,635,400 Bailey plus some gold worth almost 5 million Bailey, I can save about 80 million Bailey. If I successfully steal the pirates' money 2 or 3 times, I will be able to save 100 million Bailey, and I can buy back Kokosia village from that BD, the evil dragon. Thinking of this, Nami also smiled with great joy. Nami is also caught up in her own fantasy. In the fantasy, Nami walked up to the evil dragon with 100 million Bailey on her back, and then bought Kokosia village back from him. The villagers of Kokosia village no longer need to submit protection fees to the evil dragon, and the lives of every household begin to improve. Don't think that Nami's harvest can be hundreds of millions of Bailey at a time, but it is not easy to succeed every time. Once, it took Nami nearly 2 months to get 10 million Bailey. And that time, Nami was very close to death. At that time, a bullet hit the wall, only 3 centimeters away from Nami's head. If Nami is less lucky, she will receive a box lunch. Chapter 8 Interlude. On the sea, Nami rowed the boat towards the village of Kokosia. Everything was just as she thought. With the wind in her favor, she could take a break from paddling without affecting her speed. Just when Nami thought there would be no accidents, an accident occurred. In front of her, Nami spotted a pirate ship heading in her direction through the telescope. And looking at the flag of the pirate ship, Nami felt inexplicably familiar. Then, Nami remembered. This is the Red Scorpion pirates. She once stole their treasure. That was the closest she had ever been to death. Nami panicked and her face immediately turned very ugly. I turned quickly and paddled as hard as I could, my heart beating fast and I was extremely nervous and scared. Nami couldn't imagine what would happen if she fell into the hands of the Red Scorpion pirates. I immediately started to imagine in my mind that she would be regarded as a RBQ. As soon as Nami thought of this, she shuddered. Previously, she had used her beauty to steal the treasure of the Red Scorpion pirates, and she knew clearly what kind of people the pirates of the Red Scorpion pirates were. Especially the pirate captain nicknamed Red Scorpion, who is simply *X Hungry Ghost. When Nami discovered the Red Scorpion pirates, the lookout on the pirate ship also spotted Nami through a telescope at the first moment. When he saw the orange-haired Nami on the boat, he immediately shouted excitedly to the Red Scorpion captain, whose bounty was 9.55 million Baileys, "Captain Red Scorpion, we found a ship ahead of us. The little boat is Nami the thief cat, and she is alone. She also discovered us and is paddling desperately to escape." When he spoke the latter part, the lookout's tone was full of mockery. How can rowing with oars be better than their automation? The Red Scorpion, who was sitting on the deck chair drinking wine and eating meat, stood up excitedly when he heard the lookout's words. To make sure he heard it correctly, the Red Scorpion shouted at the gate of opening, "What? Say it again. Who did you find?" "Nami the thief cat." The lookout also shouted loudly again. "Captain, we actually encountered the thieving cat Nami. We can't let her go." As he spoke, the pirate thought of Nami's pretty face and great figure. He couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of lust. "Captain!" Red Scorpion drew his saber and shouted out an order. "Pass my order, advance at full speed, target the thief Nami. Catch this BCH alive for Laozi, I will make her suffer a fate worse than death. Go, catch the thieving cat Nami." "Captain, you are wise. Catch the thieving cat Nami." The other pirates on the Red Scorpion pirates were also very excited and waved their weapons. On the other side, Nami, who was rowing quickly, could hear the noise coming from the pirate ship from a long distance away, and she became even more nervous and scared. Nami also made a decision. At the last moment, she could only give up the treasure and jump into the sea to escape. Then just leave it to fate. Although she can swim, this is the sea, the endless sea. Besides, there are dangers in the sea. Who knows if a monster will suddenly appear? The Sea of One Piece is home to all kinds of strange creatures, the most powerful of which is naturally the giant Poseidon. "Nami, come on, you can't fall. You haven't bought back Kokozia village from the evil dragon, you can't die. Belmir, please protect me with your spirit in heaven." Nami hopes that something unexpected happens to the Red Scorpion pirates, such as the ship capsizing. But the reality was different from what Nami had hoped. The Red Scorpion pirates' ship had no accident at all and was approaching quickly. "Damn it, if I had known I would be so unlucky, I should have brought some explosives with me." I don't know how many meters in the sky, Lin Fan was sitting on the air, holding a glass in his hand. The glass was filled with juice bought from the food maker. He was drinking it leisurely, and then watched Nami rowing a boat. With the second-level domineering power of seeing and hearing, locking Nami is easy. The telekinesis devil fruit ability immediately flew up, and soon he was directly above Nami. "Oh, Nami-chan, what will you do without me? So, just be my queen, or crew member." Lin Fan muttered, and then Conqueror's Haki was activated, instantly killing all the pirates on the pirate ship. This was not over yet. The power of telekinesis directly acted on the pirate ship, causing it to turn 180 degrees and then sink into the sea. Lin Fan's operation didn't even take a second. Nami, who was rowing like crazy, once again turned around to see the Red Scorpion pirate's boat approaching her at that distance. As a result, when I saw it, the rowing movements of my hands stopped. "Where is the boat? What about such a big ship?" Nami was dumbfounded, her mouth opened wide, and her eyes were full of confusion. After more than 10 seconds, Nami moved again. She shook her head, stretched out her hand to rub her eyes, and then looked at the sea again. "Well, it's still empty. There's nothing on the sea, just endless sea water." "Wrong, an illusion?" Nami began to suspect that he was too tired and was hallucinating. After all, who would believe that a ship disappeared without a trace? Nami rubbed his temples with both hands and muttered, "Ah, I've been so tired recently that I'm even hallucinating. It seems that after returning, I will have to rest for a few days before going to sea again." Having said that, Nami still felt strange in her heart. It's as if it's not an illusion, the ship of the Red Scorpion pirates is real. That incomparably real sound, but now there is nothing on the sea. Nami suppressed the strange feeling in her heart, didn't think any more, took out the pointer, readjusted the direction, and continued rowing. In the sky, Lin Fan, who possesses the second-level hegemony of seeing and hearing, clearly heard Nami talking to himself, and just smiled at it. Nami sailed along the sea breeze again, and Lin Fan followed in the sky, enjoying the wind. Lin Fan is very satisfied with his current situation. When in his previous life could he be so free to blow the wind and drink juice? After delivering a batch of food, I was so tired that when I returned to the rental house, I lay down and just wanted to sleep. In order to live in a big city. Is that called life? That's called living. P.S. The new year is coming soon. I hope this book will be a big hit and help me earn some money to eat. I will not be banned again. If I am banned from writing novels next year, I will not work in the factory. At the same time, I wish my fans and book friends good health, family fun, and a lot of money in the new year. Of course, if you make money, it would be best if you can give some gifts. Chapter 9 Deeds Exposed. Half an hour later, a newsbird appeared and accurately dropped a reward notice on Nami's boat. The newspaper is not given. The reward is free, but the newspaper costs 100 Baileys. As for Lin Fan, he gave newsbird 100 Baileys and got the newspaper and the reward order. Lin Fan first picked up the reward order and looked at it. The first thing that came to mind was naturally his photo of Lin Fan. Yeah, I can take the photo. In the photo, Lin Fan has an expressionless face and domineering eyes. It's time to use Conqueror's haki. I have to say that the guy who took the photo was really good at taking photos and finding opportunities. Then there's the name, God Eater, Wilk Lin Fan. Reward amount, 980 million Baileys. No matter life or death. Lin Fan put the reward order into the system space as a souvenir. Then I read the newspaper. The content of the newspaper was naturally about Wilk Lin Fan's murder of the Draconian Hell Saint. But there was no mention in the newspapers about the theft of heavenly gold. Lin Fan also smiled and didn't care about this. He suppressed the news that heavenly gold was robbed. In fact, he had expected it. The only people who can make the underground king Big News Morgan's compromise are the 5 elders who are at the top of the world. The reason why the 5 elders suppressed the news of the theft of heavenly gold is also very simple, that is, to prevent it from getting out of the way. There are too many crazy people in this world. Once they start, it will be like opening Pandora's box. On the other side, Nami, who was tired from rowing, just lay down and closed his eyes to rest for a few seconds when his head was covered. Nami reached out and took it, and when she looked at it, even on the back of her hand, she immediately knew it was a new reward order. Nami sat up again, then turned over the reward notice and read it. At this sight, Nami's eyes almost popped out. Isn't the person on the reward order the handsome guy she bumped into in the pub? Wilk Lin Fan. Reward amount, 980 million Baileys. Nami pointed at the bounty amount with his fingers and counted, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million. 980 million Baileys. After counting the bounty amount, Nami was immediately stunned. Unconsciously swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Nami felt a burst of joy in her heart. She actually deceived a big pirate with a bounty of nearly 1 billion, and then ran away from him. Nami suddenly felt that she was so powerful and started to feel a little dizzy. At the same time, Lin Fan's reward order also spread around the world, including urgently printed newspapers. Onigashima, the residence of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. At this moment, Kaido was drinking wine and thinking about going to Marine's headquarters, Marine Land, to chat with old friends tomorrow. Jin, the leader of the 3 disasters, walked into the mansion from outside, holding a newspaper and a reward order in his hand. Boss Kaido, something big happened on the sea. Yin walked up to Kaido, and as he spoke, he handed Kaido the newspaper and the reward order in his hand. Kaido also reached out and took it, laughed and said indifferently, "Ha ha ha, Yin, you are making too much fuss. What big thing can happen in this sea? It can't be that someone killed the celestial dragon, right?" Then, Kaido squinted his eyes slightly and read the newspaper as if he was drunk. As a result, Kaido sobered up immediately after seeing this. Damn it, the celestial dragons were slaughtered. The last time the Tianlong people were slaughtered was the Valley of Gods incident decades ago. At that time, he was just a trainee pirate. Although he participated in the Battle of the Valley of Gods, he did not do much. Moby DK. Ahahaha, the kid these days is really bold. An old and strong man with needles inserted into his body and infused with nutritional solution couldn't help laughing when he saw the newspaper saying that Lin Fan had conspired with the celestial dragons and defeated 2 CP0s. The old man has a very eye-catching white beard. He is none other than the white-bearded Edward Newgate, one of the New World 4 emperors, who is known as the strongest man in the world. "Dad, is something good happened? Why are you so happy?" Next to the pineapple head, Marco, the captain of the first team and known as the Phoenix, couldn't help but ask when he saw his father Whitebeard smiling so happily. It's nothing, I just saw an interesting kid." With that said, Whitebeard also handed the newspaper to Marco. Shanks on the Red 4th, Big Mom from all over the world, and a lot of people from various towns in various countries also saw the contents of the newspaper. Everyone reacts differently. In the palace of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, which is called the Daughter's Kingdom in the Windless Zone, the Empress Boya Hancock, who was sitting on the throne, couldn't come back to her senses after reading the contents of the newspaper for a long time. How dare someone in this world dare to kill a celestial dragon? Empress Boya Hancock naturally didn't know about the Valley of the Gods incident decades ago, which had long been blocked by the world government. Empress Boya Hancock has a childhood shadow that cannot be erased. She was once a slave of the Draco. Until this moment, there was still a hoof print of the 9 heavenly soaring dragon on the skin of the Empress back. This mark will bring a lifetime of shame to Empress Boya Hancock. Even though Empress Boya Hancock is now a superior Shishibukai with legal rights to plunder, she still cannot take revenge. Originally, Empress Boya Hancock had accepted her fate, feeling that no one in this world would dare to kill the celestial dragons. However, after reading the contents of the newspaper, Empress Boya Hancock immediately had a strong feeling for Lin Fan. Sense of curiosity. Then, Hancock saw the reward notice and Lin Fan. All of a sudden, she fell. Lin Fan was already handsome, but in the eyes of Empress Boya Hancock, there were countless more layers of filters. Empress Boya Hancock immediately decided that she would go to sea to find Lin Fan and the man who dared to kill the celestial dragons. Garp, who was on vacation in the East Daxia Sea, also received a call from warring states, asking him to be ready for support at any time. In response, Garp took the opportunity to extort 100 packs of senbei from Sengoku. But the warring states period was heartbroken to death. Marine Headquarters General Akainu Sakaski, who claims to have the most lethal lava fruit ability, also recommended himself to the warring states period to go to the East Daxia Sea to find Lin Fan, and was approved. But Lin Fan had no idea about all this and the target he was looking for. He was still following Nami leisurely in the sky. Chapter 10 Appearance. The entire East Daxia Sea became lively, and the Marine branch stationed there also received orders from the headquarters and sent out warships one by one to patrol the area. Among them are Colonel Mouse, who cooperates with the evil dragon for a win-win situation, and Colonel Monka, the legendary Axe King who beheaded Garp. Smoker, a Logia devil fruit user nicknamed Smoker, also went out to patrol the sea with his assistant Dashki. In short, there are many marine warships patrolling the East Daxia Sea for a while. Nami-chan, who escaped the Red Scorpion pirates, was very unlucky and unexpectedly met an old acquaintance, Colonel Mouse. Nami found the familiar numbered marine warship through the telescope, and her fists were clenched tightly, and veins popped out. Naturally, Nami remembered the boat number of Colonel Mouse, the BD who had repeatedly gone to her house to rob her of money on the charge of illegally obtaining large amounts of money. When she came back to her senses, Nami's expression became even more ugly. On her current boat, there are almost more than 8 million belly. Naturally, Nami was not willing to have the money confiscated by Colonel Mouse, but she had no choice. It can only be thrown into the sea, and no one can get it. Nami didn't think Colonel Mouse would do anything to her. On the other side of the warship, Colonel Mouse also learned from his subordinates that he had encountered the thief cat Nami. Then he immediately thought that the thief cat Nami must have stolen property on board, and immediately ordered to move forward at full speed, targeting the thief cat Nami. Just as Nami thought, Colonel Mouse had no intention of doing anything to Nami and had no intention of catching her. Over the years, Colonel Mouse has made a lot of money, so he didn't bother to arrest Nami, the person who brought him here. Seeing the warship coming at a high speed, Nami bit her lips with an unwilling expression on her face. If only I could have strong power so I wouldn't be bullied. Nami also gave up the idea of throwing Gold and Bailey into the sea after weighing the pros and cons. The main reason is that Nami is afraid that her behavior will anger Colonel Mouse, although Colonel Mouse will not do anything to her. But what about the villagers of Kokozia village? If Colonel Mouse vents his anger on them, then she, Nami, will be the sinner. Tears of reluctance flowed from her eyes, and Nami clenched her fists tightly without letting go. Nami once again hated himself for not having strong power. If he had enough power, the dragon pirates could handle it, and so many innocent people would not have to die in the village. Later, Nami accepted her fate. So he began to comfort himself, it was just a loss of more than 8 million Baileys. It's okay, I'll go to sea another day, and I can easily get more money with my own abilities. The warship quickly stopped next to Nami's boat. Colonel Mouse stood on the boat and looked at Nami, and shouted with a smile, "What a coincidence, isn't this Nami, our famous thief cat in the East Daxia Sea?" Seeing the smile on Colonel Mouse's face, Nami clenched her fists tighter and gritted her teeth to suppress her anger. Seeing Nami's appearance, Colonel Mouse felt even happier, so he didn't care and continued to speak. "Okay Nami, the thief cat, don't act like I'm a bad guy. Hand over the things on the boat quickly. I think you're a poor person too, so I'll be merciful and let you go. I won't arrest you. Oh, I'm such a good person." In the end, Colonel Mouse shamelessly said that he was a good person. I don't know where he got his shame from. He was so damn shameless. The adjutant of Colonel Mouse standing next to him immediately flattered him and said, "Haha, Colonel Mouse, you are so humble. You are always a good person." The assistant officer also followed suit and said, Yes, Colonel Mouse, you are a good person to begin with, you are too humble." "Yes, Colonel Mouse, you are a good man. I have never met a good man like you in my life." Colonel Mouse is not a good guy, and the bird that follows him is certainly not a good guy either. Isn't this why every crazy person is fawning over Colonel Mouse? Lin Fan in the sky also saw that the time was ripe, and in a flash, a pirate appeared behind Nami. "Oh my god, it's a good thing I betrayed Marine. Otherwise, I would be too embarrassed to be a Marine like you scum." The sudden sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. Especially Nami, when she turned around and saw Lin Fan, her beautiful Kazlan eyes widened with a shocked expression on her face. It was him, the person he bumped into when he was about to leave the tavern not long ago. When did this person appear behind him? Also, how did it come about? Now this is on the sea. The moment Colonel Mouse saw Lin Fan, he immediately recognized him. Not long ago, he had just read the newspaper and the reward notice. Also, the reason why he went to sea was to meet the order issued by the headquarters to find the man in front of him. Naturally, Colonel Mouse would not do things sincerely, but would drive a warship around his branch. But, I happened to encounter it. Colonel Mouse's body began to shake uncontrollably, and his legs became uncontrollably weak and weak. He wanted to turn around and run, but his body was completely out of control. "It's Wilk Lin Fan, the murderer of the Celestial Dragons." One lieutenant junior grade recognized Lin Fan's identity and couldn't help shouting out with fear on his face. As soon as this voice appeared, everyone on the warship became uneasy. They had all seen Lin Fan's reward order, and the 980 million reward order blinded their eyes. In the East Daxia Sea, the bounty amount for the so-called big pirates does not exceed 50 million belly. Ah, it's Wilk Lin Fan, the great criminal with a bounty of 980 million, run. Ah, run quickly. There was chaos on the warship, and some people even prepared to go to the warehouse to get a rubber inflatable boat. Lin Fan had also read some One Piece comics and was deeply impressed by this mouse colonel. This girl is just a piece of garbage marine, doing things that are only for the common people. The most important thing is that this guy likes to catch Nami and pick her wool. The reason why Nami still hasn't saved 100 million after so many years is because this guy made a huge contribution. He went to Nami's house and took all the money away, euphemistically calling it confiscated. Noisy, give me some peace. Lin Fan directly activated Conqueror's Haki, and everyone on the warship was immediately hit in the next second. One by one, blood flowed from their orifices and their eyes widened. They died suddenly, and then fell to the ground one after another. There was no one alive on the entire warship. Lin Fan didn't feel any guilt at all for killing such a scumbag. Lin Fan also knew that none of Colonel Rat's subordinates were good things. Even if there was a really good Marine, he would have been squeezed out of Marine long ago. Chapter 11 forced Nami to be a maid. Withdrawing his gaze, Lin Fan looked at Nami. I found Nami looking at the warship in a daze, and suddenly I had an idea. The power of telekinesis was applied to Nami, and Nami was lifted into the air for a short distance, and then turned around. In this way, Lin Fan came face to face with Nami. Nami was 1.7 meters tall and Lin Fan was 2.1 meters tall. However, because Nami kept her head raised, her eyes were exactly aligned with Lin Fan's. Not to mention, she really deserves to be a heroine. She is really beautiful, without any trace of makeup, and her figure is also wrong. She actually understood DS well at such a young age. After carefully looking at Nami up and down, Lin Fan got back to the topic, sat down on the spot, and then said, "Okay, Thief Cat, those marine scum have been dealt with, it's your turn." As soon as Nami heard Lin Fan's words and thought of Lin Fan's reward of 980 million, her legs suddenly became weak and she immediately sat down. Nami forced a smile and said, "Handsome guy, we don't know each other, right? I accidentally bumped into you when I was long, and I apologize to you now." "Sorry." After saying that, Nami clasped her hands together and bowed to Lin Fan to apologize sincerely. Lin Fan immediately saw a flash of white snow and almost trembled. In the past, you could only see it on your mobile phone, but now you can actually see it up close, and it's really different. Wait, I'm off track. Lin Fan immediately looked away and continued the topic, "I'm not talking about this trivial matter. It's just a bump. I won't care about it. I'm not that stingy." Hearing this, Nami immediately rolled her eyes. "Aren't you stingy? You used your devil fruit powers to drag me back to the tavern." Although she was thinking this in her heart, Nami would definitely not say it out loud. She put on a pitiful expression, looked at Lin Fan and asked softly, "Handsome guy, why don't you just say it, little girl? I really can't remember anything." Lin Fan also directly pointed to the box containing gold and Bailey next to him and said, "You stole my money." As soon as he heard about money, Nami instantly forgot his fear and defended, "What did you say? This is not your money. I obviously stole it from the pirate ship at Crescent Town Pier." Lin Fan said calmly, "Originally, it was exactly as you said, but those pirates were killed by me, so the money on their ship was naturally my trophy, and then you took it. What do you think? Did you steal my money?" After hearing this, Nami opened her mouth to refute, but she didn't know how to refute. It was exactly as Lin Fan said. He killed the pirate, so the money on the pirate ship was naturally his spoils. Lin Fan also directly stated his ultimate goal, "Nami, I will give you two choices now. The first is to become my personal maid, responsible for washing, cooking, and warming my bed. Second, become my bed warming maid, responsible for washing, cooking, and warming my bed. Okay, let's choose. Aren't these two choices the same? What's the difference?" "Hello!" Nami shouted angrily, reappearing the classic expression in the anime. "So what? I saved you twice. You shouldn't think that the pirate group that appeared was an illusion, right? They were dealt with by me, just like Marine this time." As he spoke, Lin Fan stretched out his hand and gestured towards the warship. The warship rotated 180 degrees just like the Red Scorpion pirates' ship before, and then sank to the bottom of the sea together with the corpses on board. Lin Fan is the only person who can use abilities in the sea. Nami watched the whole process, and was shocked again and couldn't close her mouth. "Now, immediately fulfill your duties as a maid, come and press my shoulders." After speaking, Lin Fan rose up, then automatically turned around, facing away from Nami. Lin Fan was not worried at all about being attacked by Nami. After all, his physique was no joke. Nami at this moment is just an ordinary girl. After Nami heard Lin Fan's words, she turned to look at Lin Fan's back, gritting her teeth. Then his eyes caught a glimpse of the oars, and he immediately came up with the idea of sneaking up on Lin Fan and giving him a blow on the head. With this thought, Nami thought of Lin Fan's reward of up to 980 million. Just give up and commit suicide. The evil dragon was so powerful with a bounty of 20 million Baileys. How powerful would Lin Fan be, with a bounty of 980 million? Then Nami thought of Lin Fan's words again and saved herself twice. A strange feeling arose in my heart. Nami's life has not been easy over the years. Thinking of this, Nami suddenly had an idea, that is, to ask Lin Fan for help and ask him to kill the dragon pirates and save Kokosia village. So, Nami immediately stepped forward and pinched Lin Fan's shoulders obediently. "Is this strong enough?" Nami asked very gently. "A little harder." Listening to Nami's voice that was obviously not right, although Lin Fan felt a little weird, he didn't think much about it. Anyway, the sound was pretty nice, so he deserved it. "Well, okay." Nami responded, then increased his strength. Lin Fan also closed his eyes and enjoyed it. A comfortable batch. Lin Fan also felt a little emotional. In his previous life, it would have been very difficult for a beauty of Nami's level to touch his shoulders. I can't find it at all. Nami is so beautiful without makeup." Squeezing and squeezing, Nami tried to speak. "Handsome guy, you. Little maid, call me master." Nami was speechless, but thinking of asking the other party, Nami exhaled and continued to speak. "Master, can you do me a favor, your little maid?" After Nami said these words, her whole face turned red. Too shy. Nami never thought that one day she would say these words and have such an attitude. Lin Fan suddenly yawned, and then said, "I'm sleepy. Let's take a nap first. You can talk about it when you wake up." In fact, he probably knew what Nami was going to say. During this time, Nami has not yet met the protagonist Luffy and the others, and is still stealing money from pirates in the East Daxia Sea. This means that the dragon pirates still occupy Kokosia village. I believe what Nami is going to say is this. Then, Lin Fan naturally rested his head on Nami's long white legs, closed his eyes and started to sleep. At the same time, the power of thought acted on the boat, and the boat immediately rose into the sky. This sudden lift into the air startled Nami, but she soon returned to normal. Lin Fan said that he would talk about things after waking up. Although Nami was a little disappointed, she soon returned to normal. At least he didn't refuse. As for Lin Fan sleeping on her lap, Nami didn't care. Looking at Lin Fan's handsome face, Nami's face turned redder and redder. She even thought about the name of her and Lin Fan's baby. Chapter 12: A Sumptuous Gift Package. Lin Fan closed his eyes and did not go to sleep immediately. Instead, he opened the gift package given by the system just now. Here's the thing, when Lin Fan gave Nami two choices, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Host completes the achievement of bullying men and dominating women, and will be rewarded with a gift package. At that time, Lin Fan immediately prepared to sue the system for defamation. But I have to say that the gift package is very fragrant. Ding! Host opens the gift package and gets 1 Logia Cloud Fruit, 1 Marine 6 Style Perfect Mastery card, 5 Color Awareness Cookies, in the shape of a heart, 1 Healing Pill, and 1 Storm Charge Battleship. Logia Union Fruit. After eating it, you will initially master the fruit's abilities and can develop your own moves. Perfect Mastery of the 6 Marine Styles card. After use, you will perfectly master the 6 Marine Styles: Shaving, Arashi Kick, Moonwalk, Iron Block, Finger Gun, Paper Painting. Knowing Color Awakening Cookies, Heart Shape. After eating these heart-shaped biscuits, there will be a 50% chance of successfully awakening the knowledge color Haki. Failure to awaken will increase the brain's reaction speed, can be used multiple times. Healing Pills. After taking them, you will immediately recover from injuries, including any physical illness. Note: domination cannot be restored. Storm Charge Battleship. A battleship made of alloy from another world, with unparalleled defense, an intelligent system, and support for light energy charging. After looking at all the items in the gift package, Lin Fan yawned again and again, feeling unbearably sleepy, and immediately fell asleep peacefully. At this moment, the boat has risen to an altitude of 8,000 meters, and is protected by a telekinetic barrier. The reason why Lin Fan suddenly felt sleepy was entirely because his body was caused by too much force in a short period of time. Once you wake up, you'll be fine. Unknowingly, Nami also fell asleep leaning on the boat with her hands on her pillow, and then she dreamed. In the dream, Lin Fan agreed to her request, destroyed the dragon pirates, and restored freedom to Kakosia village. Then she was with Lin Fan. Soon after, she became pregnant and gave birth to a child with Lin Fan. And then live happily together for a lifetime. Nami, who was asleep, also showed a sincere smile, and the beauty of the beauty was immediately revealed, but it was a pity that no one appreciated it. Not long after Lin Fan eliminated Colonel Rat, the matter came to light. The Marine headquarters discovered that the warship of the 16th branch had lost contact. Originally, each warship had to report to the headquarters at regular intervals. But when the time came, only the warship of the 16th East Daxia Sea branch did not report to the headquarters. Donghai, near Windmill Village. A warship with a dog's head biting a bone on its bow was traveling at a very slow speed on the sea. Its number was HQ-3. This warship is the exclusive vehicle of the marine hero nicknamed Iron Fist Monkey D. Garp. Boom 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 boom. Garp was sitting on the deck eating donuts and senbei while basking in the sun, with his adjutant Bogart standing straight behind him. Garp did not devote himself to searching for Lin Fan, but was lazy, and the warship only wandered around the Windmill Village. Regarding Lin Fan's killing of the celestial dragon, Garp immediately applauded him on the spot. Garp completely looked down upon the superior good-for-nothing Dracos. In addition, Lin Fan didn't kill Marine on the ship, he just used Conqueror's Haki to stun everyone. Therefore, Garp had no hostility towards Lin Fan at all, and had no intention of looking for him. A soldier died, but Garp believes that there must be a reason for Lin Fan to kill him. Otherwise, if there were so many people on the warship, why would you be the only one to die? The phone on the table rang. Garp answered it impatiently, then picked his nose and said, "Warring States, I didn't find any news about Lin Fan here. Do you have any news about that brat?" Garp, the warship of the 16th branch of the East Daxia Sea has lost contact. You are the closest. Now hurry over and see what is going on. The approximate location is... After hanging up the phone, Garp immediately sailed towards the approximate location. Garp is still very concerned about the loss of contact with the 16th branch. Of course, if Garp knew what Colonel Mouse had been doing over the years, he didn't know what would happen. There is a high probability that he will also set out to find it, and then send him on his way. Garp is quite reliable. Every time he returns to the East Daxia Sea, he will deal with the pirates he encounters along the way to ensure the safety of the towns and villages nearby. But the East Daxia Sea is too big, and Garp can only clean up the pirates on his itinerary. Therefore, the dragon pirates will still occupy Kokozia village and several nearby villages. Marine General Akainu is still on his way to the East Daxia Sea. All the pirates he encountered along the way were destroyed by him. The pirate ships were directly destroyed. The attack power of the Rockberries was very abnormal. In short, meeting Akainu's pirates was like a lifetime of bad luck. All died without a burial place. Akainu is a naked hawk. He doesn't bother to catch pirates, he only destroys them. The same goes for other marines on his ship. Mary Joa, where the Draco lives. Only his family was saddened by the death of Hell's Saint. The other celestial dragons all ignored the matter and even laughed secretly at the fact that Hell's Saint was killed by ants. It can be seen that throughout Marie Joya, there are many slaves of various races. Many of them have collars around their necks and are connected to iron chains, led by the celestial dragons like dogs. Each of these slaves has numb and empty eyes, and they have obviously lost themselves long ago. It can be seen that some slaves were once famous pirates, adventurers, national heroes, etc. But now, they all have only one identity, that is, slaves. There is also a mark on their bodies, called the Flying Dragon's hoofprint. The mark is on a random location, and the mark will be printed wherever the celestial dragon points. I have to say, the Tianlong people are really a bunch of damn guys. Chapter 13 Garp, Trigger Options. The Great Sea Route, on the Windless Belt. The Kuja pirates' ship is being pulled forward by two sea snakes. The Windless Zone is a special sea area. As the name says, there is no wind or waves in this sea area. Of course, the lack of wind and waves will not be the reason why others dare not sail easily in calm areas. If you want to sail, there are still ways. The reason why most people dare not sail in the calm zone is because the calm zone is the territory of Poseidon species, and the nest of Poseidon species is in the calm sea. The Poseidon class is a kind of sea beast with extremely powerful vitality. If it is too large, it will be difficult for even marine generals to deal with it. In the cabin, the pirate Empress Boya Hancock sat on the throne and looked at a reward notice. The reward order was clearly Lin Fan's reward order. Ever since she saw the news in the newspaper, the pirate Empress Boya Hancock had a special affection for Lin Fan, the handsome man who killed the celestial dragon. Then, he kept rubbing his face against the reward order, his face turned red, his eyes were blurry, his long legs were squeezed tightly, his whole body was twisting and turning, and he had to change several pairs of shorts. The child of this concubine and Master Lin Fan will be called Lin Fan. Oops, it seems that I will soon see Master Lin Fan and be held in his arms. Thinking of this, the pirate Empress Boya Hancock needs to change her pants again. 3 hours later, Lin Fan woke up from his sleep and immediately opened his eyes. The first thing I saw was Nami's very broad sense of justice. After staring for a few seconds, Lin Fan also got up from Nami's lap. Men, just be yourself and watch whatever you want. Lin Fan's movement also woke up Nami. When Nami woke up, she was a little confused. After all, she was still dreaming. As soon as he saw Lin Fan, he unconsciously opened his arms and hugged Lin Fan as he did in his dream, and then gave Lin Fan a sweet kiss. The moment they touched him, he smiled and said, "Hello, Brother Fan, good morning." Lin Fan was completely confused, his head went blank for a while, and he remained motionless. What's going on? Why did Nami wake up like this after a long sleep? But when I thought about it carefully, I didn't suffer any loss, so it didn't matter to him. The next second, Nami reacted, then raised her head and looked at Lin Fan, meeting Lin Fan's eyes. Thinking of what he had just done, Nami's face suddenly turned red, her ears and neck were also red, and steam appeared on her head. What a shame! Nami, what did you do? Are you sick? I saw Nami quickly let go of his hand, then turned his head away, covering his face with his hands, not to see anyone. Little maid, I have decided that you can call me Brother Fan from now on. There is no need to call me young master. As soon as Lin Fan said these words, the white steam on Nami's head burst out instantly, which meant that Nami became even more shy. By the way, little maid, I remember what you wanted to say to me before I went to bed? You can tell me now. As soon as Lin Fan got down to business, Nami was no longer shy and immediately returned to normal. Then she turned to face Lin Fan again and said, Master, call me Brother Fan. Nami opened her mouth to say something, but was immediately interrupted by Lin Fan's voice. Upon hearing this, Nami's face, neck, and ears immediately turned red again. Rolling her eyes at Lin Fan, Nami gave in once again and spoke again, Brother Fan, can you do me a favor? Tell me and listen. After speaking, Lin Fan grabbed his right hand out of thin air, and a large glass of juice immediately appeared in his hand. Lin Fan also drank from the straw. Naturally, juice can be purchased from the food maker for 100 belly. Even if the item is placed in the system space, it can still be used. As for Nami, she was originally planning to ask Lin Fan to destroy the dragon pirates. But after seeing Lin Fan conjuring juice out of thin air, he was so stunned that he forgot to speak, and just stared with wide eyes. Seeing this, Lin Fan bought another glass of juice, then handed it to Nami and said, Here, just tell me if you want to drink, you are my maid, I am not stingy. Nami subconsciously reached out and took the juice, then reacted. What the hell, I don't want to drink juice. But where does the shock juice come from? Hey! Lin Fan finally saw what Nami was thinking, so he said, Little maid, this is one of your devil fruit abilities, Brother Fan, so don't be too surprised. Tell me about you and see if I'm interested. After hearing this, Nami also stepped into the topic, looked at Lin Fan seriously and said, I would like to ask you to help clean up the dragon pirates in my village. In return, I will willingly become your maid. At this moment, Nami was in a very uneasy mood, her eyes were full of expectation, and her hands were tightly grasping the corners of her clothes because of nervousness. Lin Fan smiled and reached out to touch Nami's head. Are you willing to be my maid? No problem, I agree. Wait a moment, a guest is coming. I'll greet him and come right back. You can keep it safe for me first. With that said, Lin Fan handed the juice into Nami's hand, then stood up and jumped off the boat. In the sea not far away, a dog-headed warship was heading in this direction. The moment the warship appeared, the voice of the system sounded in Lin Fan's mind, and then 3 choices appeared in front of him. Option 1, fight Garp head-on, defeat Garp, reward, 10 armed color Haki awakening cookies, pentagonal star shape. Option 2, destroy the HQ-3 warship, reward, an animal ant fruit. Option 3, avoid seeing him, reward, a 21 sword sharp knife called Han Xing. Lin Fan was speeding towards Garp's warship. Lin Fan naturally knew why Garp appeared. What else could it be other than to arrest him, a guy who was so bold and dared to kill the celestial dragons? If I guessed correctly, there should be some generals. Because they were in the sky, Garp's knowledge and color Haki did not discover Lin Fan. Instead, Lin Fan's knowledge and color Haki discovered Garp immediately. The first moment he discovered Garp, Lin Fan decided to have a fight with Garp to prove his strength. And just in time, the option was triggered. There is no reason not to accept the free reward. Lin Fan chose option 1, so he had to think carefully about why he didn't choose option 2. The main reason is that the Marines on the Garp ship are relatively good Marines. There is no need to sink the HQ-3 warship and cause them casualties. Although he, Lin Fan, is not a good person, he is definitely not a bad person. Of course, if you are facing someone like Colonel Mouse, haha, just kill him or not. After all, killing a bunch of scum is still doing a good deed. Chapter 14 Battle with Garp, win. UBD, why don't you put me down? As soon as she saw Lin Fan jumping off the boat, Nami looked down and her heart suddenly collapsed. Hearing Nami's shout, Lin Fan just smiled and ignored her. "Brother, I'm going to find someone to fight with. What if I put you down and get hurt?" Lin Fan fell quickly, his whole body covered with a telekinetic shield, which protected him from wind resistance. After descending to a certain height, Lin Fan also adjusted his posture, and then quickly stepped on the air with his feet to use moonwalk. His whole body flashed in the air, and after a while, he also appeared on the mast of the warship. He didn't hide himself, or couldn't hide at all. If you want to hide yourself, you need to cultivate your domineering energy to the extreme, so that you can hide yourself and not be noticed by other people's domineering energy. At the same time, Garp and Bogart also noticed Lin Fan's arrival, and both raised their heads to look at Lin Fan. Garp, the rank of Lieutenant General, winner of the title of Marine Hero, winner of the title of Iron Fist, has refused to become a general many times, possessor of two-color domineering, and likes to fight with fists. Bogart, Garp's adjutant, has the rank of Lieutenant General. He was previously Cyborg Kong's adjutant. He is powerful, has two-color domineering, is good at using swords, and is a great swordsman. Marine Hero, Iron Fist Garp, you should be looking for me. As he spoke, Lin Fan disappeared and appeared next to Garp, holding a donut in his hand and putting it in his mouth. "UBD, who allowed you to eat my donuts?" Garp said, reaching out and preparing to snatch the donut back from Lin Fan's hand. Bogart put his hand on the handle of the knife and drew it at any time. Garp naturally missed it, and Lin Fan stuffed the donut into his mouth. After swallowing, Lin Fan showed a bright smile and said, "Lieutenant General Garp, your donuts are so delicious. You little BD, how dare you to deliver it to my door and steal my donuts to see if I won't give you any pleasure." Garp directly punched Lin Fan, and Lin Fan's figure disappeared instantly. At the same time, the plate with several donuts on the table disappeared. When Lin Fan's figure appeared again, it was at the same position as the mast. Garp also knew that Lin Fan was not simple, although he only made a tentative move. The information given by Warring States period is wrong. According to Lin Fan's information given to Garp by Warring States Fleet Admiral, Lin Fan is a person with Conqueror's Haki. He was able to defeat CP0 because he snatched the Devil Fruit and then ate it. It is not yet known what the Devil Fruit's ability is. But after this small test, Garp also guessed that Lin Fan would have Wen's Haki, and it was not the kind that had just awakened, but the kind that had been developed to some extent. "Kid, give me back the donuts," Garp said, and his figure disappeared from the place, and when he reappeared, he was already at Lin Fan's side. Lin Fan also disappeared in the next second and appeared on the sea. The donut has been taken into the system space by him. "Lieutenant General Garp, come on, let's have a good fight." "What an arrogant brat. I quite admire you for killing the celestial dragon. However, appreciation is appreciation, and you actually encountered it. I can only arrest you and send you to Impel Down City." After Garp finished speaking, he also used the Haki of seeing and hearing to predict a little bit of the future, and then the whole person disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was in front of Lin Fan. I saw Garp punching Lin Fan, his entire fist filled with armed domineering energy. Wherever the fist passed, the air was squeezed until it made a crackling sound. This punch is the strongest punch Garp can use currently. If Lin Fan kills Luffy or kills someone close to Garp, Garp will burst out with stronger power. After all, it is a small life for relatives and friends to offer sacrifices to the sky and use this to burst out with stronger power. Tradition. Lin Fan also punched out to fight Garp, also using armed domineering, and at this critical moment, he also used the technique of domination. Baitangle is a technique of using Conqueror's Haki. The Conqueror's Haki that has almost reached the peak can be used to kill. Although Lin Fan's armed Haki is weaker than that of Garp, in this punch, he also used the power of Batang and Shockwave Devil Fruit, coupled with the super strong physique brought by the Crazy Blood physique and the Immortal Phoenix, he is not at all. I feel like I will lose in a fist fight with Garp. The fists of one large and one small collided, and both Lin Fan and Garp felt the attack from each other. Lin Fan suffered internal damage from the armed sabre Qi Luiying, but it was not a big problem for his physique. As for Garp, he was hit by a shock wave and was very uncomfortable. The destructive power of the shock wave devil fruit can be said to be a weakened version of the shock wave fruit, and it is extremely powerful. Damn it, why is this kid so strong? On the warship, Bogart was also very shocked when he saw Lin Fan and Garp fighting each other. Bogart knew how powerful his boss was. Bogart also immediately took out the phone bug and contacted the Sengoku Fleet Admiral at Marine Headquarters. Warring States Fleet Admiral, I am Bogart, the target Wilk Lin Fan has been found, and Lieutenant General Garp is currently fighting with him. Wilk Lin Fan is very powerful, not inferior to Lieutenant General Garp. Please send support from Warring States Fleet Admiral. His current location is. When Bogart reported to the Warring States period that he had discovered Lin Fan and Garp had already exchanged fists with each other dozens of times in the air. The powerful aura exuded by the two swept the entire sea into rough waves, and the Poseidon species that had originally been entrenched were also swimming in a hurry. Go away, for fear of suffering an unreasonable disaster. With a bang, they punched each other again, and then Lin Fan and Garp stepped aside with a tacit understanding. Garp dodged and used the Marine 6th style to shave his head back onto the warship. Lin Fan, on the other hand, stood firmly on the sea, and the two of them just looked at each other. It can be seen that blood is flowing from Garp's mouth and kakuzu, but Lin Fan is fine. This is the difference in physical fitness. No matter what you say, Garp is just an ordinary person. UBD, I'll give you the donuts, how about it? Are you interested in joining Marine again? I'll introduce you to Sengoku. Reaching out to wipe the blood on his mouth, Garp smiled and spoke loudly. After exhaling and calming down, Lin Fan responded with a smile, ha ha ha, Lieutenant General Garp, thank you for your kindness. I am very satisfied with the battle this time. See you next time. With that said, Lin Fan was also preparing to leave. Lin Fan also had a rough idea of his own combat prowess. Wells Lin Fan, take my sword. Bogart pulled out his saber and slashed a blue sword energy towards Lin Fan. A great swordsman? Impact punch. Lin Fan punched out, instantly shattering the sword energy, then glanced at Bogart and stepped away. Lin Fan was still a little surprised that Garp's lieutenant was a great swordsman. He has watched so many episodes of One Piece, but he has never seen this person take action. I didn't expect that he would be a great swordsman in his first move, and his strength should be at least at the level of a candidate general. The reason why he didn't become an alternate general like Momuzagi and Otoko probably has something to do with his personality, which is low-key, very low-key. Chapter 15 The Warring States period valued Lin Fan and sent Kizaru to support him. Watching Lin Fan leave, Garp laughed heartlessly. There is a new powerful guy in this ocean. Ahem. As he was laughing, Garp started coughing violently. Feeling a little uncomfortable, Garp turned around and prepared to go to bed, and at the same time prepared to return home. Bogart immediately used Den Den Mushi to contact Sengoku Fleet Admiral again to report the situation. Bogart, remember to tell Zhangguo that I'm injured and I'm going back to my hometown to recuperate. Oh, and remember to tell Sengoku that the other party should be a user who ate the Paramecia Shockwave Devil Fruit. What? Bogart, you said Wilkie Lin Fan was as good as Garp. How is that possible? How can he be that good? Far away in the Fleet Admiral office at Marine Headquarters in Marineford, New World, Zhangguo stood up excitedly, his face filled with shock and astonishment. Bogart, that BD Garp didn't let me win, did he? In order to determine Lin Fan's fighting ability, Zhangguo also asked his old partner Garp whether he was letting him win. Because Lin Fan killed the celestial dragons for no reason other than to kill Marine, Zhangguo began to wonder if his old partner Garp would let him go. After all, my old partner Garp really hates the celestial dragons. The reason why he refused to become a Marine Admiral is because a Marine Admiral has the responsibility to protect the celestial dragons. Reporting to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Lieutenant General Garp did not hold back. He even used Ryasakura, but still could not do anything to Wilk Linfan. Also, according to Vice Admiral Garp's observation, Wilk Linfan is a user of the Paramecia Shockwave Devil Fruit, which is a powerful ability. When Wilk Linfan was fighting with Vice Admiral Garp, his armament color Haki is obviously inferior to him, but because of the ability of the Shockwave Devil Fruit, he is not at a disadvantage at all. Before leaving, he easily smashed my sword with a punch. In short, this Wilk Linfan, the Fleet Admiral of the Warring States period, is very dangerous and is completely inconsistent with the information you sent us. Bogart chatted with Jean Guo for a while, informing him of Linfan's latest situation, and also told him that Garp was injured and needed to rest. What he got in return was a burst of anger from the Warring States period. In the end, it came to nothing. When a general is away from the battlefield, he may not obey military orders. Garp is determined to go back to Windmill Village to find his grandson Luffy to build a relationship with him and to crush Luffy's dream of becoming a pirate. Fleet Admiral Office, Marineford. After hanging up the phone, Jean Guo rubbed his eyebrows. Wilk Linfan could actually fight against Garp without losing at all. Also, the devil fruit that was stolen turned out to be a powerful devil fruit. Sengoku just felt tired at the moment. In recent years, rookie pirates have risen one after another. Among them, Porgas d'Ace, who possesses the Logia Flame fruit and is nicknamed the Fire Fist, is the most active and powerful. However, the new forces of his marine are obviously inferior to those of the pirates. Now there is an even more powerful Wilk Linfan. And Wilk Linfan couldn't pass the omen for Shishibukai, so he could only be destined to be an enemy. After thinking for a while, Fleet Admiral Jean Guo also called the fastest man among the three admirals. The call was quickly answered. Moshi Moshi, Fleet Admiral of the Sengoku period, I am Borsellino, what can I do for you? Borsellino, Wilk Linfan is unexpectedly strong. Garp is evenly matched with him and cannot arrest him. Similarly, Sakazuki is certainly not able to arrest Wilk Linfan alone. So, you should go to Donghai immediately to support Sakazuki in arresting Wilk Linfan. If you can't arrest him, you can also kill him. In short, Wilk Linfan, this trouble, must be dealt with. After saying that, Sengoku hung up the phone without giving Kizaru a chance to reply. Oh my, there's really no time for me. The new guys nowadays are more powerful than each other. They can even fight on par with Mr. Garp. It's really scary. After Yellow Monkey finished his nagging, he drank the tea in his hand in one gulp, stood up, his whole body turned into golden light, and then disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already arrived on the warship belonging to Kizaru. At this moment, the soldiers on the warship were also busy making preparations before setting sail. In the first half of the Great Route, Admiral Akainu's warships are still sailing. Akainu stood on the bow with an expressionless face. The latest news about Linfan was also reported by his adjutant. Akainu didn't care about this at all. In his opinion, Garp was too old, so he was beaten to a draw by a young man. If it were him, he would have buried this guy named Wilk Linfan in the sea long ago. That's right, Akainu was planning to bury Linfan in the sea instead of arresting him. Along the way, many pirates died at the hands of Akainu. One of them was originally going to have a role in the future, the spring man Bellamy nicknamed Hyena. Yes, that's right, half of the town of Mogu was destroyed by Akainu and is full of lava. Bellamy was unlucky to meet Akainu. He was sent to meet Tainai with just one punch from Akainu, and his subordinates were soon killed as well. Akainu showed no mercy when it came to killing pirates. On the other side, Linfan also used telekinesis to fly up to the sky to find Nami after moving away from Garp for a distance. As for his physical condition, he has recovered. The immortal phoenix has a very good healing effect. As for the consumed physical strength, it cannot be recovered immediately and the body has to recover on its own. However, he has a strong physique and recovers his strength quickly. After this battle with Garp, Lin Fan had a rough idea of his own strength. Royal Level. Chapter 16 Sincere Nami. Royal Level Combat Power. Although I have never fought against the 4 emperors, but he was able to defeat Garp without much effort, which definitely shows that he has the strength of an emperor. It didn't take long before Lin Fan appeared silently behind Nami. I'm so pd off. You ran away, but why don't you let me go first? Why haven't you come back yet? I'm hungry. Nami didn't bring any dry food with her. According to her plan, she could reach the next land during mealtime. Lin Fan simply slapped Nami on the head. He didn't use much strength, but it was definitely painful for Nami. Ah! It hurts. Nami immediately put on a mask of pain, lowered her head, covered her head with her hands, and tears flowed unconsciously. Little maid, you are so proud of yourself that you even dare to call me ABD. This is a lesson for you. Lin Fan also quickly sat on the boat and looked at the juice that Nami had finished drinking. Lin Fan didn't care and just took the cup. Brother Fan, how come you appear and disappear without making any sound? Covering her head, Nami spoke with some grievance. In his mind, he imagined himself beating Lin Fan violently, making Lin Fan beg for mercy and call for his mother, and then he would let him go. I won't tell you. Lin Fan glanced at Nami and then took out the infinite food maker. Nami curled her lips when she heard that, and greeted Lin Fan warmly in her heart, and then she saw the infinite food making machine appear out of thin air. Nami no longer felt strange about Lin Fan being able to take things out of thin air. However, Nami couldn't help but be curious about the unfamiliar infinite food maker and asked, Brother Fan, what is this? While speaking, Nami reached out and touched the infinite food maker. The cool metal feel. This thing is called the infinite food maker. As the name suggests, it can produce unlimited food. 100 Baileys can be exchanged for 1 kilogram of food or alcohol. It is something I got from another world using the power of a devil fruit. Nami's eyes lit up immediately when she heard this. An infinite food maker? Can it produce infinite food? 100 Baileys for 1 kilogram of food or alcohol. Wouldn't that mean she could start making money as a food and alcohol vendor? Nami's eyes became symbols of money, and she began to imagine herself lying on Mount Pele. It can never be spent. It can never be spent. What are you thinking about? This thing is mine, not yours. What are you dreaming about? As soon as Lin Fan saw Nami's expression, he knew what this money grubber was thinking, and he simply gave her another slap in the face to bring her back to reality. If you want to be a maid, you must have the awareness of being a maid and not think too much about anything else. Money is just a string of numbers, nothing special. If you want money, why not just rob a pirate ship? No big deal. Ah, it hurts. Nami's beautiful fantasy was shattered in an instant. She covered her head with her hands again and tears flowed unconsciously again. Nami got angry all of a sudden. She wanted to let Lin Fan know that even a maid has a temper. Nami raised her head while enduring the pain, glared at Lin Fan, and shouted, H. As a result, just as he was about to say something, he saw Lin Fan's smile and gesture, and immediately chose to follow his heart and admit defeat. Nami's expression changed instantly, she smiled and said in a gentle tone, Brother Fan, I'm hungry, can you use this thing to make me something to eat? Chapter 17 Untitled. After eating and drinking enough, Lin Fan also controlled the boat to descend rapidly. After taking a look, Nami held her head and closed her eyes and lay on the boat. After a while, the boat entered the sea again. Lin Fan also took out the storm charge battleship given by the system. A huge metal battleship appeared out of thin air next to Lin Fan and Nami. The Storm Charge battleship was very good looking, and Lin Fan nodded slightly with satisfaction. Then he directly picked up Nami like a princess, activated his telekinesis, and flew towards the deck of the battleship. Ah! What happened? Why did it fly? Money, my money! Nami did not notice the Storm Charge battleship immediately. Instead, she immediately thought of the money on the boat after realizing that she was being carried by Lin Fan and flying up. This is Nami the cat thief. With a snap, Lin Fan slapped Nami's buttocks. Don't move around. I have already collected the money. Also, little maid, watch your words, that's my money, not yours. After being slapped on the butt and hearing Lin Fan's ruthless words, Nami suddenly felt bad. Arriving on the battleship, Nami finally noticed the battleship. When did there be an extra ship? At this moment, a beautiful girl appeared out of thin air in front of Lin Fan. Nami. It is the intelligent butler of the battleship. Welcome Master Lin Fan to use the Storm Charge battleship. I am Alice, the smart butler. I am happy to serve you. After speaking, the beautiful girl floating in the air also bowed towards Lin Fan. May I ask if the master approves of the second life form Nami currently existing on the battleship? Recognition. May I ask if the master recognizes Nami as a long-term crew member? Recognition. May I ask what level of permissions the master has given to crew member Nami? Currently, level 2 to 5 permissions can be given, or no permissions can be given. If there is no permission, he will be restricted to a certain area and monitored 24 hours a day. If he violates the regulations, he will leave the restricted area. A shouting notice will be given once. If you do not listen to the shouting and return to the limited area within the specified time, the battleship's intelligence system will handle it and capture will be the first choice. Lin Fan glanced at Nami when he heard this, and Nami was also looking at Lin Fan eagerly at this moment. Grant secondary authority. Okay, Master. Alice's eyes flashed red. Nami's information has been registered. Welcome Nami to be the second owner of the Storm Charge battleship. I am Alice, the smart butler. I am happy to serve you. Alice, call me Brother Fan from now on. Now I want to take a bath. Please help me put the water in first and lead the way. Okay, Brother Fan, please come with me. Alice, who was floating in the air, also led the way, and Lin Fan followed with Nami in his arms. At this time, Nami, who had finished being shocked, also realized what Lin Fan had said. Her face suddenly turned red, and then she began to struggle and shouted, "Oh, let me go, just go and take a bath. Put me down first." Hey! Then, Nami discovered that struggling was in vain. Immediately, Nami thought of something and asked the smart butler directly for help. Alice, help me quickly and save me from the big pervert Lin Fan. After Alice heard Nami's words, she turned around without slowing down and responded to Nami, "I'm sorry Nami, I can't fulfill your request because I don't have enough authority." After speaking, Alice stopped looking at Nami and continued to lead the way. With a snap, Lin Fan slapped Nami's butt again. Go take a shower. You smell like sweat, and I don't like it very much. After saying that, Lin Fan looked at Alice and ordered, take Nami to take a bath. Okay, Brother Fan. Nami was taken from Lin Fan by Alice, and Lin Fan also walked into the men's bathroom. Chapter 18, Arriving at Kokozia village. When Lin Fan came out of the bath, Alice appeared immediately. Brother Fan and sister Nami are currently in the control room. She is supplementing the charts of the Storm Charge battleship. Well, I understand. Alice, head northwest. Okay, Brother Fan. Take me to the control room. Okay, Brother Fan, come with me. Alice, who was floating in the air, led the way, and Lin Fan followed behind. Lin Fan was not surprised that Nami appeared in the control room to supplement the charts. The door to the control room opened, and Lin Fan walked in. At a glance, he saw Nami, who was wearing a maid uniform, pulling in the air with his hand. Yet, authentic maid outfit. Nami did not notice Lin Fan's arrival. Her attention was entirely on the 3DC chart. The Storm Charge battleship has just been launched, so naturally there is no chart of the One Piece world. At this moment, Nami is supplementing the chart of the East Daxia Sea, adding in all the places she is familiar with so that the battleship chart will not be blank. Hey, the boat is moving. This direction is Kokosia village. Nami also finally discovered that the warship shown on the chart was moving. Based on the direction of movement, Nami quickly knew where it was heading. Lin Fan came to Nami's side in an instant, put his arms around Nami's waist, looked at her beautiful face with a smile and said, "Little maid, didn't you say that you wanted me to take care of the dragon pirates and then be my maid willingly? Brother Fan, what I promised will naturally count. Let's set off immediately. I will make you feel at ease as soon as possible, and I won't have to look at you. There is always sorrow." Bang bang. Bang bang. Bang bang. Nami and Lin Fan looked at each other, their hearts beating rapidly, and they were also very moved. Nami suddenly smiled, and Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. Can you imagine what it feels like when a super beautiful girl who is less than 20 centimeters away from you suddenly smiles at you? Thanks. After saying that, Nami stood up on tiptoes, put her arms around Lin Fan's neck, and gave her first kiss to Lin Fan's lips. Suddenly, Nami pushed Lin Fan away, glared at him, and ran away with a red face, neck, and ears. Lin Fan stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, then looked at his hands. After shaking hands, Lin Fan also showed an awkward smile. I can't control it. Well, not to mention, it feels great in the hand. 7 p.m. The battleship finally arrived at Kokosia village. Lin Fan also directly reached out and hugged Nami's waist and flew off the battleship. After landing, Nami immediately broke away and stood aside. Obviously, she is still a little bit upset about what happened before. Who is Lin Fan? A shameless guy. Lin Fan forcibly hugged Nami, and Nami began to struggle. Let me go, you horny guy. Let me go, you lecherous BD, don't you know whether men and women can have sex or not? Lin Fan ignored Nami's struggle and directly activated his aura of knowledge to cover the entire island. Kokosia village is not very big, it is just a small island. Lin Fan's domineering power has also reached the second level, covering the entire island in less than a second. Little maid, I used the haki of insight to sense the island and found only 6 fishmen. What should I say? Do you want to deal with them now? Hearing this, Nami also stopped struggling and let Lin Fan hold her waist. Aaron and the others must have gone to other nearby villages. Every once in a while, they will go out to sea to drive a pirate ship to collect protection fees. Calculating the time, they should be back soon. Nami gritted his teeth and said, his hands clenched into fists at some point. Naturally, the dragon pirates will not only collect protection fees from Kokosia village alone. Chapter 19 Nakajao. Aaron and other major fishmen were not found, so Nami also led the way to her home. On the way, Lin Fan also felt bored, so he said, Little maid, if I don't show up, and you save 100 million belly to find Aaron, he will really leave Kokosia as promised to you. Village. Hearing this, Nami stopped and fell into deep thought. Won't. She got this answer subconsciously. Who is Aaron? After knowing him for so many years, Nami is already very familiar with him. Haha, let's go. There's no need to worry about this issue. After all, I'm here now. Lin Fan reached out and rubbed Nami's head, smiled, and walked in front. Well, I understand. Nami also smiled again and followed quickly. During the short period of time she had known Lin Fan, Nami knew that Lin Fan was a man of his word. With this, that's enough. Not long after, Nami led them to the door of the small house where she and her sister lived. There was light in the house at the moment, and it was obvious that Nami's sister was there and not sleeping. There are also some orange trees planted next to the house. There are already orange and plump oranges growing on the trees, which look very appetizing. At this moment, the mechanical voice of the system sounded in Lin Fan's mind, and 3 choices appeared in front of him. Option 1. Invite the little maid's sister Nakajeo to join the ship as a crew member. Reward: 1 Logia Devil Fruit. Option 2. Do not invite Nakajeo on board. Reward: an 8 trigrams Palms Grandmaster card. Option 3. Knock Nakajeo unconscious and take her directly to the ship. Reward: Paramecia, a soft devil fruit. Hey? Lin Fan was also a little surprised when he heard the voice in his head. Unexpectedly, the system option was triggered. Even if no option appeared, he was still prepared to invite Nakajeo on board. After all, Nakajeo is also a beauty who is not inferior to Nami in appearance. Nami walked directly towards the door. She hadn't been home for a while, and she missed her sister Noki very much. At the same time, she also wanted to share with her sister Lin Fan's promise to deal with the dragon pirates. Boom, boom, boom. Sister Nakajeo, I am Nami, I am back. Just after Nami's voice sounded, footsteps approaching from afar also sounded in the room. With a creak, the door opened. A smiling Najiko appeared at the gate. Nami, are you back? Lin Fan also saw Nakajeo for the first time. Nami has short blue hair and looks more mature. She looks like a big sister. She wears a vest, denim trousers, and a pair of sandals. She has a curvy figure, and the granary is even bigger than Nami. In the anime, this girl's character is gentle and kind, making her an excellent wife choice. Nami immediately hugged Nakajeo, and Nakajeo also smiled and hugged Nami. Really, now that you have grown up, you still look like a child. After hugging for a while, the 2 women separated. Nyakiko finally noticed Lin Fan beside him, and also noticed Nami's dress. Nami, who is this? Also, why are you wearing a maid outfit? Without waiting for Nami to react, Lin Fan immediately stepped forward and squeezed Nami away, then reached out and grabbed Nyakijeo's hand. With a serious and gentlemanly expression on his face, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised with a handsome smile, and he said, "Hello, beautiful Miss Nakajeo, my name is Wilk Lin Fan. I wonder if I am lucky enough to invite you to travel this vast world with me. Your sister Nami has agreed to be my maid. I think, Miss Nakajeo, you don't want to be separated from your sister, right?" Ah. Nakajeo was confused after hearing Lin Fan's words. Nami agreed to become the maid of the person in front of her. You. Nami was about to explode, but her head was held down by Lin Fan. Hush, little maid, your brother Fan and I are doing business, just stand aside quietly and watch. I ride a horse. Okay, I tolerate it. You put a bounty of 980 million Baileys on your head. You are awesome. Nami took a deep breath, and then really stood aside. Nakajeo watched the whole process, and felt incredible when he saw his sister Nami obediently listening to Lin Fan's words. Is this still the Nami she knows? Ahem. Beautiful Miss Nakajeo, you haven't given me an answer yet? I think you don't want to be separated from Nami again, right? After all, this separation may be very long. Lin Fan still had that handsome gentleman expression, and his destructive power on women could be described as huge. Nyakijeo's heart also began to beat faster and faster, and a blush appeared on her face. Ah, this. Nyakijeo turned to look at her sister Nami. It was the first time she encountered this situation and she didn't know how to answer. The key is that my sister Nami became a maid, and she didn't refute it. What is going on? Nakajeo's brain was a little confused. Nami couldn't bear it anymore. She blushed and took her sister Nakajeo's hand and walked into the house. She wanted to inform her sister Nakajayo about the situation. Nami also hopes that her sister Nakajayo will come on board, and she does not want to be separated from her sister Nakajayo for too long. According to Lin Fan's intention, he wanted to have a try on the Great Sea route. Isn't this going to last a year and a half? Nami pulled Nakajayo into the house to talk about the matter. Lin Fan did not follow her, but left room for the two sisters to talk. As for him, he walked towards the orange grove. When I first watched the anime, I was very interested in these oranges. I don't know if the taste is the same as the oranges from my previous life. Thinking about it, Lin Fan had already walked in front of an orange tree. He reached out and picked a yellow orange from the orange tree, then peeled it and started eating. Well, it's delicious, very sweet and juicy. As for whether there are pesticides, I don't know. Lin Fan doesn't care. After all, his physique is here, pesticides don't matter, as long as they are not poisonous to death. Inside the house, Nami pulled her sister Nyaki-jei to sit on a chair, and then told her everything about her encounter with Lin Fan. Including her begging Lin Fan to take action to solve the problem of the dragon pirates liberating Kokozia village and then becoming a maid herself. After listening, Nyaki-jeo's expression changed. Finally, she held her head with one hand, looked at her sister Nami with a smile and asked, "Nami, have you fallen in love with Lin Fan?" Upon hearing this, Nami's face, neck, and ears suddenly turned red. "I didn't, no, don't talk nonsense." Nami came right out and denied it 3 times, shaking his head and waving his hands. Chapter 20, Trick Nami into eating a whole devil fruit. Nakajayo didn't say anything, just stared at his sister Nami with a smile. As a sister, Nakajayo is really happy for her sister to find a reliable man. Little did he know, a greedy man also regarded her as his prey. Nyochika rolled his eyes and had an idea to tease Nami. "Nami, since you don't like Lin Fan, then I won't be polite, sister. Lin Fan is my type. He is handsome and powerful." Nakajayo has already learned from Nami that Lin Fan is just with a move of his hand, a warship turned 180 degrees and sank into the sea and disappeared. Hearing this, Nami's pupils dilated and she opened her mouth to say something. However, after seeing the look in her sister Nakajayo's eyes, she suddenly felt shy and said angrily, "Sister Nyaki-gao, whatever you want, if you like that big BD Lin Fan, just go after him. Women chase men. I believe you can win over Lin Fan soon." Nakajayo continued to act, put on a surprised expression and said, "Oh? Really? Nami, do you really think so?" "Right." At this point, Nami has only one way to go. "Okay, with your encouragement Nami, sister, I will take action. Sister, I also need a man." As Nyokijayo said, he stood up and walked towards the door. Suddenly, he deliberately stopped and turned around to face Nami and said, "Nami, I'm looking for Lin Fan. I'm so nervous." "Nothing to be nervous about, just go." Nami raised her head proudly and spoke. "That's okay." Then, Nami heard her sister Nakajayo's footsteps getting farther and farther away. Nami finally couldn't help it anymore and secretly looked back. As soon as the door opened, Lin Fan, who was sitting at the door, stood up immediately. After swallowing the orange in his mouth, he took out a clean white cloth and wiped his hands. Then he put one hand on the door frame, showed his signature handsome smile, and said, "Beautiful Miss Nakajayo, have you finished talking to Nami? How is it? Have you considered it? Do you want to accept my invitation to become my partner? I can help transplant your orange grove to the ship." "Okay, I accept your invitation, Mr. Captain. I also want to see everywhere in the world." Nyaki smiled and nodded in agreement. Nami's dream is to draw a completely worldwide nautical map. Naturally, Nakajayo also has his own dream, which is to see all over the world. The reason why Nakajayo agreed to board the ship was that she didn't want to be separated from her sister Nami for too long, and she wanted to travel around the world. Of course, Lin Fan's words about being able to transplant orange groves also touched her. The orange grove was planted by her and Nami's adoptive mother, Belmir, and she didn't want to be separated from her. "Mr. Captain, please come into the house. As the master, I cannot let you stay outside overnight." After saying that, Nyokijayo also stood aside to make way for Lin Fan. "Hey, of course I won't refuse Miss Nyokijayo's invitation." Lin Fan also walked directly into the home of Sister Nakajayo Nami. When Nami saw this, he immediately looked away and pretended not to know. After Lin Fan entered the house, he also walked towards the little maid Nami. Nakajayo closed the door and walked back. "Little maid, your sister has agreed to my invitation and come on board. How is it? Are you happy? You don't have to separate from now on." After Lin Fan sat down on the chair, he smiled and told the good news to the little maid Nami. Hearing this, Nami's face flashed with joy, and then she thought of what her sister Nokijayo said just now, and suddenly felt a little sour for some reason. "Humph, big pervert." Nami snorted coldly, and then turned away from Lin Fan very proudly. "Mr. Captain, what happened to Nami?" Nakajayo also sat back on the chair at this time. When he saw the condition of his sister Nami, he couldn't help but ask. "It's nothing, the little maid is having a bad temper," Lin Fan said, reaching out and rubbing Nami's head. "Don't touch me." "Ah!" Nami shook her head wildly and tried to get rid of Lin Fan's hand, but to no avail. Lin Fan's hand, as if coated with glue, never left Nami's head. When Nyokijayo saw this, she also smiled and watched the interaction between Lin Fan and her sister Nami with interest, then picked up the cup and drank some water. After teasing Nami for a while, Lin Fan withdrew his hand. "A hole." Nami stared at Lin Fan with a very angry expression, gritting her silver teeth. "It's so shameless. I have no face at all in front of my sister Nyokijayo. Actually, if I help you avenge and kill the dragon pirates, it's better for you to resolve your hatred yourself." As soon as Lin Fan said these words, Nyokijayo Hinami's expression suddenly became serious. The two women were about to ask Lin Fan what he meant, but when Lin Fan moved his hand over the table, two strange fruits appeared on the table. These are two devil fruits, the Logia Union fruit and the Logia Kaoko fruit. You two sisters have one pill each, so you can take revenge. The two sisters' attention was immediately attracted by the devil fruit on the table. Nami knows about devil fruits, but not much, but she also knows that after taking devil fruits, they will become very powerful. Najiko learned about the existence of devil fruit from Nami's mouth, which was roughly the same as Nami's knowledge. "Mr. Captain, are you really going to give the devil fruit to us two sisters?" Nakajayo was very shocked and said, according to what she knew from her sister Nami, a devil fruit is worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions of belly. Nami on the other side did not speak, but bit her lip and stared at Lin Fan. "Everything is in the eyes. You are all mine, isn't it right for me to increase your combat power?" Lin Fan also smiled, waved his hands and said. For some reason, Nyokijayo always felt that there was something wrong with Lin Fan's words. Nami bit her silver teeth, glared at Lin Fan and then looked at the devil fruit on the table. "Big pervert, he really misses his sister." Snort. "I choose this." Nami reached out and took the grey-white Yuyun fruit in his hand. "Sister Nyaki Gao, you don't need to be polite, just eat." After saying that, Nami opened her mouth and bit the devil fruit. Because Lin Fan was thinking about her sister Nyokijayo, Nami took this bite with emotion. The mouth is wide open, and the mouth is full. As for Lin Fan, he smiled and watched Nami eat, preparing to laugh. Sure enough, Nami's expression immediately changed in the next second. "What did I eat while riding the horse?" Nami subconsciously wanted to swallow it out. At this time, Lin Fan moved and directly covered Nami's mouth with one hand and pressed Nami's head with the other. At the same time, he said, "Little maid, this is the taste of devil fruit. You can't spit it out. You must eat it. Now, you have to think about it. If you eat it, you will be able to defeat the fishmen of the dragon pirates and liberate Kokosia village." Chapter 21, Nami wants to hit someone online. Little maid, this is what devil fruit tastes like. You can't spit it out, you have to eat it. You have to think about it. If you eat it, you will be able to crush the fishmen of the dragon pirates and liberate Kokosia village. As soon as Lin Fan said this, Nami stopped vomiting and nodded to show that she understood. Upon seeing this, Lin Fan also let go of his hand. Nami was seen wearing a mask of pain and forced to swallow the devil fruit in her mouth, and then continued to eat the rest. Lin Fan did not remind Nami that she would gain strength by taking one bite. The little maid is too out of touch and needs to be taught a lesson. It was very difficult. Nami ate the whole devil fruit. Unable to wait, Nami immediately poured water and started pouring it into his mouth. The smell of devil fruit is too overpowering. She didn't want to take another one in her life. "Miss Nacho, it's your turn." Lin Fan also turned to look at Nakajao, smiled and reminded him. Okay. Even the gentle, kind, and virtuous Nakajao became afraid of the taste of devil fruit after seeing his sister Nami eating devil fruit. I saw Nakajao picking up the devil fruit and getting ready to eat it. Lin Fan immediately stretched out his hand to stop him, covering Nakajao's mouth with one hand, and placed his fingers on Nakajao's sexy and soft lips. "Miss Nokijao, wait a moment." When Nokijao heard this, he stopped moving and looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan reluctantly took back his hand, and then said, "Devil fruit, just take a small bite. You will gain abilities after taking the first bite." As soon as Lin Fan said this, Nami, who was still pouring water, suddenly stopped and looked at Lin Fan with an expression of disbelief. Lin Fan looked at Nami with a contented expression and said, "I told you to eat so fast, I didn't even have time to tell you." Nami's fists were clenched, and black clouds appeared on her body, with lightning appearing and crackling in them. "A hole, punch me." Nami punched Lin Fan directly. You could see that Nami's arms turned into black clouds, and her fists were filled with thunder and lightning. With a bang, Lin Fan was punched away by Nami. He hit the wall and fell down, with thunder and lightning flashing all over his body. The sudden scene made Nami stunned. "Nami, you! Mr. Captain, how are you?" Nyochi stood up and immediately ran towards Lin Fan. Nami wanted to explain, but didn't know what to say. Then he immediately stood up and ran towards Lin Fan with an anxious look on his face. "Brother Fan, how are you?" Lin Fan was seen looking at the ceiling with his eyes open. There was thunder and lightning flying around his body, and his whole body was trembling, as if he was going to die. "Mr. Captain, how are you?" Nokijao came to Lin Fan and knelt down directly on the spot, with a worried look on his face. Nami also came and stood aside, with a worried and self-blaming expression on his face, and tears began to appear in his eyes. At this time, Nami and Nakajao had forgotten that Lin Fan was a man with a bounty of 980 million. Nakajao stretched out his hand to touch Lin Fan, and then quickly withdrew his hand. Lin Fan was still wrapped in the power of thunder and lightning. "Miss Nokijao, can you grant me a wish?" Lin Fan spoke very weakly. "Mr. Captain, I promise you whatever you say. I'm still a virgin. And I still had my first kiss. I don't like that my first kiss didn't go away even after I died. I wonder if you can grant my wish." Lin Fan also spoke weakly again, and at the same time, the thunder and lightning on his body disappeared in time after the words fell. "UBD, keep pretending." Nami roared, and then hit Lin Fan with even more violent thunder and lightning. Originally, Lin Fan's disguise was perfect, but later on, Lin Fan showed flaws. Because, Lin Fan had kissed Nami mouth to mouth before. Where is the so-called first kiss? This flaw was caught by Nami. Seeing that his disguise was seen through, Lin Fan stopped pretending and stood up immediately, then easily grabbed Nami's thunder-filled fist. Oh my, the little maid found out. It's such a pity. I almost tasted Miss Najiko's lips. After the interlude, Nyoki-jo also took a bite of the grass fruit and mastered its ability. How do you feel, Miss Nochigo? After opening his eyes, Nyochi-gao also responded with a sweet smile. It's a very magical ability. And I feel like I don't even need to eat. Hey? Lin Fan also frowned upon hearing this. Why does it sound so familiar? By the way, Marine General Green Bull claims to not need to eat. His devil fruit is the sensen fruit. The Nyaki-gao is a grass fruit, which may be a subordinate fruit of the sensen fruit. Therefore, General Green Bull really doesn't need to eat. Sister Nyaki-gao, I also ate the devil fruit, why don't I feel like I don't need to eat? Nami pouted. Lin Fan gave Nami a shudder on the head. Ah! It hurts. Nami immediately covered her head and cried out in pain. You silly maid, there are different abilities between devil fruits and devil fruits. The reason why Miss Najiko feels like she doesn't need to eat is because of the properties of her fruit. After speaking, Lin Fan looked at Nakajo and continued, Miss Nakajo, if I guess correctly, you don't feel the need to eat before you need to bask in the sun, right? Well, that's right. Mr. Captain actually guessed it. Mr. Captain, you are really awesome. Nyoki-jo also smiled and nodded in recognition, and then praised Lin Fan by the way. Miss Nyoki-jo, is there any reward? Lin Fan also climbed up the pole, grabbed Nyoki-jo's hand and spoke with an affectionate expression on his face. I wonder what reward Mr. Captain wants. As a woman with the attributes of a royal sister, Nyaki-gao will naturally cooperate when being teased. The best thing is to be able to taste your lips, Miss Najiko. Lin Fan was also completely shameless in speaking out his thoughts. Since coming to the One Piece world, binding the system and opening the gift package to become one of the great masters in the world today, Lin Fan has completely let himself go. With a bang, Nami punched the table and roared, Hey, 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 what's going on with you? I'm still here. The little maid is really annoying. She always causes damage at such times. It's really troublesome. Lin Fan reluctantly let go of Nakajo's hand and spoke with regret. As soon as he said these words, an angry symbol burst out from Nami's forehead, his fists were clenched tightly, and thunder and lightning flashed. Apparently, the irritable Nami has unknowingly become more proficient in using the power of this fruit. Nyoki-jo covered her mouth with her hand and laughed, her eyes still looking between her sister and Lin Fan. Chapter 22. Two women awaken their dual-color domineering power. With a touch of Lin Fan's hand, 4 biscuits appeared on the table. Lin Fan also introduced the two sisters. These are the biscuits of the awakening of hackiness in the color of knowledge and the awakening of haki in the color of armed biscuits. Haki is another thing different from devil fruit that can enhance one's combat power. The domineering power of seeing and hearing can allow you to sense danger, react in time, and also be able to accurately lock targets and achieve precise strikes. After practicing to a certain level, you can also predict the future. Some people are gifted and can also understand for animals, that includes the Poseidon class. Armed haki can be attached to any part of the body to enhance its defense and attack power. When attached to the fist, it can come into contact with various weapons without falling into disadvantage. It is even trivial to resist bullets, and it can also be hit directly. The body of a Logia Devil Fruit user can also be attached to a weapon and used to increase the hardness and lethality of the weapon. When practiced to the extreme, it can directly cause damage to the enemy's body, and can also produce powerful sword energy. There is another type of Conqueror's haki. This kind of haki can only be awakened by one person in a million. It is a symbol of the king. Mastering Conqueror's Haki in the early stage can stun weak group targets. With more proficiency, it can be attached to fists or weapons. When you practice to a higher level, you can make your attacks unable to be avoided by others, and you can also shock the target from a distance, causing strong damage to the target or making the target unable to move for a period of time. At this point, you can inadvertently reveal something. A little bit of domineering power can stun or even kill weak enemies. This is domineering. Come on, you two, eat the biscuits quickly. There is a 50% chance that these biscuits can awaken your corresponding domineering energy. Let me see how lucky you are. After listening to BA Key introduction, Nyaki Gao Heel Nami couldn't wait to awaken BHE. The two sisters looked at each other, nodded in unison, then picked up the biscuits and ate them. At the same time, he was also prepared for the cookie to taste as unpalatable as a devil fruit. As soon as the biscuits entered their mouths, the two sisters opened their eyes unexpectedly at the same time. The cookies are actually orange/strawberry flavored. Nokigao and Nami ate different kinds of biscuits. One of them ate the Armed Color Haki Awakening biscuit, and the other ate the Knowledge Color Haki Awakening biscuit. After the two women finished one piece, they continued to eat another piece, and then they both stared at Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at the two women from side to side and asked, "How are you? Are you awake?" Just as Lin Fan spoke, Nokijao's whole body turned dark, and then returned to normal. At the same time, the basic use of armament haki appeared in her mind. As for Nami, a light flashed all over her body, and the basic use of the haki of insight and color appeared in her mind. Obviously, both sisters have awakened, but they have only awakened one kind of domineering power, and it is still a different kind of domineering power. I have only awakened one kind, which is Armed Color Haki. What I awakened was the haki of seeing and hearing. Nyaki Gao and Nami spoke one after another, and you could see that their expressions were not very good. He seems to be wondering why he can't awaken two kinds of domineering energy if his luck is so bad. What's your expression? There's only a 50% chance. If you eat 2 pieces of awakening, you're already lucky. Here, one more biscuit for each person. I still have some biscuits, so don't worry. After comforting him, Lin Fan took out the domineering awakening cookies again. The cookies for Nyaki Gao were the ones that awakened the haki color of knowledge and knowledge, and the cookies for Nami were the cookies that awakened the haki color of the armed color. Yeah, I got it. Okay, Mr. Captain is so gentle. The two sisters responded, then picked up the biscuits and ate them again. The expressions of the two women also became very serious, and they waited for the result. Lin Fan just looked at the two sisters from side to side, thinking in his mind that the two sisters were not biological sisters, but they looked similar, and they were both so beautiful. Damn it, I want them all, hugging them from left to right is the best. And no children in the future will go hungry. You can tell at a glance that there is enough food in the granary. Damn Oda, the setting is so big, I like it so much. 2 seconds later, Nami and Nyokijao also had the result and both woke up. This means that the two of them are still very lucky. After all, there is only a 50% chance, and it will not overlap. I feel it. Nami opened his eyes and raised a hand. In less than a second, his wrist began to be covered with the armed color, and soon his fist was also covered, and the armed color was completely covered with domineering force. As for Nyokijao, her eyes were still closed. The combination of her sheer power and her devil fruit ability directly enveloped the entire island. As long as there were plants, she could easily learn about the situation. Opening his eyes, Nyokijao said excitedly, "My hegemonic power can actually cover the entire island, and then I can talk to the plants and borrow their perspective, and I can also move quickly to the place where the plants are. Congratulations to Miss Nakajao, you have superimposed the haki of seeing and hearing with the devil fruit ability. In the future, if you practice the haki of seeing and hearing to the extreme, you will even be able to sense plants all over the world. There's no way I can do this. Lin Fan took the opportunity to take Nakajao's hand again and started playing with it. He had no intention of letting go after speaking. "Ahole, you just keep talking. Why are you holding my sister's hand?" Nami roared angrily again, mentally labeling Lin Fan a super pervert. "Oops, I was discovered by the little maid again. It's really annoying." Lin Fan could only reluctantly let go of Nakajao's little hand, while Nakajao continued to look at Lin Fan and his sister Nami with an onta smile. In the open space outside the village, Lin Fan, Nakajao, and Nami stopped. This was Lin Fan's suggestion that the two sisters come out to explore devil fruit abilities and develop moves. "Little maid, you go first. Attack me as hard as you can. Don't worry about hurting me. I'm very hard." As soon as Lin Fan said this, Nyoki Jao's face turned red and he rolled his eyes at Lin Fan. Obviously Nyoki Jao, the royal sister, is not pure. On the contrary, Nami seemed silly and sweet. She didn't think wrong at all, but responded very excitedly, "Look at me beating you until you can't get out of bed, and asking you to bully me. Take the move." Nami's whole body showed such characteristics, and he entered the elemental form. The entire surrounding area was instantly shrouded, and the white clouds were instantly transformed into dark clouds, and then thunder and lightning intersected and crackled. "Got you, little maid." Lin Fan, who was surrounded, still put one hand in his pocket, then stretched out his hand to grab Nami's lightning fist that sneaked up on him. Thunder and lightning crackled and the thunder snake swam away, but it did not cause any harm to Lin Fan. The attack failed, and Nami quickly transformed into elements, escaped and was caught by Lin Fan. Of course, Lin Fan let it slip, otherwise Nami would not be able to elementalize. After Nami's elementalization, the entire area began to attack Lin Fan with thunder and lightning. I have to say that Nami is really suitable for such fruits and has been developed very well. But, it's still too bad. "Little maid, it's my turn." Lin Fan easily dodged the incoming lightning and smiled. Lin Fan was seen accumulating strength on the spot, and then jumping to one place with a bounce. "There, Nami is there." When Nami saw this, she also wanted to move her position. But it's still too late. Lin Fan reached out and grabbed Nami's neck with his armed and domineering hand. The next second, all the dark clouds dissipated. Nami's figure appeared, and her neck was held by Lin Fan. Lin Fan let go of his hand and said with a smile, "The fruit ability has been developed well, but it's still a little lacking. Little maid, you can also drain the oxygen within the area covered by the clouds, causing the opponent to suffocate and lose consciousness or kill him directly. Also, you can use clouds to trap the enemy's legs, restrict the opponent's movements, etc. Use your brain, the development potential of devil fruit is huge." Chapter 23 A New Day, continue to develop new moves. After 2 hours, the exercise was almost done. Both women have developed good attack moves, and their life-saving elementalization can also use their knowledge and haki to sense danger in advance and then avoid it. At least, it has combat power worth 50 million Baileys. He still lacks combat experience, but he is more than enough to deal with the dragon pirates, who don't even have devil fruits. Okay, that's it. You have developed your devil fruit abilities and used your haki very well. You can already deal with the dragon pirates. It's just a matter of actual combat. After hearing Lin Fan's words, the two sisters Nyaki Gao and Nami were immediately very happy, with smiles on their faces. There is nothing more comfortable than taking revenge on an enemy with your own hands. Not a single fishman of the dragon pirates can escape, they will all die. Both sisters issued death notices to the dragon pirates. Even though the two sisters are good-natured people. But the dragon pirates are really unforgivable, and only death can solve everything. In Kokozia village, dozens of people were killed by the dragon pirates, including Nakako Nami's adoptive mother, retired Marine Belmere. The dragon pirates not only enslaved Kokozia village, but also controlled nearby villages. There must have been people in the nearby villages who were killed by the fishmen of the dragon pirates. All in all, the dragon pirates had hundreds of lives in their hands. Let's go back and rest. As he said this, Lin Fan appeared naturally between the two sisters, and then held one in his arms. Even though the two women were sweating, Lin Fan didn't care at all. Couldn't he just go back and take a shower? Surprisingly, neither woman resisted. Nami surprisingly didn't jump out. It was really unexpected. In this way, the three of them slowly walked back to the home of the two sisters, Nami. Along the way, Lin Fan was extremely happy. After all, the opportunity to hold a beautiful woman in one arm is rare. When he arrived at the door of his house, Nyoki-jo also stepped forward and took out the key to open the gate of opening. Nami walked into the house shortly after. Just like that, Lin Fan's opportunity to experience holding a beautiful woman in one hand ended. The door was not closed, so Lin Fan immediately walked into the room. It's okay, maybe I can hug someone to sleep with at night. Then, Lin Fan watched Nyoki-jo walk into the bathroom with Nami. Can you join me? As soon as Lin Fan said these words, Nokai Gao gave Lin Fan a roll of his eyes, and then responded, Mr. Captain, Dama. Nami turned her head and turned into a mouth-opening fang-like person and shouted, Go have your spring and autumn dreams. After yelling, Nami pulled her sister Nakajo and entered the bathroom, closed the door, and locked it. Hearing the sound of locking the door, Lin Fan touched his nose and said to himself, Really, little maid, who are you locking the door to prevent? I am a good man of the new era, I just want to give everything to everyone. What's wrong with me for having a beautiful and gentle girl in a home? This is Mr. Captain's room, good night. With that said, Nyoki-jo was ready to leave. However, his wrist was grabbed by Lin Fan, and Nakajo could only stop and look at Lin Fan with confusion in his eyes. Miss Nakajo, can't you think about it? I'm really not used to sleeping alone. Please let me hold you to sleep. I will never move. Lin Fan showed his 8 shining teeth and spoke with a serious expression on his face. The tone of the words was very sincere. Mr. Captain, the relationship between us has not reached the point of sleeping together, so you can just make do with it for one night. With a smile on his face, Nyoki-jo retracted his hand decisively and made a cross sign, rejecting Lin Fan's proposal, and then left Lin Fan with a beautiful back view as he walked away. Lin Fan curled his lips and looked disappointed, so he could only close the door and lie down on the bed to sleep. In Nakajo's house, the two sisters, Nyoki-gao and Nami, slept together after a long absence. The two sisters faced each other and talked about the private whispers between women. If Lin Fan heard this, he would probably have a nosebleed. I have to say that when two women sleep together, the topics they talk about are too indescribable. Nami was also fooled and teased by Nakajo, and told her about giving Lin Fan her first kiss. Then it caused a burst of teasing from Nakajo, but Nami was so shy the whole time, her face was as red as a monkey's butt. Oh, I'm ignoring you, Sister Nakajo, I'm going to bed. Nami was completely crushed by the whole process, so she had no choice but to use sleep escape. At around 6 o'clock in the morning, Lin Fan also opened his eyes. The whole person is in good spirits. After opening the door, Lin Fan also saw Nyochi-gao Zhang wearing an apron making breakfast in the kitchen. What a good wife and mother. This sentence popped into Lin Fan's mind. If in the previous life, I had such a beautiful, kind, gentle, and considerate girl as my wife, I would probably be very happy. Hearing the sound of the gate of opening, Nyoki-jo turned around and greeted Lin Fan with a smile. Good morning, Mr. Captain, did you sleep well last night? Hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but get excited. I didn't sleep very well, mainly because I didn't have Miss Nakajo by my side. After hearing Lin Fan's words, Nyoki-jo also covered her mouth and laughed. Mr. Captain really loves to joke. Not long after, Nami also got up. Not long after, the three people sat on the chairs and ate the breakfast cooked by Nakajao. A poached egg with 2 ham sausages, 2 bacon sandwiches and a glass of milk. It can be said to be rich in nutrients. After breakfast, Nakajao cleared away the dishes. I just sensed the entire island with haki, and the dragon pirates haven't come back yet. How about you two sisters continue to develop your fruit abilities while you have time now? Hearing this, Nakajao also nodded and said, yes. Just listen to you, Mr. Captain. I have no objection. Nami also responded. Being able to take revenge with his own hands, Nami is full of energy. After that, the three of them went to the place where they were last night. Lin Fan, on the other hand, gave the two sisters advice on which direction to develop their moves. If there was an attack method to develop, it would naturally also require protective measures. Then, Nakajao developed a 360-degree plant shield with no blind spots. When the enemy attacks the shield at close range, Nakajao can also take the opportunity to pop out thorns to sneak up on the enemy. Nakajao also developed his escape ability very well. She has been able to use any plant on the island to teleport over long distances, which is very good. You can also create a plant house in a few seconds. In this way, you don't have to worry about having no place to live when you are in the wild. Chapter 24 The Dragon Pirates are back, go to the Fishman Paradise and have a misunderstanding. As for Nami, she is also very good at developing such fruits. Not only can it fill an area with clouds, but it can also turn the clouds into dark clouds and unleash lightning attacks. It can also drain the air in the clouds, causing the enemy to suffocate and lose consciousness. That's not all, Nami can actually communicate with the clouds in the sky to change the situation within a certain distance, turning the originally sunny sky into dark clouds. It can cause the dark clouds in the sky to launch violent thunder and lightning attacks on enemies within a wide range of the ground, with a wide range and great power. Possessing the haki of knowledge, Nami is able to carry out precise strikes without damaging friendly forces. Also, Nami can also fill his body with lightning and become a thunder person. The Thunderman form is obviously a close attack state, and every attack can cause lightning damage. It can also unexpectedly release clouds to block the enemy's sight or simply wrap the enemy's head with clouds and drain the oxygen to suffocate the enemy. If you are attacked, you can sense the haki in advance and use it to elementalize at the appropriate time to avoid damage. There is also a move to escape, which is to form a cloud under your feet, so that you can use the characteristics of the cloud to fly. It is very easy to run away, chase people or rush on the road. Sure enough, Nami fits this fruit very well, and her abilities have been developed in many ways. Until noon when Nakajao was making dinner, the dragon pirates had not returned yet. Originally, Lin Fan offered an infinite food maker, but Nakajao rejected it. She said that she was enjoying the process of cooking. If she didn't have time to cook, the infinite food maker would be her second choice. Respecting the other party's choice, Lin Fan ordered a barbecue by the way, and Nyochi smiled and nodded in agreement. After dinner, he felt bored and took a nap. Najiko went to the orange grove with Nami to talk and laugh. Around 2:30 in the afternoon, Kakosia village started to get lively. Because, the dragon pirates are back. The dragon pirates are back, and it's time to pay the protection fee again. Yes, and they also collected a lot of protection fees, but they probably killed many people who didn't pay the protection fees. Alas, the money I've worked hard for a month is gone again. SHH, keep your voice down, if you hear it, it's over and you'll be killed. This group of damn fishmen know how to exploit the weak of us. The Marines at the nearby marine base are also the same. These people are really damned bastards. Shut up, stop talking, do you want your life? The neighbor next to him immediately covered his mouth, and then quickly looked around for fear of being heard by others. Seeing that no one was around to hear him, he let go of his neighbor's mouth, and then said that he wanted to go to the Fishman Paradise and not die near my house, and then hurried home. Nakajao Nami's house. Lin Fan was sleeping, but when he noticed the return of the dragon pirates, he immediately opened his eyes and stood up. "Miss Nakajao, little maid, the dragon pirates are back." After hearing this, Nyaki High Heel Nami also immediately stood up from the chair with a serious expression. You can see that they are still a little nervous. Lin Fan walked up to the two women, reached out and touched each head with one hand and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous, with your current strength, you can easily kill all the fishmen in the dragon pirates. Remember, you are devil fruit users and landlubbers. You must not touch the sea water." "Okay, I understand, Mr. Captain." "Yeah, I got it." Nokigao and Nami both spoke out. Afterwards, the three of them also left the house and headed towards the Fishman Paradise. On the way, I happened to meet the only police officer on the island, Aegean. A man wearing a hat with a windmill stuck in it, with 2 bunches of beard and some scars on his face. He looks fierce, but he is actually very kind-hearted. He likes Nami's adoptive mother Belmir and treats Nokia very good with Nami's sisters. "Nami, are you back?" "Nokijao, where are you going?" Jian was a little surprised when he saw Nami. After all, Nami is often not in the village and often goes out to save money. Then, out of concern, he asked where the 2 sisters Nog, Gao and Nami were going. Then, Aegean also saw Lin Fan. As soon as he saw Lin Fan, he felt that this man was very familiar, as if he had seen him before somewhere. "Is it Jian? We are getting ready to walk around." Noki said with a smile that she had no intention of telling Takeru the truth, and it would not be too late to tell them after the dragon pirates were dealt with. "Aegean, long time no see." He also greeted Aegean with a smile. However, Aegean kept focusing on Lin Fan's face. "The more I look at it, the more familiar it becomes, but I can't remember where I've seen it before." When Lin Fan saw Aegean staring at him, he couldn't help but said, "Aegean, right? Can you stop staring at me? I don't like men, my sexual orientation is normal, and I like beautiful women. Children, such as Miss Nakajao and Nami." Aegean, on the other hand, didn't care at all what Lin Fan said. He finally got up, and why did he feel familiar when he saw Lin Fan? Yesterday, he just saw the report about Lin Fan in the newspaper. "I also saw Lin Fan's reward order." You are Wilco Lin Fan, the god slayer who killed the celestial dragons, and the great pirate with a bounty of 980 million belly." "Well." After coughing, Lin Fan emphasized, "Well, you must be talking about me, but I am not a pirate. I just quit marine unilaterally. I should be called a marine traitor." "Nakajao, Nami, you two hurry up, I'll cut off your queen." Jian yelled loudly, and then threw himself at Lin Fan. It seemed that he was trying to hug Lin Fan to give Nyaki Gao and Nami more time to escape. Of course, Aegean naturally thought that Nyaki Jaohi Nami was controlled by Lin Fan. Well. Faced with Aegean opening his arms to hug him, Lin Fan naturally reacted immediately and directly activated telekinesis on Aegean's body, making Aegean float in the air and unable to move. Lin Fan naturally did not have this habit of being hugged by an uncle. Nyaki Gao and Nami were still in a state of confusion at this moment. What's going on? Why did Aegean suddenly tell them to run away and stop him? Then, Nyoki Jo noticed Lin Fan out of the corner of his eye, then thought of Aegean's words, and suddenly knew what was going on. In short, it was a misunderstanding. Chapter 25 Arriving at Fishman Paradise, Nami takes action. Aegean, you misunderstood. Things are not what you think. Lin Fan is a good person. Nyoki Jo also introduced Lin Fan to Aegean. When Aegean heard that the two sisters Nyaki and Nami had agreed to board Lin Fan's boat, Aegean suddenly felt bad. He looked at Lin Fan with an extremely unkind look, as if his cabbage had been eaten by a pig. Same. As mentioned above, Aegeon likes the adoptive mother Belmere of Nyakigao and Nami, and treats the two sisters Nyakigao and Nami as his own daughters. Then when he heard that Lin Fan actually gave the devil fruit to the two sisters Noki and Nami, Jian's expression was one of confusion. Because he doesn't even know what a devil fruit is. Nakajao also explained the devil fruit to Takeru, and then demonstrated some of its abilities, and Nami also performed. Then, Jian was dumbfounded. Naturally, he knew that the so-called devil fruits were very good things and must be precious. However, Lin Fan actually gave one to each of Noki and Nami's sisters. This also showed that Lin Fan had a deep love for Noki. One of the two sisters, Kijao Nami, had a purpose, and the purpose was naturally achieved. Given all the good things like the devil fruit, it is natural for Jian to think that Lin Fan has plans for one of Noki and Nami. After all, he gave such a valuable thing. Who would believe it without any intention? It's just a pity that he wrong guess. Lin Fan is very greedy, he wants both sisters. Finally, Noki Jao also said that he would go to Aaron to judge him for the crimes he committed, to avenge the innocent villagers who died in the hands of their fishmen, and to avenge Belmere who died in the hands of Aaron. Lin Fan also cancelled his telekinesis, and Aegeon regained his freedom. Nakiko, Nami, are you really sure of defeating the Fishman pirates? Aegeon also accepted that Lin Fan, the big bad guy with a bounty of 980 million, was no longer a bad guy. However, Ken was still a little worried about Nakajao saying that he wanted to seek revenge from the dragon pirates. Ahem. Jian, right? Don't forget me. I'm a big villain with a bounty of 980 million. I'm very powerful. After saying that, Lin Fan flexed his muscles. Snort. Jian gave Lin Fan a cold snort, then turned and left. Obviously, he knew that with Lin Fan here, the dragon pirates would never be able to harm the two Nakiko and Nami sisters, so he left with peace of mind. No Jijao, Nami, you two sisters should be careful and stay safe. I know, Aegeon. Let's go. The group of 3 people continued to walk towards the Fishman Paradise. In fact, Lin Fan proposed to use telekinesis to rush on the road, fly directly into the Fishman Paradise, and appear from the sky. But they were rejected by the two sisters. Lin Fan had a relaxed expression on his face, with his hands behind his head and a piece of grass he picked from somewhere in his mouth. The two sisters, Nyakigao and Nami, had serious expressions and looked straight ahead. It can be seen that both sisters are very nervous. This can be seen from the fact that the two sisters stopped talking. Nyochi was so nervous that her hands were sweating. Nami also held a metal rod in her hand, which she said was her weapon. At this moment, her hands were holding the iron rod tightly, which was enough to see her nervousness. Jian on the other side also summoned everyone in the village, and then rushed towards the Fishman Paradise with weapons. How could he watch the two sisters Noki and Nami facing the dragon pirates alone? Lin Fan? Don't be nervous, relax. As long as you don't go into the sea, you two sisters are invincible. Even Aaron worth 20 million cannot survive a single move in your hands. As they walked, they found that the two sisters were too nervous. Lin Fan also put his arms around the two sisters and spoke with a smile. Ahole, you took advantage of my sister again, let me go. Nami was hugged by Lin Fan and became less nervous after hearing Lin Fan's words. But when he saw Lin Fan, a pervert, hugging his sister Nakajao, he immediately exploded. He raised his hand with the iron rod and smashed it on Lin Fan's head. You could see that the iron rod was still wrapped with lightning. Oh, the little maid discovered me again. Lin Fan reached out and grabbed the iron rod, not even using his armor and domineering force. Due to his physical strength, the thunder and lightning summoned by Nami didn't hurt him at all. With Lin Fan's current strength, he can defeat the so-called supernovas of the future evil generation with one punch and one kick. Nakajao put her hand to cover her mouth and smiled as she watched Lin Fan interact with her sister Nami. After Lin Fan's adjustment, Nami was no longer so nervous. It didn't take too long for the three of them to arrive at the Fishman Paradise. This Fishman Paradise was modeled by Aaron based on Sabayati Paradise. It occupies a large area and costs a lot of money. But Aaron wasn't worried at all, because he had robbed Pele or collected protection fees. When Lin Fan, Nyoki Jao, and Nami approached the Fishman Paradise, they immediately heard loud laughter coming from the paradise and talking to their companions about their evil deeds and how many people they had killed. This was something the eyes are something worth showing off. Not to mention Nyochi Gao and Nami, the aboriginals who had witnessed the fishmen killing villagers. Even Lin Fan, a heartless person who had traveled through time, put away his cynical expression and became serious when he heard these words. The two sisters, Nyoki Gao and Nami, clenched their fists tightly and gritted their teeth. A lot of grass grew out of the surrounding land without any warning, which was obviously affected by Nakajao's mood. As for Nami, her body was already filled with thunder and lightning, transforming into a lightning man. Nami, who had a relatively hot temper, couldn't bear it anymore and immediately rushed to the gate of the Fishman Paradise. Nyoki Jao also ran after him, while Lin Fan walked slowly. As long as he is here, nothing will happen to the two sisters, Nokai and Nami. One of the fishmen guarding the gate was drowsy and was very derelict in his duties. But this is normal, this is the Fishman Paradise, the base camp of the dragon pirates. But no one dares to break in. Nami ran straight to the door angrily. Finally, the little Kalamai fishman who was looking at the door heard the footsteps and turned around to see Nami. Seeing this, he immediately woke up. Because the Nami at this moment was different from the Nami he had seen before. Now Nami was wrapped in thunder and lightning, and her aura was very scary. Nami. Nami. Naturally. Nami also saw the little Kalamai fishman looking at the door. Without any hesitation, she directly aimed at it with the iron rod in her hand. Go to hell! The next second, a thunder snake sprang out from the end of the iron rod and flew towards the little Kalamai murloc at a very fast speed. The little Kalamai fishman was hit directly at the moment without any reaction. After a burst of crackling sounds, the little Kalamai fishman fell down in black and smoke, and was electrocuted to death. Thunder and lightning are one of the most powerful elemental attacks. As a little Karami, it is naturally impossible to resist it, even if the fishman's physical fitness is 10 times that of a human. Chapter 26 Bounty 2000 Bailey Aaron, died. Nami's move was also very loud, and immediately alerted all the murlocs in the Murloc Paradise, including Murloc Aaron, who offered a reward of 20 million belly. What's wrong? What happened? What's going on? What's with the bright light and crackling sound just now? It's over there at the gate. What happened at the gate? The movement just now seemed like thunder and lightning. It's broad daylight, the sky is clear, where can there be thunder and lightning? A hole, what happened? Biro, what happened? A fishman shouted towards the door. Apparently he knew the fishman named Kalamai who was guarding the door. In addition to the leaders of the dragon pirates, the other little Karami also picked up their weapons and walked towards the door one by one. At this moment, Nami entered the Fishman Paradise. Seeing Nami, all the little fishmen Karami were stunned for a moment. Before they could say anything, Nami took action directly. Such a vacuum cage thunder and lightning strangulation. Nami shouted loudly and released clouds towards the little Karami. After a while, the clouds wrapped all the little Karamis in it. Nami also directly sucked out the oxygen, and then controlled the clouds to isolate the oxygen from the outside. Lin Fan looked very satisfied when Nami did not force her to take action directly. This girl can handle it. What is this? I can't see it. A hole, who is doing this? Stand up for Laozi, I won't hack you to death. Ah, I can't breathe. Help, I can't breathe either. Boss, help me. At this moment, the originally white clouds turned into dark clouds under Nami's control. As soon as the dark clouds appeared, thunder and lightning began to flash in them. The next second, a crackling sound sounded. The little Kurami in the cage was attacked by lightning. Ah! Little Kurami only had time to scream, and then they all fell to the ground and died. Nakajayo also entered the fishman paradise and immediately saw a lone fishman preparing to attack Nami. Nami still lacked combat experience, so she let this fishman get so close. You know, Nami is very domineering. Tangled and devoured by thorns. Nyochi shouted loudly and squeezed the fishman's hand. The ground under the fishman's feet immediately broke open, and some thorns came out. Then they quickly tied the fishman's body tightly, making it unable to move. This is not over yet. These thorns penetrate directly into the fishman's skin, and then absorb the fishman's vitality. After a while, the fishman became a dried fish and died completely. This is because this little fishman Kurami is too good. If the defense was not broken, Nakajayo would not be able to swallow the opponent's life force. Seeing the effect of Nyokijayo's attack, Lin Fan also nodded to express satisfaction. Nakajayo's move is quite good, but it may become ineffective against a strong opponent. It's okay, it's just my first actual combat, so it doesn't matter. Over at Nami, the clouds also dispersed. I saw all the little Kalamai fishmen falling to the ground with black smoke coming from their bodies, and they were all so cold that they couldn't stand it anymore. Damn it, Nami, you did it. Die to me. The leader of the dragon pirates, who had a bounty of 5.5 million berries, roared and spit out several water arrows directly at Nami. 100,000 volts. Nami ignored the water arrows and swung the iron rod at Ju. A thunder snake that was more powerful than before rushed out and quickly headed towards Chirp. Grass shield. Nami wanted to use elementalization to directly ignore the water arrow attack, but Nakajayo obviously knew better and immediately summoned a grass wall to block the water arrow. Nakajayo thought of Lin Fan saying that devil fruits are afraid of seawater and cannot come into contact with seawater. And the water arrows that chirped, who knows if they were seawater. Nami is very likely to be injured and cannot bet. With a crackle, Chu was swallowed up by the razor on the spot. The razor exploded. After a burst of dazzling light, Chu was already gone, and the entire fishman body became Kurozumi. Oh, it fell directly to the ground. Logia's damage is so exaggerated. As for Aaron, he also saw that Nami and Nakako both possessed devil fruits. His face became very ugly. Aaron is a fishman who has seen the world and was once a member of the Sun Pirates. Later, Captain Tiger died, and the other men were sent to prison by Marine, including Aaron. However, because Kikuya Jinbei agreed to become a Shishibukai, the members of the Sun Pirates were released. Aaron was released because of this. After coming out, he led some of his companions to leave the Fishman Island and come to the East Daxia Sea because of his disagreement with the sea hero Jinbei. Knowing that he was no match for the monsters in the Grand Route, Aaron managed to develop in the East Daxia Sea, which was known as the weakest sea. He became one of the biggest pirates in the East Daxia Sea and enslaved dozens of villages to collect protection fees. They also worked together with Colonel Mouse, the Marine General of the 16th Branch who was responsible for the security of this area of the sea, to make dirty money together. Only then have they lived in peace for so many years. Aaron also saw Lin Fan, but because Lin Fan didn't take action, he didn't pay much attention. He just didn't know why, but he always felt that Lin Fan looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. Let's all go to sea. The traitor Nami and her sister are both devil fruit users. Aaron roared and was about to jump into the sea. As a fishman, the difference in combat effectiveness in the sea is not as big as that on the shore. No, sister, take action quickly, they are going to the sea. As Nami said that, she was about to take action, and Nakajayo was also ready to take action. But it was still a little slow after all. The fish people took action immediately after hearing their boss's words. But Lin Fan was much faster than them. Want to go into the sea? Haha. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, and his telekinesis ability was activated, immediately creating an invisible barrier. Some fishmen who were about to enter the water directly hit the wall of air, and their heads were immediately bleeding. Ah! My head hurts so much. What's going on? Why can't I go into the sea? When Nami and Nyoki-jo saw this, they also knew that Lin Fan was responsible. Then without further delay, he immediately launched an attack. Then, the only remaining fishman alive was Aaron. Aaron naturally couldn't go to the sea, and then he saw Nami and Nakajo killing his subordinates as easily as chopping melons and vegetables, and his whole body suddenly felt bad. UBD. Come and die, I'm Aaron. Aaron took his serrated sword and rushed towards Lin Fan quickly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The reason why he dealt with Lin Fan instead of Nami and Nyakigo was because Aaron believed that the reason why they couldn't go to sea was Lin Fan's fault. If Lin Fan hadn't taken action, how could his subordinates have been killed by the Nami sisters? Aaron, your opponent is me. Million-volt Brontosaurus. Nami roared and used her current ultimate move. A thunder dragon rushed out from the end of the iron rod and hit Aaron. Baiko bundle. Not to be outdone, Nyoki-jo reached out and pointed at Aaron. As Nyoki-jo's ability was activated, the surrounding plants rushed towards Aaron as if they were alive. Aaron was not afraid at all, he picked up the serrated sword and started to chop. But it was no use. In less than a second, Aaron was tied up and unable to move. At this time, the thunder dragon also hit Aaron. There was a flash of lightning and a crackling sound for a while before stopping. I saw that Aaron was still holding the serrated sword in his hand, and his whole body was flashing with the blackness of the thunder snake and motionless. The next second, Aaron's tall body fell forward, completely cold. Chapter 27, Looting the 16th Branch, Warring States Fleet Admiral was furious. Lin Fan also looked into the sea, and there was another big thing missing there. It was a manatee, very big. This is also a member of the Dragon Pirates, and he has done a lot of bad things. The family was about to be in order. Lin Fan directly used the Conqueror's Haki to lock the name as Mu Manatee, and then struck away with a precise touch of Conqueror's Haki. A direct hit, and Mu Mu bled from all his orifices and vomited farts on the spot. At this time, Lin Fan also remembered something. It seems that a leader of the dragon pirates named Hachi saved Pluton Rayleigh before. If he kills him, he might become an enemy of Pluton. Lin Fan took a look and soon saw Zioba, who had been cooked with electricity. Zioba's body was still spitting out black smoke. Oh, dead. That's okay. If you want to make enemies, just make enemies. It's just an old and immortal guy. It's no big deal. At this moment, Lin Fan discovered something and looked up at the sky in the distance. There, a news bird just flew away. The other half, the two sisters Noki and Nami, were in a trance. The dragon pirates were expelled from the dragon pirates by these two sisters? Are they going to avenge their adoptive mother Belmir and those who were killed by the dragon pirates? Well done, Miss Notchka, well done, little maid. Lin Fan also raised his thumbs to the two women and spoke out compliments as soon as he opened his mouth. With a wow sound, Nami burst into tears, and then she threw herself into Lin Fan's arms and burst into tears. Nyoki-jo also smiled and stretched out her hand to wipe away her tears. The nightmare in her heart was that Aaron, the culprit, was killed by the two sisters. Lin Fan let Nami hold her and cry, and reached out to touch Nami's hair. Lin Fan knew that Nami had suffered a lot over the years. This was the time for her to vent her emotions. She only needed to provide a body to be held, and then she didn't have to do anything until Nami was relieved. Soon, after venting the pressure accumulated over the past few years in Lin Fan's arms, Nami's face showed a smile again. This smile is different from the past. It is the first smile after letting go. It is very beautiful. Brother Fan, thank you. Nami also left Lin Fan's arms, stretched out her hand to wipe her tears and said. Little maid, it's better to show your thanks with your words than to prove it with your actions. For example, let's take a bath together tonight and I'll rub your back. FKU, you think so beautifully. Nami immediately changed her face, blushed, raised her foot and stepped on Lin Fan, then trotted towards her sister Nakajao. I saw the two sisters hugging each other, and the picture was very beautiful. Not long after, Aegeon's voice sounded. Come on, folks, fight with the fish people. How can we let Noki and Nami take risks? Afterwards, everyone in Kokozia village was seen rushing into the fishman paradise with farm tools. Then, I saw the bodies of Lin Fanuo, Kijao, and Nami lying on the ground. That's Aaron's body. Nami and the others really did it. This is the body of Kader's Ioba. This is a drunkard's salt roast. Bisaro is here too. After that, a group of people also found Aaron's treasure house and got all the Baileys, hundreds of millions, a lot of money. Which made people unable to look away. Especially Nami, her eyes turned into money. The money should be divided equally among all the villagers in the nearby villages. Greedy for money, Nami still made a decision and said with a smile. Let Nakajao, Nami, Aegeon, and others return to the village first. Lin Fan also rose directly into the sky and headed towards the marine base of the 16th branch. Although Colonel Mouse is dead, he must still have the people's hard-earned money, and it is 100% a large amount of money. At the same time, Lin Fan also knew that it was time to leave. I believe that the pursuers behind him will catch up. If he doesn't leave, he may be buried in Kokozia village. With the accurate direction, Lin Fan quickly arrived at the 16th branch. Currently, there are not many Marines in the 16th branch. Previously, most of the Marines were on warships with Colonel Mouse. Lin Fan did not hide his intentions, but appeared at the door of the 16th branch openly. It was immediately discovered by Marine in the branch, and was also recorded by the phone bug. The picture was immediately broadcast to Marine Fando's monitoring room. Since the disappearance of the 16th branch, Marine Fando has remotely taken over the internal surveillance footage of the 16th branch to see if any clues can be found. No, I saw Lin Fan. Report, the 16th branch of the East Daxia Sea discovered the god-killer Wilk Lin Fan. As soon as Marine, who was responsible for the observation, saw Lin Fan on the screen, he immediately stood up and shouted a report. Soon, Warring States Fleet Admiral also got the news and came to the control room. As soon as he saw Lin Fan, Warring States immediately took out his phone and contacted Garp. Ever since Garp had a fight with Lin Fan and said he would return to his hometown to recuperate, Warring States had no contact with Garp. Because he knew that the old guy Garp would pass by the 16th branch when he returned to Windmill Village, and Garp would definitely check it out. But now Wilk Lin Fan is in branch 16, where is Garp? The previous surveillance footage did not show Garp arriving at the 16th branch. Logically speaking, Garp should have arrived long ago. After all, Wilk Lin Fan only showed up at branch 16 after a day. Boom 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 boom. Va. Va. Finally, the phone call got through. The phone bug in Fleet Admiral's hand also looks a lot like Garp in Warring States period. Garp, where are you BD? Do you know that brat Wilk Lin Fan is now in the 16th branch? According to the time, you should have arrived at the 16th branch a long time ago. Why do you not appear in the surveillance screen? How do you explain it? As soon as the call was connected, Warring States immediately started questioning him loudly, spitting out a lot of saliva, and even the unlucky phone bug was splashed a lot. Garp on the other side of the phone bug was holding the phone bug away with one hand and picking out his nose with the other, with a careless expression on his face. After Sengoku Fleet Admiral finished speaking, Garp took the phone closer and laughed loudly and said, "Ahahaha, old man, don't get so angry, my ship broke down, and it's still there till now. Emergency repair." With that said, Garp flicked the boogers off his fingers, and then continued, "Besides, I can't do anything about that BD. The most I encounter is to say hello. As soon as Garp said this, the phone was cut off by Sengoku Fleet Admiral. Sengoku really knows this old guy Garp very well. Chapter 28 Taking the Fourth Devil Fruit, Speed Fruit. After cutting off the phone bug, Sengoku Fleet Admiral contacted Marine General Akainu Sakaski. The call was quickly connected, and the Warring States Fleet Admiral immediately spoke out, "Sakaski, where are you?" Wilk Lin Fan appears at the 16th branch of the East Daxia Sea. Warring States Fleet Admiral, I'm about to pass Orange Town, and I'll rush to the 16th branch with full firepower. Good. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku Fleet Admiral contacted Kizaru General Porisalino again. In the center of Orange Town, the buggy pirates who have occupied the place are drinking and eating meat in the bar. Little did they know that they were very lucky to escape. If Akainu hadn't received a call from Sengoku and planned not to pay attention to Orange Town, they would all be corpses at this moment. If Akainu Sakaski, the Marine General who pursues absolute justice, knew the central town of Orange Town is occupied by a group of pirates, there is a 100% chance that Meteor Volcano will come directly and destroy the entire town including all the pirates. Basically, none of the pirates in the East Daxia Sea can survive Akainu's magma attack. Not to mention the East Daxia Sea, even in the New World, how many pirates can survive meeting Akainu Sakaski? This is the strength of the most powerful general, leverage. Are you in the 16th branch? Wilk Lin Fan, don't be found by me, otherwise, I will pierce your heart. Akainu stood on the bow of the boat, looking at the sea and talking to himself, with white smoke still emitting from his body. Kizaru on the other side also learned from the Warring States Fleet Admiral that Lin Fan appeared in the 16th East Daxia Sea branch and took a pointer from his subordinates, and then the whole person turned into light and disappeared. With the location and pointer, it's easy to handle. Marine Donghai Branch 16. After Lin Fan appeared, he immediately cleared the field with Conqueror's domineering force. The black and red Conqueror's domineering power spread rapidly, instantly killing all the Marines in the 16th branch, leaving no one behind. The Marines who are still in the 16th branch until now are basically the same as Colonel Mouse. Therefore, Lin Fan was very skillful and decisive in killing without any hesitation or discomfort. Even if the killing is wrong, it is irreversible. Malinvondo. Warring States Period Fleet Admiral has been watching Lin Fan in the monitoring room since he discovered that he was in the 16th branch. When he saw Marines all falling down in the surveillance video, his face became very ugly. The phone bug seems not to be affected by Conqueror's haki. Of course, the Warring States Fleet Admiral also didn't know that all the Marines in the 16th branch were dead. Damn Conqueror's dominance. Fleet Admiral of the Warring States period gritted his teeth, wishing he could teleport to the 16th branch and transform into a Buddha form to give Lin Fan a slap in the face. Warring States could only watch helplessly as Lin Fan strode into the Marine base with one move in seconds, and was furious. The nearest Garp was delayed because the boat broke down, and it has not been repaired until now. Warring States Fleet Admiral did not suspect that Garp was lying, and Garp would not lie under such circumstances. It was just a visit to the 16th branch. It was a convenient way for Garp, so there was no reason to lie. Akainu Sakaski is still in Orange Town, still some distance away from the 16th branch. Not to mention Kizaru Polosalino, it's further away. But the first person to arrive at the 16th branch must be Kizaru Porisalino. The whereabouts of Wilk Lin Fan was not known before, so Kizaru Polosalino could only enter the East Daxia Sea on a warship. But now that we have a place, it's different. The fastest man is no joke. Marine Donghai Branch 16. Lin Fan walked into Colonel Mouse's office and directly violently opened the gate of opening. Lin Fan was a little stunned when he saw the situation inside. It's too ordinary, not like the office of someone who has embezzled hundreds of millions of dollars. Colonel Mouse's office was just like the offices of other officers Lin Fan had seen. There was nothing different. Something is wrong, something is definitely wrong. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and thought of a possibility. Secret room. Some rich people or corrupt officials have too much money and don't have money in the bank, so they can only build a secret room to hide the money. Thinking of this, Lin Fan thought, and Conqueror's domineering power directly shook the entire wall of Colonel Mouse's office. Found it! The next second, Lin Fan's figure appeared in front of a cracked wall. You can see through the cracked seam that there is a layer of metal inside. Lin Fan reached out and touched the wall. Impressed by his shock-wave ability, the wall instantly broke open, revealing the true face of the metal thing. This is clearly a very large safe built into the wall. Lin Fan naturally didn't know the password, so he could only choose the simplest and crudest method. Reaching out to hold the handle of the safe, the shock-wave ability was activated, directly destroying the entire structure inside the lock. Immediately, Lin Fan opened the safe. The things inside also appeared in front of Lin Fan, a pile of gold products inlaid with gems of various colors, and many Baileys, piled on top of each other. But Lin Fan didn't look at any of this. Lin Fan focused on a fruit with a spiral pattern. This is clearly a devil fruit. I don't know where Colonel Rat got it, and he didn't even eat it himself. Lin Fan guessed that the reason why Colonel Mouse did not eat the devil fruit might be because he wanted to sell it. After all, an ordinary devil fruit costs at least 100 million. There is still a price but no market. If you really sell it, it should be doubled. Lin Fan also reached out and picked up the devil fruit, and then examined it. Paramecia Speedy Fruit. After taking it, you will initially master the fruit's abilities and can develop your own moves. Paramecia Speed Fruit? It seems pretty good. After Lin Fan thought about it for a few seconds, he took it to his mouth and started eating. Yeah, it's sweet, it tastes the same as the devil fruit I ate before, it's quite juicy, and it's quite thirst-quenching. After taking a bite, Lin Fan also initially mastered the ability of the Speed Fruit. Speed Fruit, as the name suggests, the effect after taking it is to become very fast. As the saying goes, the only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. Lin Fan just felt like he wanted to run now. The ability of this devil fruit can also be used to run on the sea. As long as the speed is fast enough, people will not sink. Lin Fan now really hopes that General Kizaru will fight with him to feel how fast the speed of light is. Chapter 29 Kizaru attacks and defeats Kizaru. The remaining gold and jewelry in the safe were all put into the system space by Lin Fan with a wave of his hand. Lin Fan was also planning to take this money and return it to the villagers. Money in this world is just a number to Lin Fan. Wanting money is really easy. You just need to find pirates or nobles to rob them. There are many rich people. And they won't feel any discomfort when robbing them, after all, they know how the money comes from. With a bang, a big hole was opened in the wall of Colonel Mouse's office, and Lin Fan flew out directly from the big hole. After things are done, it's time to leave. At this moment, Lin Fan crossed his hands in front of his head and activated his armed domineering energy. A yellow flash suddenly appeared in front of Lin Fan, and a long leg kicked Lin Fan directly. The huge force directly kicked Lin Fan away. Lin Fan was like a cannonball, hitting the ground with a swishing sound, instantly creating a big crater and sending smoke and dust everywhere. 8-foot beautiful Megatama. The yellow flash condensed into a human form, and then it was completely finalized. A very wretched-looking uncle appeared. This man was none other than Porisalino, codenamed Kizaru, one of the 3 most powerful marine generals. Porisalino was wearing a Justice Marine robe, an orange and yellow suit, and leather shoes. At this moment, he was unleashing the ultimate move of the Shining Fruit, 8-foot Megatama towards Lin Fan's position. The next second, countless dense oval-shaped yellow light balls were seen shooting towards the center of Lin Fan's landing position on the ground. But most of the light balls were blocked by an invisible shield. Other light balls hit the ground, directly setting off bursts of smoke and dust, and the ground cracked and shattered. Kizaru also saw that his light ball had no effect, and then stopped decisively, falling from the air to the ground. It's such a terrifying devil fruit defensive move. It can't even be penetrated. God Killer Wilk Lin Fan, didn't you eat the Paramecia Shockwave devil fruit? You actually have such a defensive move. The smoke and dust dispersed, and Lin Fan stood unharmed. Lin Fan also smiled when he saw Kizaru. Just after eating the speed fruit, Kizaru, the man known as the fastest, came to the door. Isn't this a good opportunity for a fight? Oh my, General Kizaru, as an enemy, how could I tell you my information? Lin Fan said, not caring at all that Marine knew about his devil fruit ability. You will know after a fight, this is normal. Yet. That's such a pity. Kizaru nodded in response, with a look of pity on his face. But what Lin Fan saw was a look of vulgarity on his face. General Kizaru, you kicked me just now and let me feel the experience of being kicked by light, so now please feel my speed. After saying that, Lin Fan appeared in front of Kizaru, with an expression of surprise and confusion on his face. Lin Fan did this entirely because he was too fast, not because he was shaving. Lin Fan directly punched out, his arm was covered with weapon color, Conqueror's was also wrapped around it, plus the Shockwave Devil Fruit and the speed bonus of the Speed Fruit. This punch is just right to directly destroy a medium-sized island. Just when Lin Fan was about to hit Kizaru with a punch, Kizaru's figure instantly turned into yellow light and disappeared. With a bang. Mixed with the crackling sound of air being squeezed, the island not far away exploded, destroyed, and disappeared instantly. That small island was originally used to train naval soldiers. However, after Colonel Mouse took office, he basically did not arrange for his subordinates to go to the island for training, and it seemed to have become an abandoned island. And this abandoned island finally ended its life, being smashed to pieces by Lin Fan's punch. It was so fast and so powerful. It almost hit me. The new guys now are so scary. Kizaru in the distance returned to his original state and spoke with lingering fear. Just the tone of voice, I don't know if this guy is telling the truth or not. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. Is the speed still too slow? That's right. How can you unleash the full power of a devil fruit when you just ate it? Phew, a yellow laser shot towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan also dodged easily, and then pointed at Kizaru. There was a pop, and Kizaru couldn't dodge in time, and a bloody hole appeared on his shoulder. Injured, Kizaru paused for a moment, then turned into a flash of light and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already far away. And just in front of Kizaru, Lin Fan appeared and punched out, causing the air to shatter and crackle. Lin Fan also basically confirmed that Kizaru was no match for him at all. So, I don't plan to play anymore. Time is running out, it's time to end, General Kizaru. Lin Fan activated his crazy blood constitution and his eyes turned scarlet. Feeling Lin Fan's change, Kizaru was also a little surprised. This mission is really not easy. Just when Kizaru started to speak, Lin Fan's figure suddenly appeared. Kizaru was startled, with a bit of astonishment and confusion in his eyes. He didn't expect that Lin Fan's speed suddenly increased so much that he didn't even react. With a bang, Lin Fan hit Kizaru with one punch. Kizaru vomited out a large mouthful of blood on the spot, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Then, Kizaru's figure flew out like a cannonball. During the flight, Kizaru couldn't help but spit out blood again. He was hit by a punch entangled with the armament haki, Conqueror's haki, the Shockwave Devil Fruit ability, the speed bonus brought by the Speed Fruit, and Lin Fan's own strength. Kizaru felt that all his internal organs were seriously injured and he would need at least a month to rest and recuperate after this battle. Lin Fan appeared again and threw a punch as well. Kizaru was so frightened that his scalp was numb. Still coming? Then there was a flash of golden light, and Kizaru's figure disappeared on the spot. Lin Fan's punch also missed. Yashikani no Megatama. Kizaru's figure appeared in the air, and without saying a word, with blood on his mouth, Kizaru released his ultimate move directly towards Lin Fan. Countless yellow light balls shot towards Lin Fan. This time the oval-shaped light balls were bigger and faster. Lin Fan didn't have time to dodge and could only hold up his telekinetic shield to resist. Boom boom boom. Lin Fan was pushed towards the ground little by little. When the ball of light disappeared, Kizaru's figure also disappeared. It was obviously Kizaru who ran away. On the other side, the fleeing Kizaru spat out blood again and spilled it into the sea. Oh my, you are indeed the one who is so inseparable from Mr. Garp. Are the newcomers so scary nowadays? Yellow Monkey ran away, and Lin Fan didn't care. As the fastest man, it is basically impossible to stop the other person from escaping. Besides, Kizaru is a Marine Admiral, so he is not that easy to kill. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Host defeated Marine Admiral Kizaru Borsellino and obtained a mysterious treasure chest. Got a treasure chest? It's really good. Lin Fan also opened the treasure chest directly. He didn't like to leave things overnight. Ding! Host opens the mysterious treasure chest and obtains the ultimate artifact, a fragment of the Book of History, a confinement bracelet, a 3-color domineering upgrade card, and a scroll of inheritance of the great swordsman of the dragon-slaying swordsman Longma. Ultimate artifact, a fragment of the Book of History of Time. Gather 8 fragments to assemble the ultimate artifact, the Book of History of Time. Effect: whatever is written in the Book of History of Time with the feather pen of time will become reality. Imprisonment bracelet, can be used on any target. Once the selected target wears it, they will not be able to disobey the host's orders. The Great Swordsman's Inheritance Scroll of Dragon Slayer Ryama, after use, you will perfectly inherit the legacy of Dragon Slayer Ryama. After seeing the rewards, Lin Fan also took a deep breath. A history book of years. Possessing this thing means being the eternal ruler of this world. Lin Fan knew that this thing came from the cartoon The Adventures of Jackie Chan. What made Lin Fan speechless was that the villain Saint Lord possessed the history book of time and was finally sealed. Then, Lin Fan used the 3-color domineering upgrade card. The next second, Lin Fan could feel that the 3 kinds of domineering aura in his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. Observation Haki can predict the future, and Armament Haki can cause internal damage, which is Ryuo. The biggest change is Conqueror's Domineering, which can attack or stun the target from a distance. Good. Then he took out a glowing scroll. It is the inheritance of Longma. Lin Fan also used it directly, and the scroll turned into golden light and drilled into Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan also perfectly inherited Longma's heritage. Awesome, powerful. Lin Fan also gave 4 words to evaluate Longma. Naturally, Longma's swordsmanship attainments have reached a very high level. It is even more common to have sword energy with a normal attack. Lin Fan took out the Yishan sword, grasped the hilt and pulled it out. His eyes suddenly widened. This Yishan sword is actually the glowing one from the movie version. At this moment, the sword in Lin Fan's hand was shining with golden light, emitting a very powerful aura. In the movie version, the character can just strike out with a sword at will. Lin Fan immediately and casually swung towards the buildings of the 16 branches, and a golden sword energy flew out from the sword of the heavenly sword, directly cutting off a part of the building neatly. Holy shit, it's so powerful! In that attack just now, he did not use the basic attack from his inheritance, it was just a very casual swing. 6. From now on, we will also be a man who has sword energy when attacking normally. Lin Fan was very happy. After taking back the sword of heavenly sword, he turned around and flew away without looking back. With the blessing of the speed fruit, his speed was extremely fast and he soon returned to Kokozia village. Chapter 30 Banquet. On the other side, Big News Morgans also obtained the video of the battle between God Killer Wilk Lin Fan and Marine General Kizaru Polosalino, which ended with Marine General Kizaru Polosalino escaping. Big news, big news. Ha ha ha, there will be another headline tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Come on, hurry up and print the newspaper. I want people across the sea to know that the Godslayer Wilk Lin Fan defeated Marine General Kizaru Polosalino. Newsbirds are magical beings. Doghead. Kokozia Village. Half an hour after Nami and others returned to the village, Lin Fan also returned. Then he took out Bailey's gold and other things in front of the villagers, and said, "Colonel Mouse colluded with the dragon pirates to harm the people, and I have sent him to the sea to feed the fish. This is because he has been embezzled and bribed. The money should be returned to its original owner." Some villagers in Kokozia village also took out hidden boats and put them into the sea, and then went to nearby villages to inform people in other villages to come to Kokozia village to get money tomorrow. Before dawn, a huge bonfire was set up in the central square of the village, and the villagers expressed their happiness with a banquet. Singing, dancing, laughter filled the entire square. At this moment, Lin Fan could clearly feel their emotions, including joy, happiness, and relief over Aaron's death. These villagers were oppressed by the dragon pirates, and they were exhausted every day and night worrying that they would not be able to collect enough protection money or that their family members would be killed. But from now on, we will no longer suffer this kind of oppression, because the dragon pirates have been eliminated. The two sisters Nakiko and Nami also put the credit for destroying the dragon pirates on Lin Fan. After all, without Lin Fan giving them the devil fruit and the biscuits for awakening Haki, they would not have been able to kill the dragon pirates. Thieves! Lin Fan was also warmly received by the villagers and drank wine. His strong physique made him remain calm and refuse no one who came. In the end, many villagers were drunk. Then, Aegeon, a silent man, called Lin Fan aside to chat. "Boy, since Nakajao Nami and the others have decided to sail on your ship, you must protect their safety." Speaking of this, Aegeon's face became very serious and continued, "If anything happens to them, I won't let you go." Hearing this, Lin Fan poured a sip of wine into his mouth, turned around and left, saying with a smile, "Tch, I thought you were going to introduce your young daughter to me, but I didn't expect you were talking such nonsense. Miss Nakajao and Miss Nami are my crew members. You don't need to tell me that I will protect their safety with my life. UBD, I'm not even married, where did I get my daughter?" Aegeon got angry and yelled at Lin Fan. After it was over, Aegeon also smiled. Then he walked to a tombstone, and the name on it was Belmere. "Belmere, Nyaki Gao and Nami have found a reliable guy and are ready to go to sea, but I always feel that this guy is not good-hearted." Back at the banquet, Nami walked over as soon as she saw Lin Fan, then looked at Lin Fan with suspicion and asked, "You didn't try to deceive the ignorant little girl, did you?" When Lin Fan heard this, he was immediately happy. "Do you think I am this kind of person in your eyes, Nami? Also, how dare your little maid speak like this?" Lin Fan directly gave Nami a shudder, and then left a message, "As a maid, if you dare to make fun of you, Brother Fan, and me, this is a lesson for you." As he spoke, Lin Fan walked towards Nakajao. "Damn it!" Nami gritted her teeth and covered her head as she looked at Lin Fan's back. "It hurts so much, I don't feel sorry for her at all." Chapter 31 Marine Retreats. After Kizaru on the other side escaped, he finally stopped on an uninhabited island due to his injuries. As soon as he stopped, Kizaru spit out a mouthful of blood again. Only those with animal devil fruit abilities will be physically stronger. If users with Paramecia and Logia abilities are not special races, their physical abilities will not exceed the limits of the human body no matter how powerful they are. Even if Kizaru is a marine general, he is just an ordinary person. Physical fitness. Lin Fan's punch was really too powerful. Reaching out to wipe the blood from his mouth, Kizaru also sat directly on the ground. Ouch, what a scary newcomer. One punch was so terrifying that I almost got killed. Ahem. After waiting for a while, Kizaru took out his phone and started contacting Marine Fando's Warring States Fleet Admiral. There was no surveillance phone installed outside the 16th branch, so Warring States did not know that Kizaru had already fought with Lin Fan and then lost and ran away. Va. Va. The call was quickly answered. Malin Fando, Fleet Admiral Office. Polo Salino, this is Sengoku Fleet Admiral. Did you capture Wilk Lin Fan or kill him? Kizaru on the other end of the phone didn't know what to say when he heard Sengoku Fleet Admiral's words. Not getting an answer, Warring States Fleet Admiral also knew that something unexpected must have happened. His face also became very ugly, and he was about to continue speaking, but Kizaru on the other end of the phone still spoke out, Sengoku Fleet Admiral, I have encountered Wilk Lin Fan, and I am no match for him. Wilk Lin Fan's speed is very fast, as if he had eaten a speed devil fruit. Now it was the turn of Fleet Admiral, the Warring States period of Marinefant, to be silent. Kizaru, one of the most powerful Marines, was defeated, and he said that the enemy was very fast. You know, you, Kizaru, are called the fastest man. I understand, Pora Salino, please withdraw first. I will notify Sakazuki to return. Okay, Sengoku Fleet Admiral. After hanging up the phone, Kizaru also called the adjutants on his warship, then told them to go to the specific location, then hung up the phone, and then lay down on the beach. The weather is just perfect. It's perfect for a nap. Kizaru simply closed his eyes and began to rest. He is now seriously injured and is not suitable for walking, so he can only lie down in place to recover his strength. When the warship arrived at its destination, he endured the pain of the wound and rushed there. Then he could find a military doctor for treatment and take the warship back to Marineland to recuperate. At least 1 month, no, 2 months without mission. You can fish reasonably. Damn it, the Warring States period actually wants me to return. After hanging up the phone, Akainu Sakazuki's face was gloomy and extremely angry. He was angry, but in the end Akainu ordered the warship to return to Marine Fando along a different path than when it came. In this way, more pirates can be eliminated. A lot of pirates have died at the hands of Akainu these days. Although the East Daxia Sea is the weakest sea, bounties are generally very low. But there are many pirates. The reason why Akainu chose to obey the order and return was actually for other reasons. That is, he would definitely not be able to find Wilk Lin Fan even after he arrived at the 16th branch despite his disobedience. He was not as fast as Kizaru and could reach his destination in a short time. What Akainu didn't know was that Kizaru had suffered from being the first to arrive because he was too fast. Sengoku once again ordered the Marines in the East Daxia Sea to stop looking for Wilk Lin Fan and let all the Marines return to their jurisdiction. Subsequently, Warring States Fleet Admiral called Garp's phone number again. Ask Garp to go to the 16th branch to see how the situation is, and then immediately return to Malinfando to attend the meeting. No refusal is allowed for any reason. After hanging up the phone from Garp, Senguo immediately dialed the number of one of the 5 elders, the highest commander of the world government. The phone was quickly connected, and Sengoku informed him of Kizaru's situation and his arrangements one by one. The Warring States period is preparing to hold a supreme meeting about Wilk Lin Fan, and all high-level officials will be present. After hanging up the phone, Warring States Fleet Admiral sat on the chair very exhausted. Taking out a mirror and looking at it, Warring States Fleet Admiral found that he had more grey hair, and could only sigh helplessly. Marine Fleet Admiral is not easy to be the supreme leader of Marine. Warring States period Fleet Admiral regrets that he should have followed the example of his old friend Garp and stayed at the position of Lieutenant General without promotion. On the other side, although one of the 5 elders was a little surprised that Lin Fan defeated Kizaru, he did not notify CP0 to stop the action. Anyway, in the eyes of the 5 elders, CP0 is just a bunch of pariahs. If they die, they will die. It doesn't matter at all. In a blink of an eye, the banquet was over, and Lin Fan, Nokijeo, and Nami walked back to Nokijeo Nami's home together. Lin Fan naturally lived in the home of the two sisters. Ajian suggested that Lin Fan sleep at his place, but Lin Fan sternly refused. Just kidding, where can you find the bed fragrance of a beautiful girl in your bad guy's bed? Lin Fan was not worried that Marine would know his whereabouts and implicate Kokozia village. Because he has watched One Piece and knows that Marine's information about the East Daxia Sea is really messed up. Many members of the Marine Corps in the East Daxia Sea are filled with people like Colonel Mouse and Menka. What kind of correct message can you expect them to convey to the Marine headquarters? There are honest Marines like Smoker, but each Marine has its own jurisdiction. If you leave the jurisdiction, you will be in trouble. And I'll be leaving tomorrow, so I won't miss this night. More importantly, he is sure to kill any enemy who comes. The person he is now is no longer the person he was before. The three-color domination has reached the third stage, and it is not even a little bit stronger than before. What Lin Fan didn't know yet was that Marine had already retreated, leaving only CP0 in groups of 2.5, totaling 5 groups. There are 5 groups of CP0 in the huge East Daxia Sea. How can it be so easy to meet Lin Fan? And even if they meet, they will definitely die. After all, Lin Fan's strength has reached an extreme level. Back in the house, the two sisters discussed and gave Nami's room to Lin Fan. And then the two sisters lived together. In fact, there is still an empty room, but that room belongs to Belmar. Even though the person is gone, the room that belongs to her still exists. Chapter 32 Nokijeo Nami fully joins. Ahem. Nami, Miss Nokijeo, I will now give you another chance to choose whether you want to go to sea with me. Lin Fan coughed and then spoke with a serious expression. He still couldn't be too selfish, after all, the enemy he offended was not simple. Although he has strong strength, he can ensure the safety of the two sisters and prevent them from getting hurt. By killing the celestial dragon, I offended the world government, which is equivalent to offending Marine. The world government and Marine will pursue me forever. If you get on my ship, you will be considered my accomplice and will be wanted. So, I think it is necessary to tell you and give you a chance to choose. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he became quiet. The two sisters Nyakigao and Nami glanced at each other, and then nodded in unison. Then they all smiled again, knowing each other's decision. Immediately, Nyoki's gentle voice sounded first, Mr. Captain, I want to go to sea and see the whole world, but my strength is too weak. I hope you will protect me. Fan, brother Fan, I have said that I will become your maid from now on. I keep my word. From now on, I will be your maid. As your maid, of course I will go wherever you go. Nami's arrogant voice also sounded after Nokijeo. Both sisters made the same choice. Lin Fan also smiled, and then subconsciously reached out and rubbed Nami's orange hair. Oh, I'm so annoying, don't rub my hair. I'm going to hit you. Nami immediately began to struggle, and then punched Lin Fan. Nokijeo smiled again as she watched her captain interact with her sister. At night, it's time to sleep. Just when Lin Fan was about to enter Nami's boudoir, Nami suddenly appeared. Lin Fan stopped, looked at Nami with a smile and said, Little maid, what's the matter? Are you unable to sleep and want to sleep with brother Fan and me? After saying that, Lin Fan looked Nami up and down and said, Well, she has a good figure. When Nami heard Lin Fan's words and saw Lin Fan's eyes looking at her, her face turned red to the extreme and she was very shy. Ahole, what nonsense are you talking about? You have a beautiful idea. Nami immediately raised her foot and stepped on Lin Fan's foot in shame and anger. Ouch! It hurts, it hurts. Lin Fan also pretended to be in pain, and his expression was very exaggerated. Are you acting too fake? Nami turned into an emoticon again and yelled. Oh my, little maid, you found out. Lin Fan also stopped his performance, then blinked, and asked, By the way, "Little maid, what do you want from me?" After hearing this, Nami returned to her quiet and beautiful appearance, a blush rose on her face, and she was a little shy. Lin Fan was a little dumbfounded. "Don't tell me, Nami-chan, like this is too lethal, right?" "That." Nami was a little speechless, and her appearance at this moment, in Lin Fan's opinion, was even more beautiful. "Nami-chan looks so kawaii like this. Suffering is a heart-pounding feeling. No matter what, Lin Fan has only traveled through time for a few days, and he still has no resistance to Nami, the heroine of the One Piece world. Who said that in his previous life, he was just a loser who sent out for S**X, and he never had a girlfriend who was very beautiful after makeup. What's more, the Nami-chan in front of me is so beautiful, completely without makeup." Without makeup. Nami finally breathed out and made up his mind. Then, Nami suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan was shocked and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Is Nami-chan's expression too serious? Immediately, Nami was seen wrapping her arms around Lin Fan's neck, pushing Lin Fan's head down while she stood on tiptoes. Bang bang bang! Not only Nami's heart was beating fast, but Lin Fan was too. Although I had already had my first kiss before, this was the third time I kissed Nami on the lips. The first time was when Nami fell asleep and took the initiative to kiss Lin Fan. The second time was when she was moved by Lin Fan and then took the initiative to kiss Lin Fan. When the two lips came into contact, they began to be unable to pull themselves out. In order to avoid what happened last time, Lin Fan also became more honest with his hands and just hugged Nami's waist. After kissing for a while, the lips parted. Their eyes met. Nami said, "Lin Fan, thank you." Lin Fan smiled when he heard this, looking very handsome and sunny. "It's better to say thank you with your words than to prove it with your actions. How about you sleep with me tonight?" "FKU, big pervert, what are you thinking about every day?" Nami stretched out her hand and pinched Lin Fan's waist, then moved away and ran away. You can see that Nami's face, neck, and ears are all red. "It's not easy if you don't agree. Why pinch me?" Lin Fan looked at Nami's leaving figure and muttered, and then walked into Nami's boudoir through the gate of opening. Well, it's unexpectedly plain, but there is a faint fragrance in the room that proves it is indeed a girl's room. After stretching his body, Lin Fan also lay down on the bed. "We had a big fight today and drank wine at night. It's time to rest." Kizaru, that fishing general, must have been very uncomfortable after receiving his strongest punch, except for the fact that he didn't use the immortal Phoenix Devil Fruit ability. Lin Fan recalled the situation in the One Piece anime and knew that Kizaru is an orthodox human, not a race with thick blood and defense, and he still eats the shining fruit, a Logia devil fruit that does not increase physical strength. So how can he improve his physical fitness? It's not hard to go there. He received a punch from his entangled armed haki, Conqueror's haki, the speed boost from the speed fruit, and the penetrating impact from the shockwave devil fruit. His internal organs must have been injured. Hey, no wonder this old boy Kizaru didn't compete with Akainu and Aokiji for the position of Fleet Admiral. Probably because his physical fitness is not as good as the other two. Akainu and Aokiji's physical fitness is very powerful. Although they are pure humans, they are definitely the top beings among humans. After all, the two fought for 10 days and 10 nights to compete for the position of Marine Fleet Admiral. The fighting method for these 10 days and 10 nights should be to fight during the day and rest at night. Otherwise, the physical strength is a bit exaggerated. In the anime, it didn't take long for the protagonist Luffy to defeat Kaido. All I can say is, it collapsed to pieces. Chapter 33 Garp arrives at the 16th branch. In the evening, Garp's warship finally arrived at the 16th Marine East Daxia Sea branch. The first time they arrived at the 16th branch, the Marines on the Garp warship saw the neatly shaved branch building with a piece missing. Garp knew that this was the result of the battle between Pora Salino and Lin Fan. Afterwards, the warship docked at the port, the stairs were lowered, and the Marines disembarked in an orderly manner and entered the port and then entered the 16th branch. Bogart looked at the neatly chipped building and said, "The person who took action is also a great swordsman. This is caused by the sword energy." Garp was a little confused when he heard it. Great swordsman? Poor Salino? Well, this Flash kid does know how to use a sword, and he's pretty good at it. Bogart saw Garp's expression and guessed what he was thinking, and continued, "This should not be caused by poor Salino." After hearing this, Garp picked his nose and asked with a laugh, "Bogart, do you mean to say that it was the brat Wilk Linfan who caused it? That kid didn't even have a sword on him, and he didn't use a sword when he fought with me. A really great swordsman would have fought me with a sword." "No, Lieutenant General Garp, you misunderstood me. What I meant was that Wilk Linfan may have a partner who is a great swordsman." Garp didn't say anything after hearing Bogart's words, because he also felt that it was very likely that Linfan had a great swordsman partner. But according to what Warring States said, poor Salino only had a fight with Linfan and did not mention that Linfan had a partner. Shaking his head, Garp did not continue thinking. It was none of his business, it was the Warring States period that should have a headache, not his Lieutenant General Yuxi. "Let's go, Bogart, let's go down and see the situation of the 16th branch," Garp said, also walking towards the stairs. Bogart followed. But at this moment, a frightened Marine soldier ran out from the 16th branch. "Dead, all dead. Lieutenant General Garp, everyone in the 16 branches is dead, no one survived." A branch originally occupied a small area, but was quickly explored by Garp's Marines. But they were horrified to find that everyone in the branch died with their eyes wide open. "What? What did you say?" Garp put away his playful smile, stretched out his hand and grabbed the reported sailor and brought him to him. The soldier also trembled and spoke again, report card, Lieutenant General Garp, all the sailors in the 16th branch are dead." "A hole." Garp threw down the sailors and walked toward the 16th branch aggressively. Bogart and some other officers followed closely and walked toward the 16th branch. Garp also quickly saw the dead sailor, and he recognized at a glance that he was killed by Conqueror's Haki. Wilk Linfan. Garp lowered his head slightly, clenched his fists, veins popped out, and his whole body exuded a strong murderous aura. "Lieutenant General Garp, we found evidence of the crime of Colonel Rat who was stationed in the 16th branch. Please take a look at it." Just then, a sailor with the rank of major came to Garp with some documents. Although he felt the amazing aura from Garp, he still spoke. "What? Evidence of guilt?" Garp's aura suddenly disappeared. He raised his head and looked at the major. Then took the things and started looking at them. These were Colonel Mouse's account books and diary. Linfan found them and threw them on Colonel Mouse's desk. No serious person keeps a diary, but Colonel Mouse is obviously not a serious person, and he actually writes a diary. And it's a diary that records the facts of his crimes. Maybe Colonel Mouse thinks that the sky is high and the Emperor is far away, so he can spend his whole life as a local emperor in the East Daxia Sea, taking corruption and bribery. Garp directly looked at the incriminating evidence. When he saw it, Garp's face suddenly darkened, veins popped up on his head and hands, and the hand holding the incriminating evidence was trembling slightly. Upon seeing this, Bogart also took the evidence from Garp's hand and looked at it. Upon seeing this, his face immediately turned ugly. The powerful sword energy in his body suddenly poured out uncontrollably. Fortunately, he controlled it in time so he didn't accidentally hurt his own people. The incriminating evidence was taken away, and Garp read Colonel Mouse's diary. His face became even darker. These damn bastards actually dare to collude with pirates to oppress the people, harm the people, make people's lives miserable, and fire the sailors who have a righteous heart in their hearts. How can they be so corrupt? Garp's furious voice came out of his mouth. At this time, he was already a dynamite barrel that was about to be ignited, and his anger had nowhere to vent. Although Bogart didn't speak, one could tell from his face that he was equally angry. "It's getting late now. Let's rest for a night and then head to the nearest village." Garp closed Colonel Mouse's diary and spoke calmly. "Yes, Lieutenant General Garp. Arrange some people to throw all the bodies into the sea." The evidence of the crime and the diary of Colonel Mouse all recorded that the entire 16th branch was complicit in the crime, and those sailors with good intentions and justice had long been dealt with. They were either killed or sent home. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, the dog-headed warship left the 16th Marine East Daxia Sea branch and headed for the nearest village. After arriving at the village, Garp took people to the island. It was obviously time for everyone to go out, but when Garp walked to the village, he found that every household had their doors and windows closed. Through the perception of color and domineering, there are people in these rooms, and they are all looking in their direction. Damn it! Garp's face looked very ugly, remembering the evidence of the crime and the contents of Colonel Mouse's diary. Colonel Mouse wrote in his diary, "Everywhere Marine went, the villagers hid in their homes and did not dare to come out." This annoyed him very much and he did not receive the protection money quickly. "So we can only kill the chickens to scare the monkeys, then select the unlucky ones and kill them on the street on the grounds that they are pirates, and then call the villagers to come out, otherwise they will be massacred on the charge of colluding with pirates, and no chickens or dogs will be spared." Finally, after Garp understood the situation, he directly issued an order to go to Kakosia village. He wanted to kill those mermaids with his own hands. Chapter 34 Going to Sea. It was a new day, and Lin Fan opened his eyes early. After stretching his body, Lin Fan started doing push-ups directly on the ground. It turned out that it was too easy, so I changed it to one hand. Still too easy. In the end, I had no choice but to change it to one finger. After exercising, Lin Fan also walked out of the room and prepared to take a shower. Then I saw Nakajao preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Nami didn't see it, so he was probably still sleeping. "Good morning, Miss Nakajao." Nyokijao also turned around and looked back after hearing the sound of the door opening, and then saw Lin Fan's shirtless body. Suddenly her face turned red, for no other reason than because Lin Fan's figure was very satisfying to her and it was her type. Not very strong, not very muscular, but you can tell from a glance that he is very powerful. "Good morning, Mr. Captain." Nyokijao also greeted Lin Fan with a smile. She was wearing an apron and was full of big sister attributes. "I did some exercise in the morning, and I'm going to take a shower." After Lin Fan finished speaking, he nodded slightly to Nyokijao and then walked to the toilet. Not long after, Nami with messy hair also walked out of the house wearing cool clothes. Those long white legs are simply to die for. At this time, Lin Fan also walked out of the toilet after taking a shower. At this moment, Lin Fan was fully dressed, looking like a sunny pretty girl. He has already stored clothes in the system space. Then, I saw Nami-chan's legs, which looked like she hadn't slept well last night. Lin Fan couldn't look away at all. "These legs are so long, it's a bit scary. Nami really didn't sleep well last night." After kissing Lin Fan, she was molested by her sister Nokai. Then when she closed her eyes and prepared to sleep, all she could think about was Lin Fan and she couldn't fall asleep at all. Then she finally fell asleep, but she dreamed of Lin Fan again, and the two got married. Then she woke up and found that it was dawn. Immediately, Nami also noticed Lin Fan staring at her legs. Nami wanted to get angry and yell at the pervert, but suddenly she remembered that the previous treasure was taken away by Lin Fan. So, Nami reached out and touched her leg and said softly, "Does it look good?" Lin Fan nodded subconsciously and responded, "It looks good." "Then do you want to touch it?" Nami said further seductively. Lin Fan nodded wildly, without looking away, and responded quickly, "I think so." "Then come here." "But why don't you come over and touch me?" Nami said, her tone even coquettish. Lin Fan trembled all over, and then slowly walked towards Nami. Then, he stretched out his hand to touch the big white leg and swallowed nervously. At this time, Nami's gentle and playful voice sounded, "Brother Fan, if you return my treasures and Bailey that you took away before, you can touch them for 1 minute." Lin Fan's hand was about to touch Nami's leg. Just as Nami finished speaking, Lin Fan suddenly retracted his hand, put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the dining table. "Forget it." Looking at Lin Fan leaving, Nami gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, it was so close, how could this pervert stop at such a critical moment? I'm so angry." Nami pouted and went to wash up in a bad mood. Nyokijeo watched the whole process with an ant's smile on her face. She loved watching Lin Fan interact with her sister Nami. After breakfast, Lin Fan also told Nakajeo and Nami that he would leave Kakosia village at 10 o'clock. Leaving early can avoid some trouble. What Lin Fan didn't know was that Marine had already withdrawn, leaving only 5 groups of CP0. The chance of encountering the vast East Daxia Sea is still very low. There is no way world government and Marine do not pay much attention to the East Daxia Sea, which also means that they do not deploy any intelligence agencies in the East Daxia Sea. Only the Grand Line is the main deployment area for world government and Marine. In front of Belmir's tombstone, Lin Fan, Nyokijeo, and Nami appeared. Lin Fan leaned against a big tree with his hands in his pockets and watched the 2 sisters talking to their adoptive mother. Not long after, Nyochi, Gao Nami and others came to Lin Fan. "Mr. Captain, let's go. The big pervert is gone." "Duan. Ah. It hurts so much." Nami's head was hit violently by Lin Fan again. She covered her head with both hands and lowered her head, almost bursting into tears. "Little maid, why are you talking?" Lin Fan felt that Nami, the little maid, wanted to go to the house without being beaten for a day. Nyokijeo watched the interaction between the two with a smile. When I returned to Nami's house in Nakajeo, there was a familiar person standing at the door. "It's Ajian." When Ajian saw Lin Fanuo, Chi Gao, and Nami, he forced a smile on his face and said, "You should be going to sea today, right?" "No Jijeo, Nami, you can go with peace of mind. I am still here in your orange orchard. Don't worry, you won't die." Lin Fan was about to say that the orange orchard was going to be transplanted, but Nakajeo reached out and blocked his mouth. Lin Fan looked at Nakajeo with some confusion. Nakajeo smiled back at Lin Fan, then looked at Ajian and said, "Ajian, I'll leave it to you while Nami and I are away." "Sister, you..." As soon as Nakajeo said these words, Nami was also a little confused and wanted to say something. But he was interrupted by Nyokijeo. "Nami, let's just transplant some seedlings." After saying that, Nakajeo winked at Nami. Nami was stunned for a moment and realized what her sister Nakajeo was thinking, and then she nodded with a smile. The reason why Nakajeo decided to give up transplanting the orange orchard was because she felt that Ajian might like this orange orchard more than she did. Because this orange grove was planted by Melbel. Nakajeo naturally knew Ajian's feelings for her adoptive mother Melbel. If Melbel had not died, the two would have been together by now. Lin Fan also thought of what Nyokijeo was thinking, so he didn't say anything. He quite admired Ajian as a real man. If the history books of the years are collected in the future, I will satisfy his dream for many years and resurrect Melbel. Resurrecting a person is nothing for the history books. After all, this is a book that can change everything. No one can resist. I don't know if that guy is a boy or a girl. If he's a girl, he's pretty. When you get the history book, let him become your own dancing girl. Thinking of this, Lin Fan couldn't hold his lips tight anymore. Nami happened to see Lin Fan's expression and immediately stepped on Lin Fan's toes. "Pervert, big pervert," smiles so lewdly and lustfully. Finally, Lin Fan helped transplant some orange seedlings onto the ship. He also took the 2 sisters Nokai and Nami to the sea officially. The villagers of Kokozia village waved and watched on from the coast. Chapter 35 New Reward Order. The storm charge slowly sailed away, and the villagers of Kokozia village waved and watched it go off at the shore. Nochigo, Nami, be careful on your journey and remember to come back and check back. Nochigo, Nami, have a safe journey. Brother Lin Fan, you have to take good care of the two sisters, Nakago and Nami, or I will be rude to you. Lin Fan, Nyokijao, and Nami stood at the end of the boat. Lin Fan leaned against the railing with his hands in his pockets, saying nothing. The two sisters, Noki and Nami, waved goodbye towards the island, their eyes moistened. Just as Lin Fan and his companions were setting out on their journey, New World, which was the first to receive the news released by Morgans, exploded. The headline in the newspaper was, Godslayer Wilk Lin Fan defeated General Kizaru Borsellino, one of the top 3 marine fighters who possessed the Logia Shining Fruit, and became the 5th after red-haired Shanks. The Emperor of the Sea. There are 4 photos in the newspaper. One photo shows Kizaru's shoulder being hit by Lin Fan's shockwave finger gun and bleeding, one photo shows Kizaru being hit by Lin Fan's punch and spitting blood, one photo shows Kizaru flying backwards and spitting blood again, and the last photo shows Kizaru the ape escapes. I don't know if Big News Morgan's Newsbird took these photos, it's amazing. The news of the annihilation of the Arlong pirates was also printed in this newspaper, but because of its low quality, it was only placed in the corner of the newspaper. Unless you read the newspaper carefully, you will basically be attracted by the headlines about Lin Fan defeating Kizaru. The big guys who had seen the news about Lin Fan killing the Tianlong people had a very indifferent attitude towards Lin Fan, almost just watching it for fun. But now it's different. Lin Fan actually defeated Kizaru Borsellino, one of the 3 admirals of Marine. You know, even for the 4 emperors, it is very difficult to defeat one of the 3 generals, or even impossible to defeat him at all. The name of Godslayer Wilk Lin Fan resounded throughout the entire Grand Line. Many pirates have expressed their desire to follow Lin Fan and follow his lead. The news from the 4 seas was delivered a little later, after all, it was delivered by newsbirds. Not long after, Marine also printed out Lin Fan's latest wanted poster. It's still the same picture, but the amount is no longer 980 million. God Killer Wilk Lin Fan. Dead or alive. Reward amount 2,850,000,000. The reason why it is so high is of course due to the bonus from the battle with Garp. As a marine hero and the man who chases after One Piece Roger, Garp's fighting ability is not to be underestimated. The next attack on Lin Fan will be launched by the 3 generals together. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. After seeing the newspaper, the face of the Sengoku Fleet Admiral turned extremely dark. Although it was true, Marine would be greatly embarrassed if it was known by the whole world. Damn it, my head hurts. Sengoku Fleet Admiral began to miss his lost youth, when he was only a lieutenant general and lived a carefree life every day. Aokiji, who was out on a mission, also returned to Marineford. His expression did not change after seeing the newspaper, but he remembered Lin Fan's appearance deeply. The expressions of other marine generals and soldiers who saw the newspaper were all very interesting. Most of them were angry and threatened that if they caught Big News Morgans one day, they would hack him to death with knives. However, some high-ranking generals, including lieutenant generals in the headquarters, were shocked. Some of these people have fought with Kizaru and know how terrifying Kizaru's strength is. The people who were more shocked were, of course, the Marine Admiral candidates Shitan and Momuzagi. As Marine candidates, they know even more about the horror of Marine Admiral. But such a terrifying Marine general was defeated by a newcomer and forced to run away. Are all newcomers this scary? What? You said this newcomer is from the East Daxia Sea. Oh, that's okay. Akainu, one of the 3 Marine generals, was returning home, even though he had known the news in advance. But after seeing the newspaper, thick white smoke still came out of his body, and some lava flowed on his body. Humph! Poor Asalino is such a useless guy. He was beaten away by a new guy, and he embarrassed our marine. Although Akainu said this, his eyes were very solemn. He knew what Kizaru's strength was. Although Kizaru is lazy and will not fight with all his strength, this is on the premise that he will not be injured. If he encounters a powerful enemy, Kizaru will fight with all his strength. In the end, he was beaten to death and escaped, which proves one thing: God Killer Wilk Lin Fan is really powerful. On the other side, the client, Kizaru, was still grilling fish on the isolated island. He was very good at grilling fish when he was young. Although you are afraid of the sea after eating a devil fruit, catching a fish is still not easy. Use the haki of knowledge to scan and lock it, and just shoot down a laser beam. Kizaru also has some change on him, and he also likes to read newspapers. So when the news bird flew over someone's head and screamed, Kizaru threw out a 100 belly coin and bought a newspaper. After seeing the content inside, Kizaru was not angry. Because it is a fact, even if it is spread to the whole world. Marine General Kizaru is so big. I saw Kizaru reading the newspaper while grilling the fish, and then pouted and muttered, "What a terrible newcomer. I have a headache. I was punched, and my body is still hurting now. Cough cough cough." Lin Fan and others, who had not been sailing at sea for long, also bought newspapers from Newsbird. Looking at the photos in the newspaper, Lin Fan was a little jealous and said, "These photos are so good, damn, I really envy the big news guy Morgans for having such good photography skills." After hearing Lin Fan's words, Nyoki Jo also covered her mouth and smiled. Nami complained directly, "I envy you if you kill Morgans and occupy his property." Lin Fan's eyes suddenly lit up after hearing this. He reached out and rubbed Nami's hair and said, "Little maid, I will remember your proposal. When I encounter this big news Moses in the future, I will kill him and swallow him his estate." Nami's expression froze, and she turned to look at Lin Fan with a look that seemed to say, "Zhen, are you serious?" Not long after, another newsbird also sent a reward order. Nakajo stretched out his hand to get the reward order. When he saw the reward, he was surprised at first, then turned to look at Lin Fan with a smile and said, "Mr. Captain, your reward is really high. It has suddenly increased to nearly 19 billion Baileys, reaching 2.85 billion Baileys." "What? 2.85 billion belly? With such a high bounty, I will be chased and beaten by Marine every day from now on." Nami's reaction was different. She screamed with despair. "All in all, I am afraid of death." Lin Fan appeared directly in front of Nami, then stretched out his hand to rub her hair and comforted her with a smile. "Okay, little maid, you continue to work hard to develop the ability of Yuyun fruit and practice domineering, and then accumulate some combat experience. You are also a powerful person, can be compared to Shishibukai, so don't let other people's prestige destroy your own ambition." Lin Fan, who has watched some anime, naturally knows that Nami is afraid of death. However, no one in the world is not afraid of death, right? To say that I am not afraid is completely nonsense. Those who are not afraid of death have a reason. Chapter 36 Trigger Option, Little Fox. In the control room, Lin Fan was lying on the sofa watching animation unique to the world of One Piece. This is a thank you gift from a child in Kakosia village. The two sisters, Nami and Nakajo, are developing devil fruit abilities and practicing haki in the training room. The storm charge has artificial intelligence and can sail on its own. The purpose of this trip is Ziluabia village. Lin Fan wants to accept Kaya as the ship's doctor and cure her illness. Well, it's definitely not because of triggering the option or seeing the other person being pretty and cute. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Host trigger options. On the way ahead, you will encounter the little fox Karina, who is being hunted by the Alita pirates. Please choose the host from the following three options. Option 1, turn a blind eye and pass by. Reward, see, hear, Color, Domineering Mutation in Advance. Option 2, Save the Little Fox Karina, one of the East Daxia Sea Thieves duo. Reward, Conqueror's Domineering Mutation Advancement. Option 3, Kill Karina and ruin the Arita Pirates. Reward, Armed Color Domineering Mutation in Advancement. 3 Color Domineering Mutation in Advancement? Lin Fan first checked the 3 rewards. Then I immediately felt distressed and it was difficult to choose. Then, Lin Fan remembered that he had forgotten to look at the options. The choice of options is definitely less confusing than choosing among 3 colors of domineering. Karina? Lin Fan frowned, and then he remembered who this person was. The final winner of the theatrical version of Golden City drove away a ship full of gold. I should be very familiar with Nami and be considered good friends. At the same time, Nami and Nami are known as the 2 most famous female thieves in the East Daxia Sea. Nami is called the Thief Cat, and Karina is called the Little Fox. The key is to have long legs, be able to sing, and be beautiful. Lin Fan raised the corners of his mouth slightly and made a choice. Lin Fan stood up and walked towards the deck. Just a certain distance ahead of the Storm Charge's sailing path. The little fox Karina was driving a ship forward with a frightened expression on her face, turning left and right from time to time to avoid the cannonballs fired from behind. If you often walk by the river, how can your shoes not get wet? Karina was very unlucky to meet the Alita pirates who had been patronized by her in the vast sea, just like Nami was very unlucky to meet the Red Scorpion pirates. This is actually quite normal. After all, Karina and Nami have been stealing things everywhere in the East Daxia Sea for so many years. It is not surprising that they were caught by their enemies. On the boat with a pink hull and a heart printed on the sail, she holds a mace in her hand. Alita, who is super big and has a sinister face, is aiming the mace at Karina's big head with a ferocious expression on her face. Call. Fire the cannon for me, blow up that little BCH's broken ship, I'll see you alive, and you'll see your corpse if you die. Yes, Sister Abida. Fire the cannon, sink the broken ship, and capture the little fox Karina. Seeing that the shells could not hit Karina's ship, Arita became angry, turned around and shouted, "Stop firing, increase the power, and catch up with me. I will use my mace to smash that little BCH of the little fox head." Yes, Sister Abida. Stop firing and pursue at full speed. The gunfire stopped and the pirate ship began to chase Karina's ship. On the pirate ship, a pink-haired boy looked sad and at a loss. This kid is the future successor of Garp, the second-generation marine hero Kirby, nicknamed the Deserter King. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? I unexpectedly met the Arita pirates. It's so damn good. Karina gritted her teeth and complained, saying that she was unlucky. If I had known, I would have listened to the thief cat and cooperated with her to steal that pirate group. On the deck of the Storm Charge, Lin Fan had already sensed how many people were in front of him through his sight and hearing. Then, the whole person jumped forward, turned into a line of light and disappeared. With the blessing of the speed fruit, Lin Fan used the telekinetic devil fruit to fly faster than just a little bit faster. After a while, he saw Karina with short purple hair and the pink pirate ship approaching behind her. Naturally, the huge Arita Lin Fan, who was holding a mace, also saw it. So strong. Were you so exaggerated before you ate the devil fruit? Lin Fan quietly appeared behind Karina, and then looked up and down Karina's figure. Well, her butt is perky, big, and sexy, and her legs are really long. Karina also felt that someone was peeping at her, so she subconsciously turned her head and looked behind her. Well, I can't see the face, I just see the chest. Karina looked up out of habit. When she saw Lin Fan with a smile on his face, her eyes suddenly widened, her body remained motionless, and her mind went blank. She recognized Lin Fan's identity. After all, she had seen Lin Fan's news and reward orders before. Hello, Rob, little fox Karina. Seeing Karina turn around, Lin Fan smiled and said hello. Chapter 37 Conqueror's Domineering Mutation, Armed to Kill. You. Here, give it all to you, this is all my money. The little fox Karina tremblingly pushed all the treasures forward, fearing that the big man in front of her would suddenly kill her. After handing over the money, Karina couldn't help but swallowed. The guy in front of me looked very handsome and had a sunny smile, but I had only seen the reports and reward orders about him not long ago. The man with a bounty of up to 2.85 billion Baileys is called the fifth Emperor of the Sea, the God-slayer Wilk Lin Fan. You must know that in the East Daxia Sea, Aaron, the captain of the dragon pirates with the highest bounty, is worth 20 million Baileys. Little fox, I'm going to smash your head. At this moment, Arita's loud voice sounded. It turned out that the pirate ship was approaching quickly. A medium-sized ship like Karina is naturally not as fast as a pirate ship. There is only one possibility for Karina to escape, and that is a sudden change in weather, and then a large wave blocks the pirate group behind her, so it is possible to escape. Die! Lin Fan pointed his hand directly at the pink pirate ship and activated his telekinesis. With a shake of his hand, the huge pirate ship was instantly crushed. This is the move Lin Fan developed after the fruit awakened. It is very abnormal and unexplainable. All the pirates inside were immediately thrown into disrepute, including the famous deserter king. Lin Fan would not even blink an eye when it came to killing these people. He was originally a pirate who did all kinds of bad things, but as for the deserter king, he was just unhappy with him. Just like that idiot Momonosuke. By the way, there is also Momonosuke. I don't know where he is at this time. I only know that his first appearance was at the gas fruit of Punk Hazard Caesar. Then a wisp of black-purple flame was seen shooting out from Lin Fan's hand, and then hit the broken pirate ship. The next second, black and purple flames instantly enveloped the remains of the pirate ship. In less than 3 seconds, the residue was completely burned, and then the black and purple flames fell to the sea. What is unbelievable is that the black-purple flame has not extinguished, but is still burning brightly on the sea. There was no burning material, but the fire did not become smaller, nor did it expand. Karina was stunned, her eyes were wider than ever before, her mouth was open enough to put down the egg, and her whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Is that too exaggerated? Is this the strength of a bounty of 2.85 billion Baileys? Seeing Karina being frightened by him, Lin Fan also had the idea of scaring her. He walked over and patted Karina's frozen little face a few times and said, "What? You like it? I'll give you some too." Da-ah, da-ah, da-ah. When Karina heard this, her whole scalp went numb. He immediately shook his head and waved his hands crazily. "Just kidding, I know that with my small body, even the ashes will probably not be left if touched by the black and purple flames. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Now I'll give you 2 choices. First, get on my ship and become my crew, become a singer, sing to me when you are bored. Second, I throw you overboard and burn the boat. I leave. Whether you survive depends on your luck. Choose. Do I have a choice?" Karina had a pitiful expression on her face, staring at Lin Fan with her big eyes open, and you could see water mist appearing in her eyes. "I don't know if this chick is really scared or just pretending. I'll go with you." Lin Fan still had a smile on his face. With a move of his finger, Karina's money floated up and then disappeared. Karina blinked, trying to see her treasure, but saw nothing. Then she reached out and wiped her eyes, and when she looked again, she still didn't see it. "Where's the treasure? Where's my treasure? Why is it missing? That's my treasure." Lin Fan gave Karina a violent shock, then picked up Karina and flew away. "Ah! It's flying." Karina ignored the pain in her head, closed her eyes, hugged Lin Fan tightly with both hands, and wrapped her long legs tightly around Lin Fan's waist. At this time, Lin Fan also felt the situation after his own conqueror's domineering mutation. It's very exaggerated. The mutated conqueror's haki can use wisdom to kill the enemy. Once it hits, the enemy will be mentally unstable and unable to use wisdom and wisdom haki. Not only does it have the function of killing by sight, but also the damage and distance of attacking enemies by releasing conqueror's haki from a long distance are also increased. Not only that, there is also a new function, armed killing. It has the same effect as witness and kill, but the effect is to prevent the enemy from using the weapon color haki. Also, the quality of conqueror's haki has been improved again. This is conqueror's domineering spirit after mutation. It's very awesome. In a short time, Lin Fan had already landed on the deck of the storm charge with Karina in his arms. Lin Fan didn't mean to remind Karina. After a few seconds, Karina overcame her fear and slowly opened her eyes. It turned out that it was still flying somewhere and had already landed. Then, Karina also saw Lin Fan looking at her and smiling. Although it looks good, he is a big bad guy. Karina immediately retracted her arms and legs and stood on the deck. Then, Karina was attracted by the storm charger and its wooden structure that was different from other pirate ships. Lin Fan ignored Karina and called Alice directly. Alice, please inform Noki and Nami that a new partner has joined. Hey? Karina, who was originally attracted by the different storm charge, came to Lin Fan's side after hearing Nami's name. He immediately hugged Lin Fan's arm, looked up at Lin Fan, blinked, and asked in a gentle and well-behaved manner, Captain, is the Nami you are talking about the Nami who is called the Thief Cat? Feeling the softness of her arms, Lin Fan roughly guessed Karina's size. A little soft, but Lin Fan still kept a smile on his face. He glanced sideways at Karina and asked, What? Do you know Nami? Of course I know you. Nami and I are good sisters. Our friendship is so good that we can wear a skirt. After Karina confirmed that this Nami was the Nami she knew, she rolled her eyes and began to brag to Lin Fan about how good her relationship with Nami was. The purpose of doing this is that Karina naturally wants to make her situation better by relying on her relationship with Nami. Chapter 38 Pirate Admiral, Golden Lion Shiki. Yeah. I see. Lin Fan smiled brightly, but for some reason Karina felt a bad feeling when she saw Lin Fan's smile. Soon, Nami and Nyoki-jo also came out. The two sisters were wearing training clothes and were wiping their hair with towels at the moment. Originally, Nami also suggested taking a bath, but Naka-jo rejected it. Nami, is it really you? Long time no see, I miss you so much. As soon as she saw Nami, Karina immediately smiled and looked like she was really happy to see Nami. There are too many acting elements and it looks very fake. Karina ran directly to Nami and took Nami's hand. She deliberately acted like she was very familiar with Nami in front of Lin Fan. Although she did know Nami and had a good relationship with her, they were not so good as to be exaggerated. Little fox? It's you. Nami recognized Karina immediately, with a surprised expression on her face. She had no idea that the new crew member Lin Fan mentioned would be her comrade in arms, the little fox Karina. It was at this time that Lin Fan spoke up again, Karina, since you have such a good relationship with Nami, from now on, you are also my maid, and you are also a singer. Ah! After Karina heard Lin Fan's words, the smile on her face froze. What the hell, maid and singer? Oh, I forgot to tell you just now, Nami is my maid and navigator. Lin Fan spoke out again to hit the target. Karina was about to cry, but in the end she could only nod and said, I understand. She wanted to refute, but when she saw Lin Fan's face, she thought of Lin Fan's bounty of 2.85 billion belly, and she immediately gave up. At this moment, Lin Fan noticed something and looked up at the sky. Right above the storm charge, there was an island floating on the island. The island was decorated like a pirate ship and had a pirate flag. In the monitoring room on the island, a young Karami in front of the monitoring screen looked behind a man with a rudder on his head and two swords under his feet and said, "Admiral Golden Lion, there is a ship directly below our island. A ship I've never seen before. Let me see." When the legendary big pirate Golden Lion heard this, he floated to the surveillance screen and looked at the picture. This ship is indeed a bit strange. I have never seen a ship like this before. I'll go take a look. With that said, the Golden Lion also floated away. The subordinates of the Golden Lion pirates didn't say anything. They still knew how powerful their boss was. Even though the head should have lost some strength due to the rudder, it is still very powerful. After the Golden Lion arrived outside, it quickly floated down towards the storm charge. On board the storm charge, Lin Fan looked at the sky and said, "A guest is here." As soon as Lin Fan said this, Nyoki Jo, Nami and Karina also looked at Lin Fan. "What guest?" Lin Fan did not respond, but still looked at the sky with his hands in his pockets. Following Lin Fan's gaze, the three women also looked towards the sky. As a result, naturally nothing can be seen. Nami and Nakajo even used their haki, but they still didn't notice it. "Ms. Nakajo, Nami, I'm very happy that you can use your knowledge and color to conduct investigations at this time. This means that you have grown up. I will be your sparring partner another day. But your domineering power is still too weak. You can only detect some distance. You can't find this guest who came without permission. Brother Fan, who are you here?" Nami directly hugged one of Lin Fan's arms and shook it, and her voice immediately opened. The legendary great pirate, captain of the sky pirates, Golden Lion Shiki. Feeling the softness, Lin Fan naturally spoke. After all, he likes to eat soft food. As a result, after hearing what Lin Fan said, the three women all had confused expressions on their faces. "I have no idea who Shiki the Golden Lion is." Thinking about it, the Golden Lion Shiki has not appeared all year round, and the eldest Noki is only in his 20s, and Nami and Karina are only 18 years old. It would be strange if they have heard of the Golden Lion Shiki. It's nothing special. He's just a guy who almost wiped out One Piece Gold Roger and his team at sea. This guy was unlucky enough to encounter extreme weather, and a rudder was stuck on his head. Lin Fan spoke very calmly again. But what he said directly made the three women numb. Even the relatively calm Nyoki Jo didn't calm down. Seeing the appearance of the three women, Lin Fan burst out laughing. "A whole captain, this is a big shot. Why are you laughing?" Nami was immediately furious, then stepped on Lin Fan and began to spray. "Quickly order Alice to run." "BD. Ah. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I don't want to die. I'm still so young, I'm still a virgin, I don't want to die." Karina just knelt down on the deck with a look of despair and kept babbling. It was Nakajo who noticed something was wrong. Lin Fan was too calm. "Mr. Captain, do you still have something to say?" Hearing this, Lin Fan stretched out his hand and rubbed Nami's hair and praised, "Oh, Miss Nakajo discovered her. I do have something else to say. This Golden Lion Shiki is now a younger brother. He is a weakling. He can't even use the Conqueror's haki. He can use the haki of the Wisdom haki and the haki of the Armament haki, but he should only be very weak and won't be able to use them for much. Times, dominance is also based on the body. What he can use should be his devil fruit, Piao Piao fruit and some sword moves. After all, he was a great swordsman before eating the devil fruit, but after eating the devil fruit in the end, he relied too much on his devil fruit abilities, and his swordsmanship should have regressed a lot. Damn it, don't rub my hair." Nami frantically stretched out her hands to stop Lin Fan, but it was in vain. Karina, on the other hand, stood up after noticing Lin Fan's calmness. Then she thought of something and asked Lin Fan, "Captain, as a legendary big pirate, this Golden Lion is very rich, right?" As soon as these words came out, Nami let Lin Fan rub her hair and looked at Lin Fan expectantly. Obviously, these two women suffered from occupational diseases. Lin Fan, as for Lin Fan, touched his chin and thought for a while, then said, "They must be very rich. After all, they are all old guys who have lived for who knows how many years." There was a pinging sound. Karina and Nami's eyes instantly turned into money, and their minds were full of gold and silver and countless Baileys. "I'm going to get rich, I'm going to get rich." Lin Fan didn't say anything when he saw the expressions of the two women. He naturally knew that the two women were greedy for money. Not long after, loud laughter suddenly sounded in the sky, "Ha ha ha." Then, I saw an arrogant old man with long golden hair, a very obvious rudder stuck in the middle, wearing a warrior costume with a golden and brown coat on top, and two swords supporting his calves. On the bow deck. "Ha ha ha. Kids, let me introduce myself, I am the captain of the Flying Pirates, Golden Lion Shiki. I'm very interested in your ship, so it belongs to me from now on. What do you think?" Chapter 39 Golden Lion, Defeat. Mr. Golden Lion Shiki, do you have a lot of treasures?" Just when Shiki the Golden Lion thought he was making a shining and domineering appearance, and Lin Fan and others would be frightened and trembled when they heard his name, he had no idea that the orange-haired kid would actually ask him if he had a lot of treasure. "Little girl, what do you mean? Your treasure is mine." As soon as Nami finished speaking, he took out an iron rod and waved it at the Golden Lion Shiki. A thunder snake came out of the stick and flew towards Shiki. Nami just heard Lin Fan say that the Golden Lion Shiki, the legendary great pirate, was greatly reduced in strength because of the rudder on his head. He couldn't use Conqueror's haki, and his haki and armed haki were probably better than those of his sisters. When the two were still weak, they started thinking about it. She wants to prove that she is not lazy, and if she defeats the Golden Lion Shiki, she can get the opponent's treasure. The other party is a legendary pirate, and I can't even imagine how much treasure there is. Nami. When Nakajayo saw his sister taking the initiative to attack the Golden Lion Shiki, he was immediately worried. But after seeing the smile on Lin Fan's face, he felt relieved. Her captain, Lin Fan, obviously likes Nami and will not let Nami get hurt. Karina, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? How did Nami wield a lightning bolt? Golden Lion Shiki sensed the danger with his weak haki, and immediately used the piao fruit to float. Snap! The thunder snake hit the railing directly, and the lightning crackled for a few times and then dissipated. The railing was unscathed. Damn it, a little girl dares to attack me. Golden Lion Shiki was instantly furious, gnashing his teeth with a fierce look on his face. He felt that he had been despised. Although his strength had indeed declined greatly due to the rudder, it was definitely not to the point where he could be despised by the little devil. Who is he? He is Shiki the Golden Lion. A man who almost killed One Piece Gold Roger. Brother Fan, leave this Golden Lion Shiki to me. Nami said something, and his lower body immediately turned into dark clouds, surrounded by thunder and lightning, and flew towards Shiki. Nami is really compatible with Yuyun fruit, and she has already developed a flying state. Lin Fan was also a little surprised by Nami's development. This girl's talent is a bit too good. Such a vacuum cage thunder and lightning strangulation. Nami released the clouds towards Shiki in the air. What was different from the last time was that this time it was filled with dark clouds. Obviously, Nami improved this move after last time. Logia. Damn ability. Golden Lion Shiki immediately recovered from his rage after seeing the dark cloud released by Nami, and his face was very ugly. His weapon is domineering, but he can only unleash some of it. For him, he would be at a huge disadvantage against Logia users. Hateful. Lion Qiang Guizhan. Before Golden Lion got the piao fruit, he was a great swordsman. I saw the Golden Lion swinging its feet quickly, and directly slashed out more than a dozen golden sword energy. More than a dozen sword energy streaked through the dark clouds, heading straight towards Nami with undiminished power. Nami used the knowledge color haki to immediately notice that there were more than a dozen sword auras, but only 2 swords had additional armed color haki, so he flew upwards, avoiding only those 2 sword auras. Lin Fan also raised his hand to release telekinesis, and locked some places for Nami and Golden Lion Shiki as the battlefield. The sword energy dissipated instantly when it hit the telekinetic barrier, leaving no damage to the barrier. How strong is Lin Fan? How strong is the Golden Lion at this moment? The two are not on the same level at all. Even the Golden Lion Shiki in his heyday, Lin Fan could easily defeat him. And it's easier than beating Kizaru. After all, the telekinetic devil fruit can compete with the fluttering fruit. But Lin Fan also has other devil fruits. Sleepy. Nami shouted and clenched his hands. The dark clouds that had been dispersed by the Golden Lion quickly rushed towards the Golden Lion, trying to wrap it up. Golden Lion Shiki sensed the danger when he saw the color haki, and immediately floated away. Then he shook his hand towards the dark clouds that were spreading crazily towards him, and activated his fluttering fruit ability. Shishiwei Yufeng Earth Coiling. I saw the wind element in the sky quickly turning into 4 lions, and then pounced towards the dark clouds. In an instant, the dark clouds were torn apart and disappeared. The 4 lions charged towards Nami with his mouth wide open with unabated power. Nami seemed to be frightened, standing motionless in a daze. The Golden Lion smiled when he saw this and shouted, "Die, little devil!" When Karina, who was on the storm charge, saw this situation, she was not calm anymore. "Thief cat, get away quickly!" Karina shouted with worry on her face, tears appearing in her eyes. Nakajayo on the other side wanted to use her devil fruit ability to help Nami resist the Golden Lion's move. Lin Fan appeared next to Nakajayo at this time, stretched out his hand to stop her, and said with a smile, "Miss Nakajayo, don't you still believe Nami? She is very afraid of death." Lin Fan's meaning was already very clear. It was impossible for Nami, a person who cherished his own life, to stand there in a daze during the battle. Nakajayo also stopped when he heard this, and then looked at Nami carefully. This observation really caused a problem for her. That Nami is not the real person. Nyokijayo used his insight and domineering power to make precise observations, and still discovered the clues. Lin Fan also appeared next to Karina with a hiss, raised his hand and gave her a shudder on the head. "What's all this fuss about? Didn't you say you're familiar with Nami?" "Ah, BD, it hurts like hell." Karina immediately covered her head with her hands, but at the same time she also thought that according to what she knew about the character of the thief cat, it was very afraid of death and would not be confused in a battle. Sure enough, when the 4 lions composed of wind released by the Golden Lion bit Nami, Nami's body instantly collapsed and turned into white clouds. At this moment, the Golden Lion Shiki's few cognizance-colored domineering sent him a dangerous signal. Nami's figure is composed of some clouds not far behind the Golden Lion Shiki. At the same time, I don't know when there is a super big dark cloud above the Golden Lion's head. Lei Ying. Nami gave a sweet shout and pointed at the Golden Lion Shiki with the stick in his hand. Some static electricity quickly wrapped around the Golden Lion's body, causing him to fall into a state of paralysis. At the same moment, the dark clouds above the Golden Lion's head also burst with countless thick thunder and lightning. Under the precise control of Nami's domineering power, he slashed at the Golden Lion Shiki. Golden Lion Shiki stiffly looked up at the top of his head, knowing that he could not hide. He used the last of his armed haki to force one arm back to action, and squeezed hard towards the top of his head to release the maximum power of the Piao Piao fruit. The strength of the Golden Lion is greatly reduced. Even if it is forced to use the maximum power, it cannot use the awakened state. Shishiwei Yulei Heavenly Scroll. Rumble. The Golden Lion was still a step too slow and was directly struck by countless lightning bolts. I was defeated again, defeated by the Donghai people again. After a while, the Golden Lion rolled his eyes. The thunder and lightning ended, and the legend of a generation, the captain of the flying pirates, the pirate admiral, and the famous golden lion Shiki's charred body struck by lightning fell from the air and smashed straight into the sea. Lin Fan had also removed the telekinesis barrier, and Nami returned to the storm charge in a flash. Chapter 40 Get Piao Piao Fruit. Lin Fanian activated his power and directly brought the golden lion to the storm charge. In the sky, the island that lost the ability to flutter fruit because of the golden lion's defeat and entering a dying state also began to decline. At the moment when the island just fell, Lin Fan locked the island in the sky with his powerful power of knowledge, and then activated his telekinesis to take over the island's right to fly. There were more and larger islands floating in the sky not far away, and Lin Fan also took over. For Lin Fan, who is physically strong, mentally strong, and has awakened his fruit, controlling these islands to continue to float is no big deal. At the same time, Lin Fan also used Conqueror's Haki to lock onto all the pirates on the island, and directly launched Conqueror's Haki to strike accurately. Lin Fan's eyes flashed red. Conqueror's domineering energy had already rushed out. The moment Lin Fan used Conqueror's Haki, Nyokijao, Nami, and Karina all looked at Lin Fan. At that moment, they felt a shocking feeling from Lin Fan's body and wanted to kneel down and bow their heads in worship. The power of the Super King. In 1 second, the Golden Lion pirates were completely wiped out. After eliminating the minions, Lin Fan also found the 3 women looking at him with pale faces. "What's wrong with you? You look so ugly." Lin Fan really didn't know the situation. This was also the first time he used the mutated Conqueror's Haki in a hurry. "Ahole, what ability did you use just now? How come you can't tell the difference between us and the enemy?" Nami suddenly appeared next to Lin Fan, then raised her foot and stepped on it. Hearing this, Lin Fan also thought that Conqueror's domineering power had mutated and his control was unstable and leaked out. "Then I cooperated with Nami, after all, I made the mistake first." Pretending to be hurt by being stepped on, Lin Fan hugged his leg and screamed, then immediately bowed and apologized, "I'm sorry, I will pay attention next time." Snort. Nami turned her head away proudly. "Captain, why did you bring the Golden Lion to the ship?" It was also at this time that Nyokijao asked the key question. Nami and Karina also looked at Lin Fan. The Golden Lion was obviously beaten to death by Nami and then fell into the sea, but Lin Fan got the Golden Lion to the deck. "Of course it works." Lin Fan smiled and turned into a white spiral fruit out of thin air. This is a devil fruit without attributes. As long as the devil fruit user is killed, it can immediately grow into the corresponding devil fruit. This is the reward you get after defeating the Golden Lion. When the Golden Lion was detected before, the system gave another option. The other 2 options are, avoiding the pursuit of the Golden Lion will obtain the animal insect fruit and cockroach form. After defeating it, if you let the Golden Lion go, you will get the animal bug fruit and ant form. Seeing the devil fruit in Lin Fan's hand, Nami said, "This is a devil fruit? But it feels weird when it looks at it." After Karina heard about the devil fruit, her eyes lit up and she just stared at Lin Fan's hand non-stop. The expression on his face says "I want 3 words." No Kai Gao said nothing and looked at Lin Fan as well. Lin Fan had no intention of hiding it from the 3 girls, and said, "This is indeed a devil fruit, but it has no attributes. And it is useless to eat it." As soon as Lin Fan said these words, Karina immediately looked disappointed and lost interest. But if an ability user dies nearby, then the fruit can become the devil fruit that the opponent eats. Lin Fan spoke again. When Karina heard this, her eyes immediately became hot, and she stared at the devil fruit in Lin Fan's hand with great desire. Why Lin Fan brought the Golden Lion on board the ship? The purpose was obvious, which was to kill the Golden Lion and obtain his devil fruit. Nyokijao and Nami were a little shocked, but they quickly came back to their senses. This is the advantage of being ignorant. If other knowledgeable people heard Lin Fan's words, they would probably be dumbfounded and doubt life, thinking, Are there really devil fruits without attributes in this world? Although the two sisters were interested in the process of transforming non-property devil fruits into property-based devil fruits, they were not very interested. The reason, of course, is because they have all eaten devil fruits. As we all know, you can only eat one devil fruit. Lin Fan didn't waste any time. He directly raised the golden lion's body into the air, and then a wisp of black and purple flames popped out. The next second, the golden lion Shiki completely had no trace in this world, not even his ashes. At the same time, the devil fruit in Lin Fan's hand also began to change. Then it turned into a grey fruit with all spiral patterns. Lin Fan took a look and the message also appeared. Paramecia Piao Piao fruit, after taking it, you will initially master the fruit's abilities and can develop them yourself. Lin Fan disappeared and reappeared with an arm around Karina. Karina was startled and began to struggle subconsciously. At this moment, Lin Fan whispered, "Little maid Karina, do you want this fluttering fruit that is called a god-level ability?" Want. Karina did not struggle, letting Lin Fan hold her waist, and then stretched out his hands towards the Piao Piao fruit, trying to get it. But Lin Fan took it away and missed it. "Kiss me and I will give you this devil fruit." "A whole captain, what are you doing?" Nami was furious all of a sudden. She learned the 6 moves of shaving without any teacher. She suddenly appeared next to Lin Fan, raised her foot and kicked Lin Fan in the head with thunder and lightning. Naturally, Nami didn't want to hit Lin Fan because Lin Fan wanted to give Karina the devil fruit, but because Lin Fan actually used the devil fruit to make Karina kiss him. She didn't know why, but when she saw Lin Fan being mean, she couldn't help but want to beat him up. Obviously she didn't like to hit people before. With a whoosh, Lin Fan hugged Karina and disappeared on the spot. He had already entered the boat, leaving behind this sentence: "Little maid Nami, right above our heads is the Golden Lion's pirate ship. His treasures are also there, and I have taken care of the dangers above. If you go now, you will just get money for nothing. Don't say that I am not treating you badly. Okay, I'll help you hold down the little maid Karina, otherwise if she eats the Piao Piao fruit, she will fly faster than you, and the treasure will be hers." Nanny. Overhead. "Sister Nyaki Gao, I need you." Ah! Before Nakajao knew what was going on, he was carried by Nami and flew into the sky. Chapter 41 Karina gets the Piao Piao fruit. In the cabin hall, Lin Fan and Karina appeared. "Ah! Where is this?" Looking at the unfamiliar environment, Karina expressed some doubts. Lin Fan stretched out his hand to lift Karina's chin, looked down at her youthful and beautiful face and said, "Don't change the subject, my little maid." Karina was forced to look at Lin Fan, and suddenly realized that Lin Fan, the guy who forced her to get on the boat, was extremely handsome, especially his eyes, which were very attractive and made people addicted without paying attention. Bang bang bang! Karina's heart began to beat violently, her breathing became rapid, and her face turned red. Damn it, I seem to be attracted to this guy. Karina is also 18 years old and has never been in love. So, Karina, my little maid, do you want this fluttering fruit of divine power? Lin Fan also held the Piao Piao fruit in front of Karina's eyes and shook it. The moves used by the Golden Lion are very cool, right? He controls the wind to look like a lion. If it were you, Karina, what would you control the wind to look like? Lin Fan's whisper sounded again, just like the big bad wolf deceiving Little Red Riding Hood. Karina swallowed, a look of longing on her face. Lin Fan didn't feel anything wrong at all about using devil fruit to lure a beautiful girl into kissing her. Really, can I, really get this fluttering fruit just by kissing you? Karina was obviously tempted, her eyes never left the fluttering fruit. Moreover, Karina convinced herself in this way, Karina, you are not at a loss, it was just a first kiss, the other party is the 5th Emperor of the Sea, the key is that he is a handsome guy, not to mention you can get the Piao Piao fruit. Then, Karina suddenly remembered what Lin Fan had just said to Nami, that the Golden Lion's pirate ship was in the sky, and his treasure was first come, first served. Immediately, Karina did not dare to hesitate and directly put her hands around Lin Fan's neck and kissed him actively. Damn man, he kissed me for so long, causing me to miss so much time. After eating the piao piao fruit, Karina immediately flew towards the sky with an anxious look on her face. Karina now just hopes that the thief cat has not found the Golden Lion's treasure, otherwise, where will her share be? Lin Fan looked at Karina, hurried away and shook his head. Why are you so greedy for money? In this world, as long as you have strength, are you still short of money? If you just find a big pirate and rob him, wouldn't he be able to get hundreds of millions of Baileys or even more than 1 billion Baileys? Alice, activate standby mode. If anyone comes on board, arrest them first. Okay, Brother Fan, Alice knows. After receiving the answer, Lin Fan also activated his telekinesis, and his whole body disappeared on the spot. He hugged Karina with his arms and soon arrived at the suspended island. I smell money! Karina shouted, and then floated towards the Golden Lion's lair. Lin Fan's body burned with black and purple flames, and his domineering power was locked. Wisps of black and purple flames were carried by telekinesis and flew towards all the corpses, and then landed accurately on the corpses. In an instant, all the corpses left no trace at all. He was a kind-hearted man who didn't want others to die without a burial place, so he was burned to ashes. Out of sight and out of mind. Afterwards, Lin Fan circled around the Golden Lion's boat, which was also in line with the Golden Lion's imagination. He actually built a pirate ship on a small island, the only one in the world. No, there is no unique one. It seems that the thriller bark where Shishibukai Moonlight Moria lives now is also a ship built on the island. No. Thriller bark seems to be an island built on a boat, which is completely opposite to the Golden Lion. Lin Fan slapped his head and said, "Oh, why should I worry about this?" Immediately, Lin Fan also landed on the deck and went to find the 3 girls. On the other side, after Nami arrived at the floating island with her sister Nakajao in her arms, she also activated her knowledge and haki to explore the treasure. It was also at this time that Nami's power of knowledge rose to the next level. Sure enough, money is everything, and it's not because of money. Nami suddenly raised his domineering attitude to a new level. Then, the treasure house was successfully locked. He immediately flew over at the fastest speed. Just a minute after Nami entered the Golden Lion pirate ship, Lin Fan appeared with Karina in his arms. Then Karina immediately floated into the boat and headed straight for the treasure house. It didn't take long for Lin Fan to find the 3 girls. Well, the treasure house on the Golden Lion ship has really been found. Nami and Karina's eyes were shining with gold, their expressions were excited, and they were holding bags to pack their treasures. Nokijao stood aside and watched helplessly. Miss Nokijao, what are you doing standing here? Don't you like gold? Lin Fan suddenly appeared next to Nokijao, and then naturally put his arms around Nokijao's waist. Being held by Lin Fan around the waist, Nakajao did not resist and let Lin Fan hold her. She stretched out her hand to cover her mouth and smiled and said, "Mr. Captain, are you here? I'm waiting for you. There are so many treasures. Only you can take them all away at once. I'm a little curious, Mr. Captain, what is the ability of your devil fruit? It can create invisible barriers, attack from afar, create an extra-dimensional space, and release a black-purple flame." Nokijao really couldn't guess what Lin Fan's ability was, it was too perverted. When Lin Fan heard this, he also approached Nakajao directly, and then said in her ear, "Miss Nakajao, come to my room tonight, and I will answer whatever you ask." "BD Captain, you did something to my sister again." Nami suddenly appeared in front of Lin Fan and punched Lin Fan. Lin Fan reacted immediately, stretched out his hand to hold Nami's fist, and released Nakajao with the other hand, then grabbed Nami's kicking foot and touched it. Smooth. It feels good in the hand. Damn it, little maid, you ruined my good deeds again. Seeing this, Nyoki-jo also covered her mouth and laughed. She just liked watching the interaction between Lin Fan and her sister. Karina, as for Karina, was completely attracted by the treasures, and only had eyes for the golden treasures. Mine, mine, everything is mine. Hey hey hey. Chapter 42 Arriving at the Golden Lion's Lair, Strong World. On the deck, Karina and Nami were both smiling, one on the left and the other on the right, squeezing Lin Fan's arms. Why did they pinch Lin Fan's arms? Was it because Lin Fan forcibly ordered them? Of course, not. But because Lin Fan took away all the Golden Lion's treasures, saying that there were too many and couldn't be taken away, so he was helping. Karina squeezed it, feeling that the time was ripe, and asked with a flattering smile on her face, "Well, handsome captain, do you have many treasures in your different dimension?" Yes, brother Fan, I want to know this question too. Nami also spoke immediately. Nyoki-jo, a mature elder sister, naturally stood aside and watched the show. Treasure, use some force. Lin Fan deliberately gave it a try and then ordered to press harder. Hateful. Although Karina and Nami were smiling, in their hearts they wanted to beat up Lin Fan. But because the treasures were all in Lin Fan's different dimensions, they had to be obedient and stepped up their efforts. Crush UBD. The two women thought this at the same time, increased their strength on their hands, and deliberately used a lot of force. But little did they know that even if they tried their best, Lin Fan still felt that it was just enough. Just when Karina, Nami and the two girls were very impatient, Lin Fan spoke appropriately, "Treasure. It's okay. Not counting this harvest, it's several billion, or tens of billions. I not sure, I haven't counted them." Lin Fan wasn't joking. He really didn't know how much money there was in heavenly gold, and he didn't count it. In short, it is very much. Anyway, there must be billions, or even tens of billions. After the two women heard Lin Fan's words, their eyes instantly turned into money. Billions of billions. Nyaki Gao's expression also changed, and she was very shocked. Billions of billions, even tens of billions, is a bit exaggerated. How did Lin Fan get all this money? The Golden Lion's treasure is only about a billion if calculated. After swallowing hard, Karina squeezed Lin Fan's arm harder, and then Xiao Didi said, "Brother Captain, everyone who meets you has a share. Sister, give me your share now. Brother Fan, I want it too." At this time, Nami also transformed into a super clip and opened her mouth. Lin Fan got goosebumps after hearing the two women's voices. I saw Lin Fan pull out his arm, then hugged one with one hand, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, little maid, you will naturally have a share of the money, but you are too young, so I will hold the money for you. You're not afraid of being stolen, it's absolutely safe." After hearing Lin Fan's words, Nami and Karina's expressions froze. "I don't intend to give money. Moreover, the treasure just now has been collected. A whole. Screw you." Nami and Karina both raised their feet and stepped on Lin Fan's feet, then broke away from Lin Fan's hand. Nami picked up her sister Nakajao and flew away, and Karina also flew away. Lin Fan touched his nose and also left the island ship of Golden Lion. Turning around, Lin Fan aimed his hand at the island, and a ball of black and purple flames was released, surrounding the island in a short while. Not long after, the island was completely wiped out and disappeared. Lin Fan immediately caught up with the three women and told them about the situation on the island not far away. Finally, he unleashed his trump card: he would not take a single needle or thread of the treasure in the palace over there. The actual situation is that there is a high probability that there is no treasure there. After all, they had found the treasure on Golden Lion's pirate ship. There is a high possibility that there is only a thing called IQ in the laboratory over at the palace. IQ can make animals more violent and aggressive. It can also cure poison caused by a strange tree. The golden lion has taken over all the IQs and enslaved the men and young women on the only island to work in his factory. Hearing this, Nami and Karina paid attention to Lin Fan again. And with Lin Fan's repeated assurances, the four of them also flew towards the island called Wilmio Island or Strong World. Nami was still holding her sister Nokigao, and she directly refused Lin Fan's request to help take Nokigao away. Nami knew with her toes that giving her sister Nakajao to Lin Fan to fly with him was undoubtedly sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth and giving Lin Fan an advantage by sending her sister. In Nami's eyes, Lin Fan was a handsome but extremely lustful pervert. A group of 4 people flew directly to the Golden Lion's palace, swaggering and not hiding at all. Therefore, he was discovered by the pirates in the palace immediately. The Golden Lion has a scientist named Indigo who is helping him study IQ, and there is also a thug gorilla who has some IQ but not much. Previously on the pirate ship, the gorilla was cold, but the scientist Indigo was not there because he was not there, so he was currently doing research in the laboratory of the palace. Since the Golden Lion was not there, the minion naturally informed Indigo, the highest-ranking person at present, about the situation of the 4 of them. Nanny. What did you say? A man and 3 women are flying from the sky towards our palace. Are you FG kidding me? Indigo slapped the gangster who reported the news and sent him flying into the wall and he fainted. UBD, do you think anyone is the boss of Shiki? Can you still fly? Cursing, Indigo also walked out of the laboratory and went to the main hall. In the air, Lin Fan turned to the 3 women and said, "There are many pirates down there. I won't take action this time. You guys can deal with them. Just take action, hey." On the other side, Indigo walked to the back of the main hall and saw Lin Fan and others in the air through the big screen. He immediately opened his eyes wide and was stunned. Nanny? Really flying? Indigo reached out and wiped his eyes, then looked at the screen again. What he saw was Lin Fan and others still flying. Follow me and be ready to fire at any time. Yes, Lord Indigo. Indigo immediately ran towards the palace gate, and the younger brothers behind him immediately picked up their weapons and followed. Someone's out. Nami also shouted when he saw Indigo and his men appearing from the gate. Humph, let them see how powerful I am, Karina. After Karina ate the piao piao fruit, she was obviously a little bit piao piao. Just after Lin Fan and others landed, Indigo also shouted loudly, "Who are you? Where do you come from? This is the base camp of Golden Lion Shiki." Indigo was also smart and directly pulled out the Golden Lion flag. But he may have forgotten one thing. The Golden Lion disappeared for 20 years and has long been forgotten. When you meet younger people, you can't be scared at all. Chapter 43 Nami, Karina, full of interest. Get out of the way, don't stop me from finding the treasure. Karina took a step forward, stretched out her hand, and activated her piao piao fruit ability. The tiles on the ground were lifted up, and then they were thrown at Indigo and others. Don't block my way. Nami also took action at the same time, directly releasing a large dark cloud, and then released a thunder and lightning attack towards Indigo and others. Nanny. Is this Shiki's ability? Ah. A group of minions, including Indigo, the ship's doctor and scientist, were instantly killed. They fell to the ground with their mouths open and their eyes rolled, with black smoke rising from their bodies. The treasure is mine. Karina screamed and immediately flew towards the palace. Little fox, stop here, the treasure is mine. Nami also quickly flew into the palace, following closely behind Karina. Lin Fan directly activated Conqueror's domineering finishing blow, sending the unlucky ones on the ground to meet their boss, the Golden Lion. Later, Lin Fan also walked up to Nakajao, put his arms around Nakajao's waist naturally, and said, "Miss Nakajao, you seem to have been abandoned by Nami, an incompetent sister. Then I will take you away." Nakajao seemed to be used to Lin Fan's actions, and did not resist. Instead, he smiled and said to Lin Fan, "Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Captain." Looking at Nyaki's mature face, Lin Fan swallowed his saliva unconsciously. He had known her for a few days, but he was still very moved when he saw this face. "Damn it! You're such a loser, UBD." Exhaling a breath, Lin Fan also floated directly into the palace with Nakajao. Speaking of which, his telekinetic devil fruit was even more powerful than the Piao Piao fruit. It seemed to be the superior fruit of the Piao Piao fruit. After all, Golden Lion said in the theater that fluttering fruits cannot make living creatures float. But he, Lin Fan, can use his telekinesis fruit, and even the opponent's strength is inferior. He can also control the opponent's actions like Doflamingo's thread fruit. Nyokijao also saw Lin Fan's performance, and his smile suddenly became brighter and more beautiful. On the other side, Nami and Karina refused to give in to anyone. Using their keen intuition, they also searched for the palace's treasure house. The pirates they encountered along the way were all taken care of by them. The Golden Lion's men are all a group of minions, and they are just a bunch of losers. Naturally, they can't hurt Nami, who has the domineering power of knowledge, and color. Although Karina is not domineering, her many years of theft experience have made her reflexes much quicker than normal people. Besides, according to Nami's personality, she couldn't let Karina get hurt. After all, no matter what, Karina is her good sister. In the same way, if Nami is in danger, Karina will naturally not just watch. This is the bond that has developed between the two women over the years. Not long after, the two women arrived at the laboratory. Because of Karina's competition, Nami even forgot to lock the location of the treasure house with Haki. As soon as the door opened, the two women blinked. "This is a laboratory. Where's the treasury? Where's the treasure? Who?" Just at this time, a pair of gangsters appeared from the corner with swords and guns. When they saw Nami and Karina, they shouted and asked. Nami and Karina looked at each other and then took action immediately. After a while, only one of the minions was left awake. Nami and Karina grabbed the collar of this young man at the same time and asked with fierce expressions, "Where is your treasure house?" "No, I don't know, I don't know." The little guy's face was full of fear at this moment. The two beautiful girls in front of him killed more than a dozen people in their team instantly. It was terrible. "Where is Golden Lion Shiki's room?" Nami was smarter and asked directly about the Golden Lion's room. Generally, the treasure trove has a very high probability of being hidden in the captain's room. Many treasure houses on pirate ships are also built in the captain's room of the pirate ship, instead of having a separate room to store the treasure. Only a strong and confident guy would have a room alone. The Admiral's room? After getting the accurate position, Nami directly knocked out the minion with a fist filled with armed domineering energy. Mainly because she was afraid that her hands would hurt if she didn't have the armament Haki attached to her. After all, forces interact. Although Karina was a little confused as to why Nami's hand suddenly turned black and then turned back again, she didn't think too much after getting the location of the Golden Lion Shiki's room, but turned around and immediately floated away. "Damn it, little fox, stop." When Nami saw Karina running away first, she immediately lost her composure and immediately increased her firepower and chased after her. There are really many minions in the Golden Lion Pirates. Now the minions in the factory who were supervising the villagers all ran to the factory with weapons and towards the palace. Golden Lion implements a two-shift work system, that is, day shift and night shift. Both need to work 12 hours, including food and accommodation, no wages, no rest days, and the villagers are not allowed to return to the village to reunite with their families. If the villagers get sick, if so, they would directly kill the bodies and bury them in Lois without letting the villagers go home. This guy also placed surveillance giant telephone bugs in the village. The picture seen by the phone bug will be displayed on the big screen in the Golden Lion Palace. The golden lion pattern is still too small, and a group of old, weak, women and children who have no ability to resist even use giant phone bugs to monitor them. It's really a shame, very shameful. Not to mention anything else, only the old, weak, women and children are left in the entire village. And some people are infected with the disease. What the hell are you afraid of, golden lion? No matter how much your strength declines, no matter how rubbish you are you still beating ordinary people? As for that, they even used phone bugs to monitor a group of old, weak, women and children who had no power to resist. You must know that the Golden Lion is a legendary pirate, on the same level as One Piece Gold Roger and Whitebeard Edward Newgate. If One Piece Gold Roger knew what the Golden Lion did, he would probably get out of the coffin board in anger and clean up the door. The pattern is not even as good as Enel's. Although the entire Sky Island is covered by Enel's heart network, he can hear Enel's insults. But if you don't scold Enel won't know, and he doesn't always pay attention to the villagers on the empty island. You can do whatever you want, as long as you don't scold Enel, he won't give you AFK. They are both leaders, but the difference in structure is obvious. It's clear at a glance. Chapter 44 Karina awakens to color dominance. Along the way, Nami and Karina dealt with some more minions. Lin Fan and Nyoki Jo also headed straight to where the two women were. Lin Fan's domineering look locked onto the two women at all times. You can know their location, and you can take action in time when you sense that the two women are in danger. On the other side, Nami and Karina also arrived at the door of the Golden Lion's room in the palace in a very short time. Intruder! Don't move! A group of minions armed with knives and guns came towards Nami Karina and killed them again. It has to be said that the number of minions under the Golden Lion is really very large. Damn it, you annoying guy, just die! Suffocating clouds! Nami was very annoyed. After finally finding the room of Shiki the Golden Lion, there were minions disturbing her again. I saw countless white clouds appear from Nami's hand, and then spread towards the little minions. After a while, all the minions were wrapped up. The minions didn't have to hold on for long before they fainted due to lack of oxygen. Karina, on the other hand, took advantage of Nami's opportunity to open the door and sneak into the room. After dealing with the minions, Nami found Karina entering the room, and she was also annoyed for a while. Damn little fox, stop for me, that's my treasure. Lin Fan also noticed Nami's irritable mood, and then used the haki of insight to target each pirate, and conquerors launched precise strikes. All the minions on the island fell down one by one in an instant. Including the minions who used swords and guns to supervise the villagers in the factory also fell. Baki is a consumable, but Lin Fan has a lot of it, so he always pays attention to Nami Karina. Anyone else would not dare to play like Lin Fan, always showing off his knowledge and being domineering. In the Golden Lion room on the other side, Nami and Karina were carefully searching for the existence of the secret room. At this moment, Nami had forgotten that she would meet Wen's haki. She had never thought about using haki to explore and find out if there was a hidden compartment in the room. Damn it, is the secret room so good? Karina Zay complained while searching carefully. Stinky fox, we made an agreement. Whoever finds the secret room first will get 70% of the treasure. Don't go back on your word, otherwise I will be rude to you. Nami was also looking for the mechanism carefully, and then said the agreement between them again very uneasily. Smelly cat, my credibility can always be trusted, unlike you who always lie to others. Smelly fox, who would believe what you say? Are you the only one who still has credibility? Not long after, Lin Fan also floated into the room with Nyochi in his arms. Oh my, what are my two little maids doing? No eyes. Are you blind? Nami and Karina both turned and yelled at Lin Fan. Lin Fan is not used to having two maids, and the maid should act like a maid. As soon as the telekinesis was activated, the two women were moved directly in front of him. Then he stretched out his free hand and gave each of the two women a violent shudder. "Who are you talking to?" "My little maids." "Ah! Damn it, it hurts so much." "Ah, BD, it hurts like hell." Nami and Karina covered their heads and lowered their heads at the same time, with tears in their eyes. "It hurts. It really hurts." "Nami, little maid, are you stupid? You know how domineering you are, why don't you use it? Wouldn't you know if there is a secret room in this room once you explore it?" As soon as Lin Fan said these words, Nami's head stopped hurting instantly. He raised his head and his expression was frozen. Yes, she will look domineering. Damn Karina, it influenced me to think about this. What kind of domineering power is this? What is it? You can also detect treasures? So powerful. Karina's head no longer hurt, and her big eyes immediately lit up, full of eagerness and greed. That's right, she was thinking about the domineering S*X she saw. Nami calmed down, and then activated his haki, exploring the entire room in an instant. It turned out that there was no fart, so where was the secret room? How is it possible? Why is there no secret room? Impossible. Nami was in disbelief. Her mood suddenly became very low. She was completely lifeless and looked like she was hopeless. But after Karina learned that there was no secret room, her mood was not depressed, because she had something called the haki of knowledge and knowledge. "Captain, what is the domineering power of seeing and hearing? Can you tell me, Karina, who is a little maid?" Karina immediately hugged Lin Fan's arm and started shaking it. Her voice was just right. After she finally finished speaking, she looked up at Lin Fan with her big eyes open and blinked naturally. Feeling the softness on her arms and seeing Karina's pretentious look, Lin Fan's heart suddenly moved. No way, he just likes to eat soft food. Lin Fan also retracted his arm around Nakajao, then took out 2 biscuits and handed them to Karina, saying, "Eating these 2 biscuits has a half chance of awakening the haki of knowledge and the haki of arms. You eat them. Try it next and see if you can all awaken. After awakening, you will understand what domination is." Nyochi rolled her eyes at Lin Fan. Although he was a very charming man, he was too carefree and made people both love and hate him. Without checking Lin Fan and Karina too much, Nakajao stepped forward to comfort his sister Nami. As soon as Karina saw the biscuits handed over by Lin Fan and heard Lin Fan's words, she was immediately very happy. Then she stood up on tiptoes and kissed Lin Fan's face, then took the biscuits and started eating. To Lin Fan's surprise, Karina's luck turned out to be very good, and both domineering powers were awakened. Karina opened her eyes and knew what seeing and hearing haki and armed haki were. The whole person was in a very good mood, even if he didn't find the golden lion's treasure. "Thank you, Captain." Karina immediately jumped up and hugged Lin Fan, hooked her legs together, and then kissed Lin Fan on the lips. She fell in love with Lin Fan, and she felt an unprecedented sense of security from Lin Fan. She felt very comfortable and relaxed around Lin Fan. In the past, she was highly nervous and kept a vigilant attitude toward everyone. Except Nami. But this man rescued him from the north, and then they got along with each other for a short time. And this man also gave her a powerful devil fruit. Now that she is a user with Piao Piao fruit ability, she can naturally realize how powerful the fruit's ability is. And now I've given her the biscuits of awakening knowledge haki and armed haki, which are really good for her. After kissing for a few seconds, Karina suddenly remembered that Nami and her sister were also present. Suddenly Karina swooped and hid in the golden lion's room, her face very red. I was so embarrassed that I was so excited that I forgot that Nami and Nyokijao were also there. Chapter 45 Continue Sailing, Target Ziluabia Village. A few hours later, Lin Fan and his party left Wilmio Island. During this period, the 4 people also told the villagers in the factory that they were free and everyone could go home. If anyone in the family gets sick, IQ can also be taken back for treatment. In short, it is right that Lin Fan and the four of them were regarded as their saviors by the people from the only village on the island. But this is also true. It was indeed Lin Fan and his party who saved them. Lin Fan also asked them if they wanted to lower the island to the sea and contact other humans. But they were rejected, and the villagers said they were used to it. Lin Fan didn't say anything more about this. If no one else is willing, why do you care so much? Afterwards, the villagers held a banquet for Lin Fan and his party. I couldn't refuse the invitation, so I had no choice but to participate. The area where the palace was located was directly burned by Lin Fan, leaving no ashes behind. However, Lin Fan also took out some of the things inside and gave them to the villagers as compensation, which was to accumulate some virtue for the old guy Golden Lion. Lin Fan had no intention of occupying Wilmair Island. His dream was to accompany the people he liked to fulfill their dreams. Nakiko wants to see the scenery around the world, Nami wants to draw a map of the world, and Karina wants to become a super rich woman. To live a new life, how to be free and unrestrained. Kill whoever blocks the way. As long as you collect all the history books, what else do you want to do than just write? So, be the king of the world, One Piece or something. Get out of here. Storm charge, on deck. The four of them just stood on the deck and looked at the sky. Except for Lin Fan, the three women could not sense the existence of Wilmaio Island at all, but they still looked straight at it. Let's go find a doctor. Lin Fan said with a smile on his face. He also looked away, and then walked towards the cabin. The three women also looked away, and then looked at Lin Fan's back. After seeing Lin Fan sincerely treat the enslaved villagers on Wilmaio Island, the three women's understanding of Lin Fan also improved. The three women all invisibly got closer to Lin Fan. Especially Karina, although she was very touched by Lin Fan giving her the piao piao fruit and the biscuits for awakening domineering power, and she also had a good impression of Lin Fan. But after all, the time we knew each other was a bit short. On the sea, the storm charge sailed towards Ziluabia village. The previously triggered options were as follows. Ding! Host trigger options. Navigation is full of uncertainties, and no matter how good your health is, you will still get sick. Please host choose from the following three options. Option 1, go to Ziluabia village to find Kaya, the owner of the only wealthy family, and invite her to become the ship's doctor. The reward is a bottle of medicine with a perfect bloodline factor. Option 2, go to the Drum Kingdom to find Tony Chopper, the only reindeer with a blue nose who ate a devil fruit, and invite him to become the ship's doctor. The reward, a set of One Piece World Encyclopedia of difficult diseases. Option 3. Go to the Thriller Bark in the Devil's Triangle in the first half of the Grand Line to find a weirdo named Hogbark and invite him to become the ship's doctor. The reward, a medical kit from the Crazy Doctor. Seeing the three choices, Lin Fan made his choice without thinking. The third one was passed by Lin Fan directly. A big man also had 4 fangs. How could he be allowed on the ship? Although Chopper is quite good, he is a fluffy reindeer that can be used to me in his spare time, and he has great potential. But after all, there is still no beautiful girl fragrance. The key is the 3 kinds of rewards. No matter how you look at it, the first kind of reward seems to be more impressive. What is bloodline? Lin Fan, who has watched One Piece, knows it. Sanji and his brothers and sisters all have bloodline genes, and Sanji's bloodline genes are in perfect condition. Even without a devil fruit, one can still become a super strong person by relying on this bloodline factor. What's more, if he eats another devil fruit, his strength will not be 1 + 1 = 2. By the way, Captain, where are we going now? Nochigo suddenly thought of this key issue. Nami and Karina also looked at Lin Fan, and it was obvious that they were also interested in this question. Hearing this, Lin Fan smiled and said with a normal expression, "We are going to Ziluabia village now. There is a person with good medical skills there. I want to invite her to be our ship doctor. He had previously obtained the pointer to the East Daxia Sea from Colonel Mouse and had already recorded it for Alice. The pointer does not mean that it records all the islands in the East Daxia Sea, but at least 90% of them. The other 10% are islands that have never been discovered. Vermu Island is an unrecorded island, as is the empty island Gaia Island. Enel's hometown Birka is also unrecorded. Birka seems to have been destroyed by Enel. There is also no record of the island where the 7-star sword in the movie is located. Is she a pretty girl? Nami said this after hearing what Lin Fan said. Ha ha ha, Nami-chan, you actually guessed it. Lin Fan could only smile and scratch his head. A whole captain, isn't it enough to have 3 beautiful girls on board? You want another one? Nami got angry all of a sudden and started to criticize directly. That's right, isn't it enough to have 3 of us beautiful girls? Ah! A whole captain. Karina also stood beside Nami and joined the team that started the argument. Nojijeo just smiled and watched without saying anything. A mature lady is just different. Oh my, Nami-chan, Karina-chan, why are you reacting so strongly? We need to get a doctor on board for our own health. Ms. Nojijeo, you should be able to understand my good intentions, right? As Lin Fan spoke, he looked at Nojiko, the mature sister, with a pitiful expression, seeking comfort. Nokaiga rolled his eyes at Lin Fan and said perfunctorily, yes, Captain, you are the best to us crew members. Oh, I'm all sticky. I'm going to take a shower. Having said that, Nojiko also turned and left. I'll go too, Miss Nokago. I'll help you rub your back. My nickname is the Back Rubbing Prince. Lin Fan stood up immediately and ran towards Nojiko with a look of enthusiasm on his face. Stop right there, you BD Captain. I know exactly what you're thinking. Do you want a back rub? I don't even want to point it out to you. Nami suddenly appeared beside Lin Fan, then punched Lin Fan in the waist, knocking him flying and lying on the sofa. Humph, even if it's just a back rub, it's not your turn. Having said that, Nami immediately followed her sister Nokiko. Loyalu, lecherous captain. Karina stuck out her tongue at Lin Fan, then followed the team and left. Lin Fan was left lying on the sofa, holding his waist with his hands, looking indignant. Chapter 46: A Chance Encounter with the Black Cat Pirates and Their Destruction. Brother Fan, there is a pirate ship XX distance ahead. It is being identified. The identification was successful. It is the ship of the Black Cat Pirates. In the cabin hall, Lin Fan was reading a comic book, and then he heard Alice's Lolita voice saying that they encountered the Black Cat Pirates ship ahead. Noki, a senior in high school, was not in the cabin, but went to inspect the orange saplings transplanted to the ship. I checked the time and it was around 4 in the afternoon, which was still early. But why did you meet the Black Cat Pirates? There is still a long way to go from Ziluabia village. If the guess is correct, the Black Cat pirate ship should dock at the uninhabited island near Silup village. After all, their boss, Beiji Kiluo, is currently working as the housekeeper of Kaya's family in Ziluabia village. Its true purpose is about to be exposed, which is to call on his subordinates to kill Ziluabia village, then kill the residents of the island and kill Kaya. In this way, Beiji Kiluo can inherit the Kaya family's inheritance in the name of revenge for his master's family. The reason why Beiji Kiluo has been lurking for 3 years is because most of the Kaya family's money is stored in the institution. After 3 years of Beiluo's deception, Kaya gradually exchanged the money in the institution for gold and hid it at home. Because after her parents died, Kaya also trusted Bai Jiluo very much. How should I put it? She is just a girl who has not been severely beaten by society. That's why he trusted a stranger who fell at his doorstep. I don't even think about it, but my family is the only big family in Ziluabia village, located in the center of the village. By such a coincidence, someone else fell at the doorstep. Anyone who has been severely beaten by society will definitely think too much. Closing the comic book, Lin Fan stood up and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already standing on the bow deck of the ship, looking straight ahead. He couldn't see anything, but through seeing and hearing haki, Lin Fan was able to detect some weak signs of life with evil aura on them in a pirate ship. The Black Cat Pirates, Captain Beiji Crow, has a bounty of 16 million baileys. The important cotters are, acting Captain Zhang Jiao, and combatant Buza Sam. Among them, Zhang Jiao offered a bounty of 9 million belly, while Butchie and Sam both offered the same bounty of 7 million belly. The overall strength of the pirate group is very average, and Aaron can easily destroy it with just one murloc. Lin Fan jumped off the boat and ran as soon as he stepped on the water, using the speed fruit. In this way, you can not only master the use of the speed fruit, but also fulfill your childhood dream of watching TV series and float on the water. I saw that the sea level where Lin Fan ran was being lifted up by the extremely fast speed. Not long after, Lin Fan also saw the black cat-headed pirate ship ahead. Then Lin Fan shaved his head and disappeared completely. When he reappeared, he was standing on the head of the black cat with one hand in his pocket. Then he tidied his hair with his other hand, making sure that he was in perfect control of his style. The pirates on the pirate ship also quickly discovered Lin Fan standing on the black cat sign on the bow of their ship. When they saw Lin Fan's tall and handsome appearance, all the pirates instantly began to shake unconsciously. Many of them fell to the ground with weak legs. Only a few pirates barely managed to remain standing, as their legs shook like a sieve. The hypnosis pocket watch in acting Captain Zhang Jiao's hand was unsteady and fell to the deck. They recognized Lin Fan. They had just seen a newspaper about Lin Fan in a reward order not long ago. The God Killer, the fifth Emperor of the Sea, Wei Wilk Lin Fan. The whole place was silent, and everyone looked at Lin Fan with horrified eyes, the legendary pirate who defeated General Marine and killed the Celestial Dragons. Even though Lin Fan looks sunny and handsome, he doesn't look like a big pirate at all. Seeing the pirate performance of the Black Cat Pirates, Lin Fan stretched out his hand to scratch his head, smiled and said, "Oh my, am I so famous?" It was a bit nerve-wracking to be recognized all of a sudden. After swallowing a sip of saliva, Zhang Jiao forced out a smile and asked in a trembling manner, "Sir?" "Sir, no. I don't know why you are here." "Gaiqian? You, just give your orders, we will definitely complete your orders even if we go up mountains of swords and seas of fire." Withdrawing his hand, Lin Fan put his hands in his pockets and asked his doubts, "By the way, why are you here? I remember that you should stay near Ziluabia village, right?" Hearing this, although Zhang Jiao was very confused as to how a big shot like Lin Fan could know where their pirate group was stationed, he did not dare to ask, but immediately smiled and nodded in response. "Sir, you are right. We are indeed stationed on an uninhabited island near Ziluabia village. This is not because the island is running out of daily necessities, so I am going to the town to replenish them, so I met you here, sir." Lin Fan also nodded in agreement and responded, "Oh, it turns out they are supplies." "That's right, so many people live on uninhabited islands, and they really need to replenish supplies every once in a while. But it's a pity that you still have to die. If you want to blame your Captain Beiji Kilo for planning to murder the companions I plan to invite on board." After telling the opponent why he wanted to kill them, Lin Fan directly sent Conqueror's haki. "What?" As soon as Zhang Jiao heard Lin Fan's words, he immediately remembered the plan that Captain Beiji Kilo was about to implement, and suddenly his whole body felt bad. The girl named Kaya, the great pirate Wilk Lin Fan, actually wanted to invite Shiz on board. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, Zhang Jiao found that his vision fell into darkness. All the pirates on the ship were instantly eliminated by Lin Fan. The only remaining members of the Black Cat Pirates were the captain, Mokaka Klo, and a few minions on the uninhabited island. "Oh, I've only been in this pirate world for a few days, and I've already killed so many people. It's really a headache." With that said, Lin Fan directly took the pirate ship named Beiji Braku and the corpses on board into the system space. Then he took out the treasure in the boat alone. Not to mention, don't mention it, it's almost 12 million berry, which is quite rich. And if you take the heads of these pirates to marine, you can get a lot of money. Chapter 47 Full Speed Ahead. The pirate ship was instantly retracted into the system space, and Lin Fan also fell into the sea. The moment he was about to fall into the water, Lin Fan's figure disappeared on the spot. The secret of 6 styles, shaving. Lin Fan appeared again, already far away on the sea. Just like this, Lin Fan was getting closer and closer to the storm charge. The 6 secret skills are very physically demanding, but for Lin Fan, it is not a problem at all. His physical strength is not weaker than that of the 4 Emperor's ants. Lin Fan didn't know how fleshy 4 Emperor's mother's steel balloon body was since she had never beaten her before. Flash by flash, Lin Fan finally ended up with a moonwalk and successfully returned to the deck. Only a short time had passed since Lin Fan discovered the Black Cat pirates and returned after dealing with them. The 3 of Noki, Nami and Karina were still at the orange sapling. As the captain, Lin Fan felt it was necessary to inform the crew about the matter. Therefore, Lin Fan also walked towards the orange grove area. Lin Fan did not use his devil fruit abilities to follow the 6 styles, but simply walked. Sometimes, why isn't walking a kind of enjoyment? Storm Charge, Orangery. This is an indoor garden with openable transparent glass installed above. Having an environmental simulation system running allows the orange tree to have an environment that is most suitable for its growth. Although it is said that they are just transplanting seedlings, in fact, several mature orange trees that are already covered with yellow are transplanted. At this moment, the 3 women are sitting on the deck chairs, basking in the sun, eating oranges, and chatting. I didn't know what they were talking about, but I was smiling happily. What are you talking about? You are smiling so happily, can you join me? Lin Fan walked into the room and spoke at the appropriate time. Hey, you BD pervert captain, I won't let you join. As soon as Nami heard Lin Fan's words, she immediately snorted and refused directly. It's just that the big pervert captain won't let you join. Karina also answered immediately and stood by sister Nami's side. Nakajao didn't speak, but looked at it with a smile. Ignoring Nami and Karina, Lin Fan ran directly to Nakajao and said, Miss Nakajao, I want to eat oranges, please feed me. Ah! As he spoke, Lin Fan opened his mouth wide. Okay, Mr. Captain. Nyakiga responded with a sweet smile, then broke off a piece of orange in her hand and stuffed it into Lin Fan's open mouth. Lin Fan also took the opportunity to suck Nyakigao's finger into his mouth, and was immediately greeted with a blank stare. Miss Nyakijao, you are so kind to me. Lin Fan shamelessly said this, and then looked at Nami Karina and Nami Karina with sullen eyes. Damn it, Sister Nyakigao, why are you so nice to the pervert captain? Suddenly, Nami was furious. My sister Nakajao agreed to Captain Pervert's request without even thinking about it, and then complied with it. That's right, Sister Nyakajao, you are too kind to the big pervert captain, you can't spoil him. He is a guy who shines brightly when given a little sunshine. Karina also opened her mouth to hit the target, completely on the same front as Nami. You two are nakedly jealous of Miss Nakajao being nice to me. Lin Fan took the next step and immediately put his arms around Nyakigao's waist, and then showed a proud expression towards Nami Karina and the 2 girls. UBD, keep talking. Why are you hugging my sister? Nami exploded and stepped on Lin Fan's foot. After teasing the crew members, Lin Fan also told the 3 girls about killing the Black Cat pirates, and also about the real captain of the Black Cat pirates, Beiji Kilo, hiding in the house of the crew member he wanted to invite. As for how he knew it, it was very simple. He could just say that he heard it from the acting captain Zhang Jiao. Anyway, Zhang Jiao is already out of the game and there is no way to reply, so there is no need to worry about being exposed. Damn pirates, what ABD, actually want to attack a sick and powerless girl. As soon as Nami heard what Lin Fan said, she developed a strong desire to kill Beiji Crow. This is also related to Nami's experience. She just ended her 8-year nightmare life. At the same time, Nami also developed some feelings for Kaya, a girl she had never met before. Nochigo was also unusually angry. Apparently, Beiji Crow's plan made Nochigo think of the 8 years of fearful life he had lived. Karina also frowned, with an angry expression on her face, and gritted her teeth and said, "He is really a scumbag. He is really patient. He endured for 3 years before taking action. Brother Fan, immediately order Alice to advance towards Ziluabia village at full speed. I'm going to give this Beiji Crow a good beating." Nami had a serious expression on her face. She didn't call Lin Fan the perverted captain but called him Brother Fan instead, which showed that she was serious. Although Nokijo did not say anything, he was staring at Lin Fan with an expressionless face, and his meaning was self-evident. Karina also said with a serious expression, "That's right, Brother Fan, listen to Nami, you should let Alice go to Ziluo village at full speed, this Beiji Crow is really abominable." Lin Fan smiled and rubbed Nami and Karina's hair and said with a smile, "Do you need to tell me this? I have already told Alice to move towards Ziluabia village at full speed." Lin Fan was not worried about Kaya's safety, as Beiji Crow's plan would not begin for another month. Kaya is still safe at the moment. The Storm Charger is currently sailing at a speed of 80 knots per hour, which is definitely the fastest ship in the One Piece world. Of course, this is not the limit of the Storm Charge. The Storm Charge can also enter the second gear. The instant it enters the second gear, its speed can burst to 200 knots for 10 seconds, and then stabilize at 150 knots per hour. 150 knots equals 150 nautical miles equals 277.8 kilometers per hour. In the current situation, there is no need to use the second gear. In the evening, Nokijo prepared the meal, and the 4 of them sat down one by one and started eating. Since Nochigo likes to cook, he did not use the infinite food maker. The machine is placed in the cabin lobby and you can use it if you want to have a midnight snack or drink juice. Anyway, it only costs 100 Baileys each time, which is not expensive and everyone can afford it. Holding a piece of One Piece World specialty meat, Lin Fan opened his mouth and took a bite, and also found it delicious. "Ms. Nokigo, this meat you cooked is really delicious. It's great to have you here. Fortunately, I invited you on board." Lin Fan also did not forget to flatter him. "I agree with Captain Big Pervert, Sister Nochigo, the food you cooked is really delicious." Karina's mouth was stuffed full and she also spoke words of praise. Of course, it doesn't matter whose sister she is. Nami looked proud and started eating. "Just eat it if you like. I've also prepared desserts, so you guys should try some later." Hearing the compliment, Nochigo responded with a gentle smile. After eating and drinking, the dishes and chopsticks can be cleaned with high technology, so no one needs to wash them. Then the 4 of them sat in the cabin hall and ate some fruit. After eating, they went to take a shower. Lin Fan was ruthlessly pushed into the men's bath by Nami, and then she pulled her sister Nokiko and best friend Karina into the women's bath. In response, Lin Fan shouted ruthless. After taking a shower, everyone returned to the cabin hall. Those who want to read, those who want to chat. According to the map obtained from Colonel Mouse, at the current speed, it would take another 13 hours to reach Ziluabia village. The One Piece world does not have information about the distance between islands or the speed of ships, so I can only write it casually. After that, it was getting late and everyone went back to their rooms. The Storm Charge battleship has a lot of space. The new arrival Karina lives next door to Nami, and next door to Nami is her sister Nokigo, and next door to Nakago is Lin Fan. The attentive Nochigo did remind them that they needed to take turns to keep watch at night, but Lin Fan directly told them that Alice was an artificial intelligence that could keep watch 24 hours a day without rest. In case of abnormal situations, reminders will be issued in time, and the defense and counterattack function is always ready to be opened, so there is no need to worry about being attacked by other pirates or sea beasts. Besides, isn't there still a great master who has a bounty of 2.85 billion Baileys on his head? There is no need to worry at all. The three girls nodded at what Lin Fan said and went back to their rooms. Chapter 48 Encountering CP0, Paramecia Spiked Fruit Power User. At around 12 o'clock in the evening, Lin Fan opened his eyes. The powerful domineering power of knowledge made him aware of two auras with relatively strong aura fluctuations. Well, this power is compared to scum like Colonel Mouse, Red Scorpion, Aaron, and Zhang Jiao. Lin Fan squinted his eyes slightly, and used his full power to predict the future. Lin Fan he also saw a picture of the future. He used moonwalk directly from the storm charge to go in one direction, and the last 6 style shave appeared on a medium-sized ship. On the boat, a guy wearing a white robe, a white suit, and a mask on his face was keeping vigil. CP0? The familiar and unchanging attire made Lin Fan immediately know the identity of the other party. He is a member of CP0, the world government's top espionage agency. Lin Fan cut off his ability to predict the future, and after a while he disappeared completely. With his current level of knowledge, color, and domineering power, it is not a problem to predict the future all the time. But it's not necessary, it's just a CP0 minion. In fact, CP0's combat power is just that. I don't know who is the most powerful now, but 2 years later it will be Rob Lucci. That's right, Rob Lucci, the strongest CP0 player 2 years later, is exactly the same CP9 Captain Rob Lucci who disguised himself as a shipwright and sneaked into the shipyard of the City of Seven Waters to steal the Pluton design. The devil fruit he possesses is animal-type cat fruit cheetah form. In the future that I see, it is normal for me to act as moonwalk. After all, once you use it, won't your proficiency increase dramatically? The telekinesis devil fruit has been awakened and basically fully mastered. Naturally, it is necessary to practice more other moves. Lin Fan stepped on moonwalk and headed towards the 2 CP0 members. Since he encountered them, there was no reason not to kill them. On the sea directly in front of Lin Fan was a medium-sized ship. One member of CP0 is keeping vigil, while the other is resting in the cabin, taking over alternately after 4 hours. Not all ships are as smart as Lin Fan's ship. No, I have to say that. Lin Fan's ship is unique to the pirate world. The other ships, no matter who they are, have people keeping watch at night, in order to prevent being attacked or something. After all, danger can be encountered at any time on the sea. There are tall Poseidon beasts in the sea, and sometimes ships will be attacked. Silently, Lin Fan appeared on the deck of the ship, still looking casual with his hands in his pockets and a faint smile on his face. Since Lin Fan did not cover up his traces at all, the CP0 who was watching the night immediately discovered Lin Fan, who suddenly appeared and stood not far in front of him. Immediately, this CP0 member recognized Lin Fan's identity. God Killer Wilk Lin Fan. As soon as the words fell, the CP0 member immediately disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already in the air above Lin Fan's head. This CP0 member is called Lucy, and he is a person with abilities who ate the spiked fruit of Paramecia. Any inanimate object he touches will grow sharp spikes. Spike Pear Blossom Explosion. This CP0 member was seen throwing many spiked steel balls at Lin Fan very quickly, with a little bit of armed domineering attached to them. This was his strongest blow. His opponent was the god killer Wilco Lin Fan, a guy who defeated Marine General Kizaru Salano. This is the difference between the members of CP0 and the pirates and marines in the first half of the Grand Line. Other people's attacks come with armed domineering energy, but you don't have it. How do you fight? Even Logia devil fruit users have to kneel down when encountered. This is the strength of the world government's strongest spy organization. Lin Fan didn't move at all, still putting his hands in his pockets. When the telekinesis is activated, an invisible shield directly blocks all the steel balls. What? Isn't Wilk Lin Fan the one with the ability to eat the Paramecia shockwave devil fruit? What is going on? Phew. 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 Following Lin Fan's thought, all the steel balls rebounded instantly, hitting their master Luxi at 10 times the previous speed. Luxi didn't react at all. His whole body had been penetrated by steel balls and died. All the steel balls passed through Luxi's body, and continued to fly non-stop until the power completely disappeared and fell into the sea, and then returned to their original appearance of a round ball. The level difference between Luxi and Lin Fan is not even a little bit, it is even bigger than the gap between Kizaru and those new superstars who are kicking one by one. Flash sales are really normal. Chapter 49, Recruitment of Saint Satan. After killing a CP0, Lin Fan directly raised his foot and violently kicked open the cabin door. The door was instantly kicked open. Then Lin Fan saw another CP0 member who was using a phone bug to contact the Five Elders' scientific defense god Jigulsha Satan. The two looked at each other, one's eyes were filled with fear, while the others were extremely calm. Compared with other CP0 members outside, the current CP0 is at least twice as fat. Lin Fan grinned and said, "You still contact an old man late at night to disturb other people's sleep. You are really a beast." With that said, Lin Fan walked towards the masked CP0 member. As for this CP0 member, he kept moving and was completely unable to move. He had been forcibly held down by Lin Fan's telekinesis. The gap in strength made him unable to resist at all. Even using the armed color haki is useless. In the next second, the CP0 members, who were originally about 2.5 meters tall, immediately became taller and stronger. It turned into an animal using a devil fruit. I saw that the mask on the other person's face was stretched until it fell off, and the clothes on his upper body burst open, revealing the grey hair underneath. Opposite Lin Fan, stood a bear man. This CP0 member is an animal-type grizzly bear fruit user. But even if this CP0 member uses the devil fruit to transform into an animal, he remains motionless. There was even more sweat streaming down his face, and his eyes were full of fear. I even activated the devil fruit in its strongest state, but still couldn't move. How powerful is this god-killer Wilk Lin Fan? Lin Fan didn't stop while the other party was transforming, and soon he walked in front of the bear man. At this moment, the call was answered. A majestic old man's voice came from the phone, "Number 61, have you found any trace of Wilk Lin Fan?" Lin Fan directly reached out and took the phone bug from CP0's hand, and said calmly, "Old man, you are looking for me. What are you doing for me?" After Lin Fan's voice rang, the other side of the phone immediately fell silent. A few seconds later, the old and powerful voice of the god of science and defense, Saint Jigulsha Satan sounded again, "You are Wilk Lin Fan. Do you know that you are provoking the world government and provoking us five elders?" Hearing this, Lin Fan's toneless voice sounded again, "Ah, my behavior is so serious. I just know it." Hearing Lin Fan's tone of voice, Saint Satan frowned slightly, but finally regained his calm expression and said, "Wilk Lin Fan, young man, don't be so complacent. The strength of the world government is not something you can compete with. Now I will give you a way to survive. Come to the Holy Land Marijoya within a month to see the old man and kneel down to the old man to express your surrender. By swearing to serve the world government, your killing of that brat Hells can be wiped out. I can also let you serve as the leader of CP0, with the same position as the Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, Army, and Air Force. Faced with Lin Fan, a man who suddenly appeared and could defeat Kizaru, Saint Satan chose to recruit Lin Fan. It's really a great choice to have one more thug and one less enemy. Lin Fan was the one who defeated Marine General Kizaru Polisalino. He was very powerful. Even if Polisalino lost because of his carelessness, Lin Fan's strength should not be underestimated. In silence, Lin Fan was immediately dumbfounded. What the hell? Where did you get the FG confidence to say these things? Which, old man, you don't have a fever, do you? After being silent for a while, Lin Fan also said this. Now it was the other side of the phone's turn to be quiet. In the holy land of Marie Joya, Saint Jigelsha Satan in the villa of the god of scientific defense exuded a powerful aura, and the conqueror's domineering power was directly leaked out, and he almost crushed the crutch that had been with him for decades. Okay, old man, let's stop talking here. It's late at night and I'm so sleepy. If you have any tricks, just use them. I'll pick them up one by one. In the end, for the sake of safety, Lin Fan still did not speak about I'm. Who knows how powerful I'm, the king of the world, is. After he synthesizes the history of the years, what I'm, even 100, 1,000, or 10,000 people have to kneel down and call daddy and then do a striptease. After cutting off the phone, Lin Fan tried to collect the phone bugs into the system space. In the end, it was a damn success. Immediately, Lin Fan also looked at the CP0 member next to him, whose body was shaking unconsciously, and his face was extremely frightened. He had returned to his human form, with his upper body naked, and his appearance was very ordinary. If you charge it directly, the result will naturally be failure. Lin Fan was suddenly confused. Isn't the phone bug a living thing? This is a bug. Forget it, it doesn't matter, it won't have much impact. After adjusting his condition and returning to normal, Lin Fan also walked towards the door. The phone bug is good, it's mine. The next second, I saw this CP0 member holding his head with both hands, and then twisted hard, breaking his neck. At this time, he was not dead yet, just seriously injured. But in the next second, black and purple flames instantly enveloped the entire ship. In just a short time, the ship disappeared completely, including the people and objects on the ship. The flame of the immortal phoenix can be said to be a good tool for killing people, destroying corpses, and erasing traces. And such a terrifying flame can actually heal wounds, can you believe it? Nami and Nyoki Jo's tattoos are gone now. They were done by Lin Fan using the immortal flame. While burning the tattoo and treating the wound, the immortal flame was controlled by Lin Fan. The whole process did not cause the two women to feel the slightest bit of pain. One day Lin Fan can no longer survive. He will definitely live a good life by becoming a professional tattoo remover. On the way back, Lin Fan also guessed that CP0 must be looking for him. I just don't know how many people the world government has sent. Wait a minute, it seems that it doesn't matter how many people are sent. Players of this level are simply not good enough to play. What Lin Fan didn't know was that the reason why he met the members of CP0 so quickly was completely accidental. These two CP0s were changed by Saint Satan during their mission. They were originally in the East Daxia Sea. The other CP0s who rushed to the East Daxia Sea from the Holy Land Marie Joya were still early. The location of the Holy Land Marie Joya is on the Red Earth continent between the first half and the second half of the Great Line. If you want to go to the East Daxia Sea, you need to complete the first half before entering the East Daxia Sea for normal navigation. Unless you can fly, you can reach the East Daxia Sea at the fastest speed. But looking at the entire One Piece world, there are only a few ships that can fly. The Golden Lion's ship counts as one, Enel's ship can also fly, and so can the Space Pirate's ship, but then it seems to be gone. Chapter 50 Conversation, I want it all. Back on the storm charge, Alice detected Lin Fan's identity information and automatically opened the hatch. Because it was night, Alice did not make a sound to welcome Lin Fan. Entering the cabin, Lin Fan was also preparing to go back to his room. Just when Lin Fan reached out to open the door of the next room opened. The light in the room leaked out, and Nyoki Jo came out of the room wearing thin pajamas and girlish-style slippers. Noticing a line of sight next to him, Nyoki Jo looked over subconsciously. Then, he met Lin Fan's eyes. Lin Fan also suddenly appeared next to Nyoki Jo, his hands wrapping around his small waist very naturally. With a smile on her face, she asked, "Miss Nyoki Jo, can't you sleep? Do you need me to accompany you? Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Captain." Nyoki Jo also responded with a sweet smile. On the bow deck, Lin Fan and Nyoki Jo stood side by side, both hands on the railing, looking at the dark sea. The sea is so vast. After sighing, Nyoki Jo turned to look at Lin Fan with a smile and said, "Mr. Captain, thank you very much. If it weren't for your appearance, I would still be living numbly every day in Kokozia village." Hearing this, Lin Fan once again put his arm around Nyoki Jo's waist, raised his chin with the other hand, looked at the beautiful face in front of him and said with a smile, "Miss Nyoki Jo, thank you is not just what you say, otherwise, would you like something more practical?" After saying this, Lin Fan also showed a lewd expression. 3 seconds later, Lin Fan was ready to let go of Nyoki Jo and just tease her a little, but not too much. If it was too much, it would make others annoying. At this moment, Nyoki Jo's hands wrapped around Lin Fan's neck. Lin Fan suddenly had a stunned expression on his face, and then, while Lin Fan was still stunned, his mouth was blocked. After coming back to his senses, Lin Fan also cooperated. After a long time, the lips parted. Nyoki Jo looked at the handsome face in front of her, stretched out her hand to touch it, and said softly, "That girl Nami likes you very much, you have to be nice to her. Otherwise I won't let you go. Thank you for blowing the sea breeze with me, Mr. Captain." After saying that, Nyoki Jo also disappeared on the spot, and when he reappeared, the cabin had been opened. On the deck, Lin Fan was left standing alone. Lin Fan licked his lips and thought about it carefully, then raised the corners of his mouth and said to himself, "Whether it's Nami, Yunaka Jo or Karina, I want them all." Speaking of the latter part, Lin Fan also performed a simple gesture of making a fist. After returning to the room, Nyochi Gao lay on the bed, her face turned red, and she unconsciously recalled her initiative just now. Captain Lin Fan gave the two sisters devil fruit and cookies to awaken their haki, and also guided the two sisters to practice, allowing them to successfully kill all members of the dragon pirates and end their nightmare. And she could completely feel Lin Fan's attitude towards their sisters. If he said he was not attracted to Lin Fan, he would be lying to himself. But she also noticed that her sister Nami was also attracted to Lin Fan and fell in love with him. As a sister, Noki is also a sister who has a good relationship with her sister Nami. Naturally, she will not compete with her sister Nami for a man. Therefore, Nyoki Jo decided to hide his love deep in his heart and never reveal it. No. I can't think about Lin Fan anymore. Nyoki Jo was scared, afraid that if she thought about Lin Fan again, she would be unable to suppress her feelings. No, Nyoki Jo, you can't think of Lin Fan anymore. He is the man that Sister Nami likes, you can't steal him. Then, Nyoki Jo suffered from insomnia and couldn't sleep at all. Lin Fan returned to the room and lay on the bed, his head resting on his hands, recalling the taste and touch difference between Nakajo's lips and Nami Karina's. After thinking about it, Lin Fan finally fell asleep with a smile on his face. Although Lin Fan fell asleep, his powerful power of knowledge and knowledge was still activated on his own, and he could observe the situation within a certain distance around him at any time. This is a sign of being too domineering. If the Golden Lion knew about Lin Fan's situation, he would probably be so jealous that he would lift the coffin board. Oh, by the way, the golden lion didn't even leave any dregs behind. You should know that the golden lion Shiki has a rudder on his head. The conqueror's haki was directly sealed, and his brain became occasionally demented. The other haki of knowledge and weaponry could only be used a little bit. Also, the awakening ability of the Piao Piao fruit cannot be used, and the same goes for swordsmanship. It cannot be used at all, so it was defeated by Nami, who had only obtained the devil fruit and two-color haki for a few days. Of course, Nami's strength is also very good. It's not even the slightest bit more powerful than the so-called supernovae of this period. None of the supernovas in this period are domineering, and their fruit abilities are also very well developed. In addition, Nami is Logia's devil fruit. How should supernova fight Nami? How should you fight? Not to mention Nami, the supernova of this era can't even fight a pacifist. The night also passed quietly, and Nakajao kept yawning while preparing breakfast in the kitchen. I had insomnia last night and couldn't sleep at all. All she could think about was Lin Fan's handsome face and tall, muscular body. The less she wanted to think about Lin Fan, the more she could think of Lin Fan. Lin Fan's appearance was deeply etched in her mind. This also caused her to fall asleep after 3 o'clock, and then she woke up very listless in the morning. Because she promised to have breakfast, she could only get up, get dressed, wash up, and then take out 100 belly to buy a cup of coffee from Lin Fan's memory to refresh herself. Fortunately, the sun came out and she used her clone to bask in the sun. The situation improved, at least the dark circles under her eyes dissipated. While Nakajao was preparing breakfast, other people also got up one after another. Then they greeted each other and said hello, very harmoniously.